everybody? Welcome to the stream. My name is Kismet, and we're ready to fire it up. You know, I've been streaming for like 7 days in a row. This is actually day number 8. I believe. I don't know. I get kind of mixed today. I think it's actually day 7. So Tuesday through Tuesday. Yeah, it's day 7. I don't know. They get all mixed up. Especially when you're streaming at nighttime and daytime and nighttime and daytime. But welcome, everybody. We're going to have a great day today. We're going to play some Astroneer, one of my favorite games of all time. We're going to do a lot of fun stuff today. Holy mackerel. We're going to move our main base. We're going to start to do what I call trickle collect, where we have it automatically collect a bunch of stuff and run it into our central base. I had this vision of a mega sorter in Astroneer that I want to do. So we're going to work toward that today, as well as going to be doing some campaign battles in Stream Raiders, getting you guys more loot. Hope you guys got tons and tons of loot over all of those bonus streams I was doing all weekend long, just so you guys can get a lot of Stream Raiders loot as well. But we're going to keep it going as we do up here and just keep those battles rocking and rolling, getting you guys more and more loot every single day. So that's what I like to do. Maximum loot, right? Maximum loot for sure. Now, again, let's just go ahead and say hello. I'm ready to get to it. I don't know about you guys. Hope you're having a good start to your week. I hope you had a great Memorial weekend. Again, thanks to all the veterans out there for their service. Do appreciate them in the past, the current, and in the future. I do appreciate all of them. Again, my family is military family. My wife's a military family as well, who have served in the military for generations. I did not serve in the military. I don't want to get that confused. My parents said they served in the military, so I didn't have to, and I appreciate them standing a post for the rest of us. So I try to make a decent effort in the world to be a force for positivity and a bit of bringing joy every day here on the stream. So hopefully you smile, hopefully you laugh, hopefully it brightens up your day a little bit hanging out here in the stream. Super excited to get in here and play some Astroneer and just hang out with you guys today. Now it's a beautiful day outside, by the way. It's one of, you know, when you have like a beautiful day and you're thinking, man, do I really want to go to work today? Now, of course, I wouldn't call this work. I mean, there's work that goes on behind the scenes, but it's still work if you got to put time and effort into it. But when you do what you love to do, right? The old saying of, if you do what you love to do, you never work a day in your life, right? And that's pretty much what I'm doing right now. I've worked, you know what I mean? Where you got up and you know, not necessarily into what you're doing or how you working or what job you have because of either the people or you're not making enough money or it's not really what you want to do in life. I've had a few of those jobs in my youth, and I can tell you, they're rough. They're rough because you don't want to go to work every day. But me, I want to get up and I want to stream and I want to hang out with you guys and do what I can behind the scenes and make videos and talk with sponsors and give away stuff here. I mean, it motivates you, even in the tough times when you're having, you know, tough ups and downs, right? It motivates you to get out of the bed. And that's what the streaming for me is all about. So, hey, let's see what we got in the chat. We got Subi in the chat. Good morning to you. Thanks for coming in. We got Zarkade coming in. Good morning, Kismet. Good morning, Zarkade. Thanks for hanging out. And M's hanging out. I was very tempted to say EMZ just to trigger you, but no, I'm going to say M's and go on with the day. Hiya and good morning. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks for keeping me corrected. Look, I remembered your name. See, that's not easy, everybody. Just remembering what my name is sometimes get hard. As you'll see on stream sometimes, I go, what is my name? You know, I type my name wrong. It's funny when you do that, when you type your own name wrong. Like you think at 50, I would get my own name right by now. But, you know, it's getting tougher every day. But, you know, you just got to get up and you got to do your best, right? I got to switch back over. I just clicked something there. There we go. All right. Hide that away. There we go. So we're ready to go here. And again, we'll just dive right into some Astroneer, see what's up with that for a second, and then start up our battles. Let's go. All right. Time to crack open a new one, everyone. Let's get some hydration going. Now, I think my birthday's coming up, by the way. In 23 days, I will be 51. That's when you know you're really starting to get in your 50s, when you click off that first one, right? So let's stay hydrated. Let's work after our health. I think I'm going to give myself the gift of health this year for my birthday. I'm going to get back to it. because of the pandemic, everything, I stopped going to the gym, and you can really feel the difference as you start to diminish in your strength and your ability to get around and do stuff. So that's what I'm going to try to start to do on my birthday. I don't know if I'm going to bring the fitness blogs back or not. I might, just record some messages as I go along and then maybe come back and edit it together later. I only have so much time. I wish I had way more time, everybody. I don't know. In about 5 years from now, I think I'll have more time when my kids are grown up. And hopefully moved out. Now, this is Astroneer right here, one of my favorite games, incredibly fantastic. I absolutely recommend it to everybody. You can play it as a single player or multiplayer. It's really fantastic mechanics of it. They've added a whole bunch of new stuff to it, including the ability to do quests, which really add a fun dimension to the game. And then also they've added I'm going to press the right button. There we go. They've also added the compass, which is really awesome. Helps you get around so you not get as lost as you did in the past, though I highly recommend to get a little lost because that's fun. And then over here we also have our research catalog, which you saw me pull up there with new items. And of course over here our mission log of what we've done. Now we've done a lot of quests, as you can see. And we've got a bunch that need to get done over here. Right here. And you can see that we got to find the remaining vintage probes. We got to activate the unidentified satellite. We got to activate the cores of every planet and then unlock more schematics. Now, I have an automated research going on right now. And you're like, whoa, Kismet, how do you do automated research? Well, I'll show you that in just a moment. We'll get to that. But what we're going to do first is we're going to do some stream raiders, or I'll forget because, again, I'm in my 50s now. Let's go ahead and get that going. To battle! Now, we had a phenomenal weekend. I hope you guys are a really phenomenal week of just absolutely crushing these dungeons, getting you guys massive amount of keys. I think I earned probably easily over 300 keys or more. We absolutely crushed those keys big time. And then what we did is we went into the store here and we bought a bunch of these dungeon chests like that. And then also bought the Rising Sun Vampire, which is really the only things you could buy in there. It'd be nice if they added more stuff for your keys. I'm sure they will over time. And then here in the store, I'm going to go ahead and go in there. Oh, I'm right in there and go to scrolls. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to level up a bunch of my various different characters. And I'm really focusing on my basic characters, like my warrior. I've already done my tank there and also my archer. So I'm trying to work on those because those are fairly cheap at the higher levels. So we're going to go ahead and get the warrior there. And then we have 188 left. Now, can we upgrade any of our army here? I don't think so. I think we got them all. Yeah, we got all of them upgraded for now. The bomber, very close. Musketeer, also close. A lot of these very close. And, of course, these are all max level. Level 30. These are level 30 here, too. So we have 5, 6, 7 at level 30. Our rogue right now we've been working on very hard is level 29. And we need 2 more to get our quest done. So we're really going to work on the warrior and the flag bearer. But while we're here, let's go ahead and get some more scrolls. Again, when they come up, I just grab them because you never know if you're going to see them again anytime soon. So let's get the ones with the highest level. There we go. And then I'm out of gold now. And I'll have to come back and buy some of those later. Now, what I try to do is I try to get you guys maximum loot. So I'm always looking at where the most chests are and kind of our path of least resistance sometimes, or maybe sometimes most resistance, because, you know, if you do some 4 skulls, you're going to get tons and tons of loot. So we're going to go ahead and go along probably the bottom side here, try to get this guy right here. So let's start those battles up. Now, again, the campaign battles are different than the dungeon battles. Campaign battles last for 29 minutes, or really 30 minutes here. What we can do is we can put down some units. Now, I'm going to go ahead and start with my rogue today and see how that goes. And one of the cool things is, even if we lose, you always benefit in the way that if you put down any unit other than your legendaries, you get a scroll every time you put it down. And so when you put it down there, it actually is forwarding your character. So even if we lose, we still get a benefit in there. We also get a little bit of loot as well. But we have won a lot of times. I'm talking about 633 bosses down. That's 6,000 to 7,000 battles that we've done here in the stream. Easy. I'm not even counting the ones that we failed along the way, because we did fail a few. Usually it comes down to just a few units as well. Just a couple units that people didn't put in and that we could have won those, which is really a heartbreaker. Like sometimes, you need an extra tank or two, and we just didn't have the units, and we just could have just had just a couple more and we would have had it. So put down as many units as you can. Oh, a little dance party. Put down as many units as you can to keep us rocking and rolling. So let's go do it. Now, of course, the very thing that I forgot, I'm going to have to get up and do here for a second, which I forgot my air conditioning, everybody. My air conditioning is now blasting me with freezing cold air. I meant to turn it back up again. I have it turned down at nighttime, and usually in the morning I turn it back up. I forgot. I was too busy prepping the stream. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, everybody. Sorry, I didn't adjust the thermostat up a little bit. Get my microphone out of the shot. There we go. I'm not a big fan of microphones in the shop, by the way. I see a lot of people that have their microphone, and they're like, "Hey, everybody, it's me. I'm hiding behind this microphone." Like a little Kilroy action, which is pretty funny. Pretty funny stuff. All right, let's get into it, everybody. Now, again, we were working away and scaling up our base. We're getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Now, before we get too big of our base, we need to think about moving our base out of here. And the reason why is I've already kind of tapped all the resources in this area, and I want to automate the collection as opposed to me collecting it. Now, I do have a bit of automation going over here. And that is my Resin Collector, but you can see I've kind of taken a bit of it out. I want a nice, fresh one where I can go ahead and have it automatically collect. And every now and again, I'll come over and I'll bump it like this. And then it will go back to work like that, collecting it. And then this grabs it and it puts it into here. Now, right now, we have about 45 in there. And that'll keep collecting and collecting and collecting that until it stops. So we want to go ahead and get that going, and we want it to feed into our central base. And I had this vision of a central mega sorter. So we're going to work on that a bit. Now, we only have so much time in the day, so I seriously doubt we can get it all done. But we definitely want to get that going and get an idea of what we want. Now, we also have some things which we can go ahead and pull up our compass here. We can see these little purple things here, right? We want to power those up as well. That's one of our primary quests, is to power up all the planets and get those going. So we're going to work toward those as well. But we need to find the right one for what we're doing and where we're going. Now, the best way to do that, I find, you go and hit R. You don't have to actually pull up the thing. You just hit R and it puts that away, by the way. The best way to do that is actually to use our shuttle. And our shuttle needs some hydrazine, because I don't see any there, and I don't want to take off without hydrazine. I'll be in trouble. So we need to make a little bit of hydrazine. We need to get all of our basic resources online now. So I'm about midway. I'm in the mediums now. And I could just jump right to the end of the game. I could go over there, get tons of research, and unlock everything. But in this particular playthrough, we've been taking our time and playing through all the quests to see what the quests unlock before we unlock stuff. Because we might unlock something that we might get through the quest. Now, one of the coolest things they've added to the game as part of those quests is these little cutie RTGs, which are basically mini RTGs. They give off one power consistently, constantly, all the time. I actually have 3 of them there. I think I have a total of 5 of them running right now. I think I put 2 of them somewhere else, which I can't remember what I did with them. But those are super useful for when you're shaping or collecting stuff. and whatnot. You just have an endless amount of power, which makes it really, really fun. And it definitely a great reward for going through and doing the quest line. Now, one of the things that I wish they would add is an on, an off, and a neutral. Basically, an input and output and a neutral in the resource canisters. Because why would you want a neutral? Well, you want a neutral if you were switching out other resources. Because the second I take, if I have two of them and I have them both outputting, if I take one of them off, this one goes right onto the platform, which is not what you want to do, right? So you can set this one to neutral, say, hey, just chill out for a second while I take this out and put another one on, and then, okay, now back to outputting, and then they would go into your thing. That's something I would like to see in there. And really, that's about it. Other than that, other than actually, oh, no, the other thing would be the interface for the drilling when you're on a vehicle. That would be awesome to have a first-person camera or something like that. Speaking of vehicle, what did I do with my vehicle? There it is over there. So I've got the medium vehicle going right now. I also have the smaller vehicle as well. I'm doing some scrapping and all of that. I feel like we got, oh, there they are. They're on the vehicle. Well, there we go. That was a week ago, everybody. I'm surprised I even remember that I had two more. So there we go. So we got our vehicle, and what we're going to do is we're going to use our vehicle to tool around here. Woo! Use our vehicle to tool around and get us and find a new spot. That's the first thing we need to do. Then we'll come back and we're going to start moving our base from here to that new location. So we're going to need to find that location. Now, again, I could use my radar, and there's one over there. But what I really want to do is I want to use my ship, and I want to go up into space and then get an idea of where I want to go. Now, before I do that, I'm also going to need to do, oh, we got a bunch of it right here. I'm going to need some of this quartz, because I want to put a beacon down that says, hey, oh, I think it's going to start some more. Let's turn that off. What I want to do is create a beacon so that when I do find the one I want, I can go ahead and set up that beacon and then basically go toward that beacon as well. There it is. And so let's get our beacon ready. There we go. Very nice. And then we got to make some hydrazine. Now, to make hydrazine over here, we're going to need some resources. Now, we'll actually set this up so every single resource actually gets made. So we have what I call tier 2 resources. You have like, really it's tier 3 resources if you think about it, because tier 1 would be like resin, compound, and organic. That would be like tier 1. Then you take like, say, organic and you convert it into carbon. That would be like tier 2. And then you take carbon and you make something else out of it. Tier 3. You get the idea. Now, ammonium is the base level resource. And then, of course, we need hydrogen that we extract from the atmosphere. And that makes hydrogen. So, we're going to need some of that. Now, I'm going to need to take this out of here. And now I'm going to have a bit extra, which I didn't mean to do. So now I have to throw it on the ground for a minute while we try to get this figured out. All right. And then we're going to try to make some ammonium. Now, ammonium, you can notice I can't even make one because I don't have enough dirt on there. And what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to use my vehicle over here to get some dirt so I can make some ammonium. Or I can go ahead and just find the ammonium and then do it that way. But as you can see, I've been going over here and literally just turning this on and drilling my way through this mountain. And you'll see I drill out entire mountains just to get dirt and resources. Oh, look at that. That takes a bit of practice to do that. Got to know right where to cut it out. And you can see, and I'm going to turn that off when I go like that. You can see that I've already cut out huge channels of resources. And I'm just basically drilling right through the mountain. And my goal is to collect the soil. That's what I'm doing right now, collecting tons of soil. And you see I come out on the other side. Now watch out when you're going down. Because you definitely want to turn off your drill bit or you'll end up going down into the planet, which eventually you do want to do because you're definitely going to need to get that done. And we'll work on that as we go as well. But as you can see, I'm just kind of going in and out of this particular mountain in no particular direction for any particular reason other than to get the soil. And that's a really great moment, by the way, in the game. When you get to this point where you can just literally collect a massive amount of soil to be used in your centrifuges. That allows you to get tons and tons of resources. Now, right there, I'm actually done because the little blue circle has gone all the way around, and you can see perfectly timed there. Like I actually meant to do that on purpose. Whoa, look out! Whoa, 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 whoa! That was close. Now, if your vehicle does flip over like that, you just hit F, just like in Grand Theft Auto. Get yourself back out of that mess that you just got yourself into. I don't. Oh, that's just another channel that I cut. But as you can see, I've cut a lot of channels through here. I've gotten a lot of dirt and used those resources. Now, there's a bunch of resources on the ground there that I could grab, but that's not the resources I'm looking for. I also turned off my drill bit, so I drive way faster, and I come out of there and say, okay, where's my base? Here it is right here. And again, when you've got this all set up, eventually you do want to move your base so that you have what I call clean nodes, where you can go ahead and just keep extracting automatically. But now that we've done that, we've filled up this container here with soil, and we can make really a whole bunch of base resources from that soil over here. And again, this is one of the things you definitely want to get going right away. And as you can see, it's going to do that. All right, awesome. Over here, what do we got? We've got sulfurite going there. All right, let's fire that up. Do we have any empty containers? Right here. Here's an empty one. Now, what I can do is I can put this empty container on here. And we can have it go ahead and make us a bunch of ammonium. But I'm not going to make that much ammonium, so all I really need to do is have it just go right onto the table here. And I'm only going to make a couple. It's really a huge waste of your soil to actually have it make ammonium. The only time I make ammonium is when I'm being lazy, like right now. And eventually I will have it extracting ammonium automatically, right? It'll extract that ammonium, either run it to my main base, or it'll run it into a canister, like you see way off in the distance there, and do it for me. So this way it's basically going to get a crazy ton. Adam coming out and says, hey, do you have a business mail we can grab? System error? Oh, absolutely. It's very easy to find. It's Kismet at kismetbp.com. You're welcome to send it there. I'll put it in the chat for you. You can also find it on my website, kismet.gg. How about I put all that stuff in the chat there? There's all my social media right there. And here is my... right there. Here's my email right there. Feel free to email me. Say, Kismet, this is a business from System Error. And thank you so much. I appreciate all the love. Adam, I appreciate you coming in and hanging out. I have dealt with many people over there at System Error. I do appreciate you guys coming in and showing some love to my channel. As always, because, again, this is one of my favorite games of all time. I love to turn people on to great games. I feel like that's kind of my mission here as a streamer, is to turn people on to their next favorite game, right? In my case, I already got my favorite game going on. I really, really love the mechanics of this game. So let's keep going, everybody. Let's go ahead and make another ammonium over here. And let's go ahead and put it right over here. Now we switched this over from what it was. It was basically rubber. And we're going to make rubber and plastic and all the materials in here. But right now we need some hydrazine. So we need one more ammonium and we need some hydrogen from right over here. Now again, each of these are 5 charges. In this case, I only have 2 charges because you see the 2 yellow lines there. And so we're going to get that going and get it fired up. All right, there. One more to go. And what we're going to do is we're going to move our base, our mega base, from here and actually start our mega base. This is not a mega base. I know it seems like a lot. This ain't nothing. This ain't nothing. We just getting started. We just getting started here. Now, I have played through all of the quests so far and absolutely loved it. I feel like a really fantastic addition to the game. Again, my big suggestions in the game, like I was saying earlier, would be to have this say input, output, and neutral, That would be one thing. Number two would be the interface of the drilling. And really, the only thing that I think they should add to the game, I love those little platforms that you find. There's like little round platforms and different little pieces that you find around the universe as you're traveling from planet to planet. I would love those, so we could make those. Basically, a foundation expansion would be awesome, where you could put foundations down and basically have kind of like a what you have in Legos, right? In Legos, you have what's called your plates, where you put your plates down, and so you've got like a moon plate, right? And then you put down your moon plates together, and then you put all your stuff on it. You build that way, right? That's the only thing that this game is missing, is it's missing foundations. Where you can put down a foundation or put down pieces that become the pillars of your base, or ways of putting and attaching your base to it, so you can make it rise up. You can make a castle on top of a hill. You could do all of that stuff. I love the shaping, which is great, the flattening and whatnot. But when you're building a base, you want to have something to attach to, and you want to have something that's solid and flat and easy to work with, or even multi-leveled would be cool as well. And other than that, this game is perfect. This game is amazing. Other than those few things. Now, again, I always ask for the moon, but the shaping is just... It reminds me very much of Photoshop. I've been using Photoshop since it began. 0.09. Before it was even version 1.0. That's how old school of a graphic designer I am. I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. I've been in computers since the beginning. Since the very beginning, and also been in gaming since the very beginning as well, since the Magnavox Odyssey in the early 70s. Yeah, I'm that old school. And I knew I was a gamer the second I played an amazing game called Ultima 4, the grandfather of all modern RPGs, like Fallout, like your Elder Scrolls or your Skyrims or anything like that. The grandfather of all of those, and I knew that was the moment. That was the moment that I loved gaming. Now, did I ever think I'd become a streamer and, 50-year-old partially disabled streamer here on Twitch? No, that was not my goal. My goal was to be a graphic designer, and I did do it. I have 100% achievement in real life, everybody. I'm high level in real life. I know. As I like to say. Now, there we go. We got a bit of our hydrazine. Let's go ahead and take our hydrazine here. And again, I feel like my goal is to turn people on to great games and bring a little positivity into their day. And I try to, go at that goal every single day. Every single day for sure. So let's go ahead and try to put my hydrazine in here. Okay, now what we're going to do is scout out our next location for our base, because we want to get some pristine nodes that we can go ahead and extract and run into our primary base. And I had a vision of it. I had a vision of my mega sorter. And that's a great game, by the way. A great game that makes you think about the game when you're not even playing it. And this game is one of those games. Very rare, though. Very rare that actually happens. Let's go up here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit V to go up into outer space. Now, if you haven't seen the game in a while, what it's going to do is automatically put it where I can go ahead and just jump to another planet. Now, if I did that by mistake, by the way, they have built in the fact that you can't just click on the planet again and you go back into orbit. Right? And then I got to find the planet. There we go. And you go back into orbit. Now, another one of my new favorite things they've done in previous updates is you can decrease the speed at which you're turning. Right? So you can slow down, even to a crawl like this, where you're just crawling along. Now, why would you want to do that? Well, that's so I can scout out my thing right here that I want to go to. Now, why do I want to move it to the center? Well, the reason why you want to move it to the center, now that's not bad of a base. I've actually had bases that were further along the side, which were hard to click on and hard to get to. But I like it to be in the center just so it's easier to click on and for me to land. Also, this monolith here, which I almost said what it does. I don't want to say what it does because I don't want to spoil it for you. I do warn you before I do spoilers. But I do want to be around that for the later game. You definitely want to be around one of those big monoliths. So I can see that the actual one that I powered up is the only one I powered up on this planet. We'll rotate a little bit faster just so we can kind of peek under the clouds. There it is. You can see that this one's powered up. How do I know it's powered up? Because it's not shooting off a blue light, which you can actually see very vaguely off the side of the planet that way. It went behind the clouds. But you get the general idea. Basically, that one is powered up and is ready to go. So if I go back to my base and I follow using the new compass, it's going to lead me back to there. Right? And I can also just angle when I'm coming down, I angle toward it. That's how I used to do it in the old days, is I angled toward it. Then I got out, and then I would roll over my feet, and it would tell me if it was north, south, east, or west, which direction it was, right? But now we've got the compass, which is even cooler. So it's aiming me over there. Now you can see, maybe, I don't know, it's hard to see if you're on mobile, but right here, this one actually has a different symbol on it. And that's telling me, hey, this one is already powered up, and this one off to the other way, the purple one there, which is off that way, is not powered up. Right, so we want to eventually go through and power them all up. But first, we want to move our mega base, right? Our start on our mega base and move this out of here, organize the base, and move it more toward the monolith. So we're going to go ahead and get on our ship here, our vehicle, and we're going to go for a little ride toward that, and we're going to kind of scout it out, get an idea of how we can get all of that over there to the new base. Now, you don't have to move your base. I just do, because I know that I've kind of spent a lot of those nodes by now, and I want to go ahead and get going. Now, look at this. One of the things I do love about this game is finding unique and interesting ways of finding your way, right? Wayfinding. I'm a great pathfinder, everybody. I'm usually the person everybody turns to in my guild, which I've been the leader and founder of for the last 18 years with over 800 members. I don't even need to look. I just already kind of know. And it's a natural ability. I don't turn the ability on or off. It's just a natural ability to know mazes and guides. But I still do get confused sometimes, especially at my age. I still do get confused from time to time, and it's hard to find my way. And that's where the compass really does come in handy if you get frustrated from that. But I suggest you still do go get lost a little bit, just for the fun of it. Now watch what happens when I come up here. You can see that stuff is sticking up right there. That's only temporary, because the second you get out of your vehicle, it goes away. It goes away, and then this over here does something. And we're going to go ahead and run on up here. And you see I've got kind of a bit of a ramp here that goes up into here. You can always tell the stuff that you've done, by the way. It's this light gray color right there. Now, right up here as well, you can see we've got what's known as an odd stone. Now, spoiler alert, everybody. I'm about to spoil something about the game. So if you don't want to hear it, put your fingers in your ear. I'm going to give you a couple seconds. 3, 2, 1. All right, here we go. Now this is called an odd stone, and what this is these are different nodes, right? And these different nodes are different surface elevations around this particular planet. And certain planets have more nodes or less nodes, right? In this case, this one you can see we have a north, south, east, west, and a kind of in between both of those. Southwest and a northwest, or west, east, or however you want to put it. We have ones around the equator here, and then one in the north and one in the south. Now, is this exactly north and this is exactly south? Not really. You know, they're kind of a bit, they're a bit stationary, but they're hard to find if you just try to go west or try to go south, because you may already be offset, right? So if you just try to go west, you're gonna miss it. How do I know? I've done that before. I've totally went past it and missed it and couldn't find it. And I was just rotating around the planet, just driving around the planet forever. But this planet is one of the easiest planets to do. Now, we've actually already powered up the second planet in the universe, which if we go in, we can look at our different planets. We go up here into our Astropedia, and then we go to our planets. And as you can see, we've got Sylvia, which we still need to power up, but we powered up DeSolo. DeSolo, one of the easiest ones to power up because it has less nodes. You can power it up faster, and of course, then you have to power up the core of the planet as well. That can be a bit tricky if you don't have enough resources, and if you don't have the right resources to make that happen. And we're going to get into it. Hey, buddy Ron, what's up? Thanks for hanging out, coming in the channel. Appreciate it big time. Appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out. For sure, for sure. Always great to see you all chilling out in the channel. As well. Oh, hold on. I heard the noise, everybody. I heard the noise. I got distracted there. I got a whisper. Let's get to it. Now, again, by the way, if you guys have some ideas, feedback, or want to contact me, it's pretty easy. You can reach me on my social media right there. You go ahead and contact me via Discord and all of that as well. Always a fun time here. Let's go ahead and again. Now, what this does. Okay, again, spoiler alert. I almost forgot. Spoiler alert, I'm going to tell you a bit about what this does, okay? Why we want to move by this thing. It is actually the most powerful thing in the game. It is part of the primary storyline, the primary thing that you're doing in the game. And I'm about to spoil it, so Again, 3, 2, 1. What it does is a teleporter. It's a teleporter. It teleports us from planet to planet, and also allows us to go to a certain spot that allows us to power up some stuff later on. All right. So again, I don't want to spoil too much for you, but that's what it does. So we definitely want to be right next to it so we can teleport around and get to different planets when we need stuff. Like say we need to work on a base, and we want to have that base maybe doing research, or we're having it do something else like collect resources or atmospheric items. And by the way, when you're using your teleporter, you can't bring items with you, right? You can't grab like a medium container and bring it with you, but you can put it on your backpack. So if you need to go ahead and grab a little bit of this or a little bit of that, you can pop over there, put it on your backpack, teleport back from whatever planet you're on, and arrive back to your main base, and then build whatever you want to build. And I'm going to build out a big one this time, everybody. We're going to build out a massive, massive base, big time, right in here. So let's get to it. Now, as you can see, I've got this kind of blue circle here. That blue circle is called my shaper. It's going to allow me to shape stuff out. Now, I like to, as you can see, go ahead and shape this out. Watch as that blue circle gets smaller and smaller, and then eventually it's now a white circle. That is because of my thing right here, which is my canister, which collects dirt and then allows me to use that dirt for making foundations. Now, again, like I said earlier, I would love to have foundations. I would love to have a foundations update where you put down that little round thing for your spaceship to come down, and it has all these different connections. And then you have all these other pieces that you're using as different parts of your base. And oh man, that would be insanely awesome. I would have to start yet again another new run. Now, I've been playing Astroneer for a long time. And I've probably played through 20 to 30 times easy that many times. And I can tell you that this game has huge replayability. Remember, it's also multiplayer as well. We have server number 1. Nitrado server number 1, right? We also have a Valheim server as well. But we have an Astroneer server number 1, and we do play on the Astroneer server as a multiplayer experience here on the stream as well. You're welcome to join me when I fire that back up again. Uh-oh, oxygen. Number 1 way of dying. By the way, when I first played this game, in the minimum amount of time that you can die is that I died right away. I literally loaded the game up, I was running around, I didn't realize I needed oxygen, and then bam, I died right away. And that's a good lesson right there. You want to learn that lesson as quick as possible. Always be worried about your oxygen in this game. That's the number 1 way to die, as for sure. Now, as you can see, so I've kind of created a bit of a platform there. And that's how you create the foundations of your base. You would go in and flatten it out. There's also some flattening tools, which are really awesome. But I'd love to see an update that was all about foundations and base building and stuff like that. I feel like that's a lot of your time you're spending in the game is building. And I love the shaping. I love to flatten it out. But a mega builder like me, we're going to need foundations. We're going to need something that really goes to town, right? Goes to town on it. And that's why you'll see me play Astroneer pretty much every Monday. I like to progress naturally as I go through it. And again, since I already played the game many, many times, I know where all the resources are. I know where all the stuff is. I can go and get it and just instantly fast track my way through the game. I don't feel like you're doing yourself any justice by doing that. I do start over a lot, and then I'll go through whenever they do a big update, like they did with the compass and power update here, which I absolutely love. I haven't even done the big stuff yet, and it's been out for a while. I haven't even done the real big power. I haven't unlocked it yet. I haven't even got to the large area because the journey is the most important part, I find, in any game. If you shorten that journey, you're just shortening yourself. You're shortchanging yourself out of it. Now over here, we can see we've got a bit of some trash here that we can take and recycle. And then also you can look in here and see if you got any stuff. It looks like I've already picked the stuff up. How do I know? Because all the small pieces are gone. And that means that I picked up those small pieces and I scrapped them for resources or for unlocking certain things. Now, also watch out for holes, because you can fall down those holes and end up in a bad place that you don't want to end up in. So that's one option. Now, again, you can see I can just shape the top of this off. Now, again, if you have Photoshop skills like me, it really comes in handy in this game. Now, so I can raise it up to here, right, and do this. Now, this is already powered up, so I don't necessarily have to raise it up. But I do like my bases to be up off the ground, because the wider I make the base, it's not going to run into the curvature of the planet I'm on, because it is going to eventually do that. Especially if I go out toward that forest, what it's going to do is eventually going to run into that forest, and that'll be it. That'll be it, GG. Now, I can also use my vehicle to do it, but it definitely harder to do it with your vehicle because you got to have some control over it. And I've just learned to kind of turn my camera just a little bit off angle. And then I can control this little red line. As you can see, it's going up and down. That's controlling the angle which my car is going to be cutting or paving. It does take a lot of practice. I'm holding down the right mouse button to control that. Takes a lot of practice. I feel like it'd be awesome if they could put a camera on the front, just like you have cameras now where you can take photos. You can put a camera on the front, and it's like you're in virtual reality in your virtual game, which would be really cool. And then you're in there, and then you can actually control the mining by not being obscured by the items that are on the back of your vehicle, right? Because later on, we're gonna have tons of things that go on the back there, trailers and whatnot on the back, and we'll have stuff on there and it'll be obscuring our view while we're trying to pave or make roads or cut through stuff. It does make it more difficult. I kind of feel like that would be amazing as well. Okay, so what do we need to do? Well, first we're going to need tons of dirt, everybody. We're going to need tons of soil if we're going to do this, right? If we're going to go all in and say, you know what, first thing we're going to do is flatten this bottom part here, especially over where we might fall, because I fall down these things all the time. We'll go ahead and start to shape over that. But we're going to need some dirt. So here's a great little trick. You go ahead and go and cut out the part you're about to cover up, like this. And then, thank you and so long. I've fallen down those an endless amount of times. Sometimes it's fun, and sometimes you just know it's going to be a death. You know it's going to be your death right there. So we need to get from where we are to over here. Now, another fantastic thing that they did add to the game that I absolutely love is you can actually do the radar, or the compass as they call it, in the mode of when you're in the vehicle, which is really, really super helpful, everybody. One of the things that I would do a lot in the previous version is I would get out of the vehicle, I would roll over my feet, and it would tell me north, south, east, west, so I could orient myself of how to get back to my base. Well, you don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to get in and out of your thing all the time. If you notice on the radar, it actually does have a north. So if you're good with north, you're good. But if you don't know how to do north, south, east, west from just north, I'm going to give you a little tip on how to do that. North, when you're facing north, it always spells we. So W-E, right? So your west is always going to be on your left side if you're facing north, and your east is always going to be on your right side, and then obviously south is the opposite of north, right? So if you get confused as to where west and east and north and south is, that always works well. I know that seems obvious to a lot of people, but not to everybody. So remember, we all learn in different rotations, right? Or different speeds. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut myself a road from where I am to my base. And the reason why I'm going to do that is just to make it easier to facilitate moving all of my stuff from one place to another. Now I'm just going to cut it just a little bit down. And then one of my favorite things they've added to the game is ability to just destroy stuff like that. I love that animation. It is so good. Where they just literally just, hey, well, trees in my way, no worries. Let me just go ahead and take these trees completely out of here. Oh, rocks in the way? Bye, rocks. Oh, bad plants that are trying to kill you? Bye-bye, plants. And whatnot. Look at this. Now, what used to happen is you have to wait for it to despawn, right? You would cut under it or whatnot, and then it would fall and would despawn. And they're always thinking of better and better ways in the game to make the game better and make it be more fun to play. And that's you got to give them love for that, everybody. You got to give them love to the smaller indie devs. Now, they don't have 250 million like some of these games to make their game. They put their love and passion into the game, and you can see it really does pay off. Wow. Okay, look out. Look out, everybody. Okay, there's a bit of a problem right there. Now, as you can see, I just about fell there, and that's because I've been down here cutting different areas off. You can see I was coming through here definitely and got some copper, but you can see I was cutting different areas. Now, if you get to a spot like this, and you're like, oh, man, I just want this to go straight across, no worries. You got the power, right? You got the power of your shaper. This is called voxel shaping, everybody, and it is phenomenal. Do you know I've spent 8 hours just shaping out a mountain? Did you know that? I spent 8 hours just shaping out a mountain because it was blocking my solar power. Because I wanted to see if you could get solar power 24/7. on the base planet? And the answer is yes. Because, hey, I'm the one who proved that you can do it. Because what happened, I was on the side of the planet. And when you're on the side of the planet, the sun is usually at like a 30-degree angle, right? So if you have it at that 30-degree angle, you could literally put solar panels on in a circle. And as it rotates, it's always facing toward a solar panel. And thus, I had endless power at the very beginning of the game, which I like. I like to have basically an endless amount of solar power. Now, it would be fun to do that again and go ahead and go on the side and then run that power into my main base and just use it like a power plant. Would be kind of fun. But there we go. So what I've done is I've kind of basically flattened this out. And you got to be careful, though, because when you go to cut, you might accidentally create a hole, and down the hole you go again. So I wouldn't flatten that out. You have the power to do everything. Did you know you could flatten out the entire planet if you wanted to? Because you can shape it out. You can shape all of it out. You could sit here for, I don't know how many hours that would take, a lot, and basically just shape out the entire world. You have that ability in the game, which I think is cool. All right, again, we'll pull up our radar, and we're just trying to make a road that goes directly from our current base to our new potential base. Now, what I'm doing is I'm looking at this little red line. Whoop, there we go again. Oh, God. Down in the hole we go. Now, this is the drawback of me cutting out this, that, and the other thing back and forth through the mountain. Now, how do I get back up there? Well, I can go ahead and shape this again like this. Now, here's one of the biggest tips I can give you in this game on how to shape and get around. I'm going to go ahead and hold down the Alt key, and I'm going to bring some dirt up, right? So I'm putting some dirt in, and I'm shaping it up. I'm also going to hold down the Control key, which is the most powerful thing in the game because I can make myself ramps. See that? Little ramps like that. Now, because I'm by my vehicle, I'm just fine. Also, I can just flip my vehicle over. Very much Grand Theft Auto-esque and whatnot. And you can see I've fallen down through this top part here. And I need to get back up to that top part so I can continue to go that way. So I can go ahead and say, okay, you know what? I'm going to back this up just a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and try to find myself a nice little angle here. Oh, little angle there, and Control, and bring that down. Now, watch out that you don't do too much of this. Put that away. Because otherwise your vehicle will get stuck like that. And you're like, Kismet, how are you going to get your vehicle out? Well, what I'm going to do is just shape it back out again, right? And that frees the vehicle like this. And then I go ahead and take my vehicle out of there. And I'll kind of back it up out of there. There we go. And then get out of it. There we go. Now, there's another item that we're going to add here in just a bit, and it's called the Paver. And I really love the Paver. It's probably one of my favorite additions to the game because I'm pressing a lot of wrong buttons today, too. I'm constantly making roads and paths and things like that in the game. And the addition of the Paver was just a stroke of brilliance because that's something that you're constantly doing. It lets you know that they have a sense of what you're doing. Now, again, see, I'm just adding a bit of a road here, flattening this in, and I can see that my base is up here, up ahead. Now, if you notice what's happening, though, is that I am going upwards, right? So sometimes it's hard to tell at what level you're going. So what I want to do is actually get it so it kind of comes up, and then I'm going to try to go back down toward my base, all right? Keep hitting R instead of E. Again, sometimes it takes my brain to get started. Now, we're going to do this battle here in just a moment. Let me go ahead and get back to my base here, and then we'll go ahead and do that battle. I appreciate your patience. Let's go right to here, and then we're going to go ahead and turn that on again, hitting B. And then we're going to go ahead and then just, I'm holding down the right mouse button, which allows me to kind of shape this down like this. Now, without the Paver, there's no way for me to connect this perfectly, but again, if I just go in, use my shaper here, like this, I'm good to go. And there we go. So we made a road from our current base to our new base, right? And now that road's going to stay there forever unless we change it. And so we can keep going back and forth and back and forth. And we're going to add some trailers. We're going to package all this stuff up. We're going to literally take this entire base down, and we're going to move it over there in just a moment. But first, let's do this battle. To battle! There we go. Buddy Resin says, so I was playing Valheim last night, built my first carve, went to a big Load copper on my way back. Ran into a serpent, lost my boat. Oh no, buddy, run! Did you use my technique, buddy, run? Did you use my technique where you ditch into the close by land? Whenever you're coming back, you might have missed that on stream. Whenever you're coming back with a large load of resources, you always want to go along the shore. So if a serpent comes up and tries to get your boat, you just ditch your boat onto the land, which you can then jump out of the boat. The boat then gets destroyed. The resources drop right there by the shore, and then you can get your resources back. So always when you're coming back with your resources, make sure to be close to the shore in case you have those serpents, and you can ditch them and you won't have such a rough time. But remember, the world is absolutely filled with copper. So if you do lose it, no worries. You can always go out and get some more. So hopefully you just you take it on like a challenge. Say, oh yeah, Mr. Serpent, you think you got me? Nah, I'm going to go out and get more copper. I'm going to build my character up, and then I'm coming for you. That's what you do. Yeah, you got to set up a little sass, right? You got to set up a little sass against those serpents. You will have revenge against those serpents, and you'll make shields and armor and everything out of their bones. And again, there you go. I didn't know it. It was your trick, but I did beach it. Oh, well, there you go, buddy Run. You beached it. See, you beached it. That's what you do. You beach it. It hits it. The stuff drops. Then you can grab it and whatnot. So I'm glad that you at least was able to beach it and hopefully get all your stuff back. All right, everybody. Now this little side game we played called Stream Raiders. Very, very fun. Thank you, Roars, for the hydration. We will do some hydration here in a second. But what we're going to do is do this battle. Now, we're going to be doing battles all day long. I'm going to try to stay diligent. But if I am in the middle of something, know that I'm going to finish that thing first. And then we're going to do the battles. I don't feel bad at all. I've literally done 7,000 battles. I'm not exaggerating here on the stream. At least 7,000. Not counting all the dungeons that we've done and all of that over the whole weekend. We've been just absolutely streaming like a boss. I'm now on day 7 in a row, streaming in both night streams, or day streams and night streams and day streams and night streams and day streams and night streams. Yeah, a lot. Open the cab chest. Grant you guys some rewards. Give you guys some love. Let's see. Zarkane getting some love. Subi getting some love. And Insane Paco Taco. Look at that. With just 2 units came in, boss man. With all the epic assists. Because look at those heals. Look at those heals he was throwing down. MVP. All right. Now, again, we're going to try to get you guys maximum loot. Because that's what we try to do here in the stream. Get you guys lots and lots of love. Let's go. Let's say right here in the center. Let's go ahead and get... let's see, what are we at? 2 skull. I'm going to keep working on my rogue. I'm trying to get my rogue to max level, so I'm going to put him back just a little bit so you guys get in front, and then we'll push into there. I think we're going to crush this. Now, remember, you can put down 1 unit every 5 minutes. So this game is free to play. You can play it on both mobile and on desktop. You can download the mobile app by following the link in the chat, or you can play in your web browser on your desktop or laptop. You can play along with us while we're playing another game as well. So let's get back to Astroneer, and we'll come back to this in 29 minutes. All right, time to hydrate. Let's go, baby. Big hydration there. That was tasty. I've been looking after my health, by the way, everybody. I've lost 50 pounds, and I've been drinking water instead of soda and bad things like that. I love soda, though. I love Dr. Pepper's my favorite. But again, for my health, I have to ease off. I don't ever give anything up, by the way. I feel like the second you give something up, you crave that thing like nobody's business, and then it just makes it harder to get on with life. I always give myself the freedom to have whatever I want, but do I want to pay the price for it, right? Because when I drink soda, I literally gain 10 pounds. You can see it. My face just starts to round out very, very quickly. You gain that back. And I feel pretty good about myself. I actually have not gained any weight even during the pandemic and whatnot because I have been reducing my calorie intake and trying to go for walks and things like that. Away from people, of course, and things like that. Trying to stay active, mowing the lawn, doing things like that, going out in the backyard with my kids and playing volleyball or whatever we're playing, soccer or whatever, a little bit with them. Now, of course, I have a constant vertigo and sleep apnea, so it does make it difficult for me to do it for extended periods of times. But I do enjoy, being active. at least as much as you can. One of the things I'd like to do for my birthday is to clean out a section of my garage, which my wife has all of her stuff in there. I have nothing in there. It's pretty much my kids' stuff and my wife's stuff in there. I'd like to clear out eventually, now that it's been, 17, 18 years since I've lived here, I'd like to clear out a little section of that and put a little gym in there, as well as a little gaming area for my kids to utilize my very underloved Xbox and PS4 over here, and my Switch, which just do not get enough love, because I have 2 custom PCs, so I typically will play on those. Though I don't care if you're playing on PC or console or whatever. Remember, we're all gamers. It's about the games, not about your platform and all of that. At least I think so. Same thing, I have that problem with Mac versus PC and blah, blah, blah. I don't care. To me, it's a tool, right? Just like a wrench or a screwdriver. I use it for what it's best at, right? PCs are great. You can configure them for games. You can configure them for 3D animation as well. Really great for that, especially nice bare bones. You can put it in Unix or in Windows, and you can let that sucker render all day, every day, and do stuff like After Effects, and like I have Maya, which does that as well. Yeah, it's like a $4,000 program. That was before I got ill. I had just bought Maya, and then I got ill. It sucked. It sucked bad, because I was going to work on some 3D animations, things like that. As I do as well. So you see all the 3D animations and graphics and all that stuff here in the stream. The bulk of that stuff I did. Like when you see the animations pop up, see the Kismet Love Train, all that stuff. I worked on all that. It's pretty fun. It's really OP for streaming though, because that's the same stuff they use for like, giant, movies and things like that. They'll use Maya or Blender or, a lot of those 3D programs out there at that level. Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome stuff. All right, so we've got our beacon. Now, I was going to use the beacon, but I don't really need to use the beacon because it is fairly close and easy to do. So now what we want to do is we want to make it easier for us to get from where we are to where we're going, right? Now, 2 things we need for that. One, we need to package all this stuff down, because you don't want to take it like this. If you take it like this, you're going to make 537 trips. What I want to do is I want it to be packaged down like this right here. This is a medium resource canister. So that right there is this right here. And as you can see, how many I can put on there versus how many of these I could put on my vehicle, right? And so I want to put all this in the vehicle. Now, I could just remake all this stuff, by the way, but I hate wasting resources for any reason. So the thing I want to do is I want to make a ton of this stuff right here called graphite. Now, graphite is going to allow me to go in and package all this, right? If you've got the packager unlocked, make sure you unlock that as quickly as possible. Or do the questing. I forget if it's in the questing or not, but we've got the packager unlocked. And so now we can take the packager here, and we could go ahead and we could package this if we want to. Now, we don't really want to do that. You can see it's red right there. And the reason why we don't want to do that is there's actual materials in that thing. And if we could actually do that, in theory, we might lose our resources, or they would blow up and end up all over the ground. So we don't necessarily want to package that. But we do want to package things like our furnace here. So we just hold down F. Instead of it being a big thing, now it's a much smaller thing. Now we can also use our ship over here to take off and land and take off and land. Now there's a few things we're going to need to do that, and that's going to need a landing pad. And we're also, we can make a shelter and whatnot like that. I typically don't, but we could if we wanted to. What we're going to do is we're going to first make some parts of our vehicle. So we're going to move this, unlock that, move that out of the way. Let's go ahead and take these off of here, which are more tables. Let's get our large printer. And now I could go straight to the large vehicle because I do have it automated to collect my resources. And I'm going to really crank that up, everybody. We're going to have like hundreds of thousands. I want to see what the maximum amount of, don't tell me. I want to see what the maximum amount of researches is going on. We going live on Valentine's, says Starfisher? Well, let me see. Let me look at my schedule here. Let's see. What are we playing? It's Tuesday. It's 9 a.m. in the morning, roughly. It's about 10 a.m. On my schedule, it says Astroneer. I would say we're going to play some Astroneer. That's my guess. I just tease it. If you want to see what I'm playing on any day of the week, you can go ahead and check out my schedule. This is actually the schedule from last week, but it's pretty much the same. I usually play Astroneer on Monday mornings because I love Astroneer. Fantastic game. Then later we're going to do Below Zero. I don't have a Learn to Play today, but tomorrow we have a Learn to Play Elite Dangerous Odyssey. We're going to revisit that for a second time. Satisfactory tomorrow. Valentine's is going to be 9 p.m. on Wednesday. And then Thursday, Subnautica Below Zero some more. Fallout 76, Valheim, and then offline Valheim over there. There you go. So if you ever want to know that, it's really easy to find. You go onto my social media right there. You're going to find my schedule on my Discord. You can find it right down below on my panels. You can find it on my website, kismet.gg, as well as you can find it in all those other places like Twitter and Facebook and all of that. So it makes it real easy for you to know. I'm one of the few streamers who will tell you exactly what I'm playing at what time, on what day, and whatnot. That's a lot of work, everybody. It's a lot of work every week for me to figure that out because I work with sponsors and everything, and I have to figure out all my schedules, and sometimes I'm waiting for them to get back to me and stuff like that to get stuff going so I can put it on my schedule as well. And sometimes they don't get back to me until the last minute, like Going Medieval, which we did last week. They literally gave it to me like on a Thursday night, and I said, okay, I'm going to try to work it in for Friday, and that's what we did. And that's actually a really fun game as well. Man, so many great games right now, everybody. So many great games and so many great updates to games that are already great, right? Like Astroneer. So let's keep going. Now, we need to focus on what we need to do here. So we need to make some more of our vehicles so us to make this a bit easier, right? I feel like since it's so close, we don't necessarily have to use... oh, it's in the medium one because it's a medium vehicle. So we don't have to necessarily use our ship to do it. We can go ahead and use our... vehicle to run it back and forth. Again, I have sleep apnea, everybody, so if you hear me pause or if I say the same thing twice or if I can't remember something, remember that it's because I have trouble sleeping and that a lot of times I'll just go right off the rails. That's just my day-to-day struggle, everybody. I know you've got your own struggles as well. That's mine. So if you wonder why that happens, that's because of my sleep apnea. But again, I have two choices. I can lay down and die, or I can get up and have a good time and live and do what I want to do in life. And I'm doing it right now, which is hanging out with all of you. Now, right there is some rubber and some plastic that we made earlier, luckily. And we're going to automate all of this, everybody. We're going to get hardcore automation going on here. Now, you can see we've got 3 plastic, and over here we got 31 rubber. Wow, we really went to town on that, didn't we? And then over here, if we see, we need 1 rubber and a bunch of plastic. So we're definitely going to need more plastic down the road. But what I'm going to do is run that out. It's going to run it right onto there. And then I'm going to run this out. And now it's ready to go. So I can go ahead and just tell it, hey, rinse and repeat, baby. Do your thing. Now I'm going to tell this to stop. Now, one of the things that I wish it would do is go into a neutral mode where it wouldn't go out or wouldn't go in. So sometimes you want to leave your resources on the table. And sometimes you want to take one out without it doing this, because this happens all the time. You take one out and it starts throwing it on the table. Oh, okay, let me stop it. Let me put it back in, right? So definitely a neutral mode. We got also the enable output and the enable input, or disable output, enable out. It seems like it's understandable, but it is often confusing as to whether you're inputting or outputting. I'm a very simple guy. I've been in graphic design for a very long time and production. I try to make it as clearly understandable as possible. It should say inputting or outputting. That's what it should say. That's its status. Status of inputting or outputting. And you can leave it as enable output or input, but add another thing that says it's outputting or inputting for the rest of us who have trouble remembering what mode it's in. That would be way, way nicer. Now, you can see we've got our medium rover. Now, before you unpack this, I highly recommend that what you do is you go ahead and move it into position that you want to connect it to your primary vehicle. So I'm going to go ahead and back this up right up in here. Maybe knock over some stuff because that's fun. Off the way. And then here we go. So what we're going to do is line this up like this. Now, remember, there is no front to the vehicle. You can reverse all of this and whatnot. You can also put multiple seats in there to play with multiple people at the same time. You're driving like 2-3 people around or up to 8 people in the game. And there we go. Now, these are our cutie RTGs, and they are awesome. One of my new favorites in the game. They're so cute. They're so cute, and also in endless power. So look, as they power up my vehicle, now my vehicle is ready to go. Now, you get the general idea. It's going to allow us to go ahead and add stuff. And let's put this in here in the back, right? Now we can go ahead and just put our resources right on there like that, right? And then just take them back and forth, and move them where we want them to go. We're going to do that with everything. Now, we also are going to need crazy tons of graphite. Because if we're going to basically go in and package all of this, we're going to need to make a ton of that. So we're going to do that. We're going to take this over here, which I think is empty. Yes, move it over here, tell it to not enable output. We're going to say disable output, which means inputting, right? So we're going to go ahead and input that, and we're going to let that just loop until it runs out of dirt to make graphite, right? And it's going to fill up that canister. Now, before you walk away, this is my biggest tip for the game. Before you walk away, make sure it's working. That's got to be my biggest tip in the game for sure. Because once you're like extracting stuff, or if you're setting up some complex sorting and whatnot, you want to make sure that it's working. See? Or what'll happen is, there we go. Now it's going to go ahead and pull it in. We go ahead and tell it to reverse the other way, like this. There we go. And sometimes it does get stuck, right? You saw it got stuck there, even though I had it set to the right direction. It's now set to graphite. It says it's holding graphite, and then we can let it go. Now, another great example, we'll let that run for a sec, is this over here, right? Your big extractors, right? Is this working right now? No, it's not working. You know why? Because it's run out of resources in theory. What we can do is just go ahead and give it a little bump, give it a little power, and now it's back at it again. And what it'll do is when this is done filling, right, and this takes a while, but it extracts more than you're going to extract out of that node, and it's going to grab that and it's going to run it in this large container because it has automation, right? It has this auto arm. Whoop, there we go, watching it in action. It goes up into the container itself. Isn't that awesome? That's a really phenomenal addition that they've done to the game. I mean, every single update that they've done to this game has just been better and better and better. It's just more and more fun that you get to explore and do. And it really sparks your imagination, right? If you're thinking about it when you're not playing, like I was thinking about my mega sorter that I'm going to work on, you know it's good. Now, the other thing I need to do is take a bit of this plastic here. I'm going to turn that around a little bit and put that in there. I need one more thing of plastic. Now, right over here in the chemistry lab, you can see I've got it set up for carbon and compound. So I'm going to run my carbon out, or in this case. There we go. And run my compound out. Now I can tell it to loop like this. And then what it's going to do is it's going to keep making. And they've added this to basically everything where you can set it to loop, right? So say if you're going to make 500 batteries or whatnot, you can do that if you want, for sure. Any tips? I just got this game. Whoa! That's why they call me Kismet. Welcome, Power Gaming. That's why they call me Kismet. I just answered your question before I read it in the chat. That's why. That's how I got that nickname. Long ago, probably since before most of you were born. And sometimes I get that. People come in, hey, you took my name. I'm like, nah, I had that name before you were born. So don't be bringing it up here into my zone, bro. That's for sure. But that's how it goes. You know, sometimes that happens in life as well. But yeah, that's probably one of my best tips right there, is to make sure it's working. Now look, it's been working over here. How can I tell? I can roll over. It's already got 8 of them in there, right? So I know that it's now working. I can look at the side as well. You can start to see it fill up. Just rotate it a little bit here. You can see the little pebbles in there. I know it might be a little hard to see, but there's little pebbles in there filling up. And as we go, you'll see it go on its own, right? That's automation. That's awesome. Awesome. We'll just let that rock. Now we've got our other vehicle going here, our other trailer. And again, I'm not in any hurry. I'm not trying to rush through the game, right? I'm trying to enjoy it in its different stages. You have your small stage where you're building all your small stuff and you're researching and you're building up your base. Then you have your medium stage, which is what I'm in right now, where I'm working with all the medium elements. I'm trying to get all of my resources collected from the different places. I'm working on my research. And also I'm starting to set up my larger base that I'm going to use with a ton of these ones right here, which is my chemistry lab, right? My chemistry lab where I can go in and just keep converting and converting and converting stuff to make that tier 3 items, as I like to call them. Tier 1, of course, resin, organic, and compounds, a great example. That'd be tier 1. Then tier 2 would be refining that, like into carbon, and then carbon then into plastic, which you just saw me do. Right here. See, we got carbon and compound combined into plastic. So that'd be a tier 3 item. And there we go. Now, we could make another one if we wanted to, but we don't really want to do that because there is a limit to how many of these that you can have, right? And, oh, actually, wait a minute. No, I need, hold on a second. Actually, let's go ahead and make another one. I take that back. Let's make another one so you can see what happens when you make another one. I almost forgot. Hold on. Let's do that. Put that up there, and then we'll grab another one from over here that we just made. Now remember, you can automate all of this. You can have it automatically make it over there and run it over here. And just have that going on the whole time. In fact, you can have it automatically extract it, run it to your base, that then uses that resource to make the thing, and then it goes and it makes the item. You can make 100,000 of these if you want. Your game's going to slow down a lot at some point if you make 1 million of something. But I've seen some pretty amazing builds, some pretty amazing bases and whatnot. I feel like that would be a huge, huge boon to this game. So, yeah, so there you go. So I gave you some tips without even reading it in the chat. Oh, there we go. Super looted down there. Look at you guys getting tons of loot down there from Gary getting your super loot on. There you go, Gary. Get that super loot. Now, just so you know, these stream avatars down here, you can unlock new ones coming down the road. I have them being worked on right now. These are custom stream avatars just for my stream. They are little baby dragons. And, of course, a Corgi configurator. You can configure your own Corgi right down below the stream down there in the panels for free. That's right. I provide that as a service. Whether you're a follower or a subscriber or any of that, is open to everyone because I love each and every one of you hanging out in my stream. I appreciate you. I go above and beyond for my peeps. You also get free emotes, whether you're a follower or a subscriber. You can get that as well. So, all right. So we're going to add more vehicles to the back of here. Now, let's go ahead and stop that from outputting. There we go. We're going to go ahead and connect this one and see what happens, right? Okay, now we've got 3 in a row, right? All right, now we're awesome. What happens if we add this next one? Wait a minute, it works. Hold on. You're like, well, wait a minute, kid. I thought it was only 3 of these things go together. It's true. There's only 3 that go together. But those are 3 trailers. And this one counts as the front. So this actually does not count in that 3. So it's really 4 of these you can connect together, which I suddenly remembered. I forgot because I haven't used the medium vehicle in forever. But so that is how many we could do. Now look how much easier it's going to be to just take our stuff and stack it right up there, right? And we could even take it to another level. Well, we go ahead and utilize these to put that on there. We can stack even more stuff on there. Easy peasy, right? Look at this. We could go in here and we could take this off. And we could take all of this stuff at one time. And this is one of my favorite moments in the game, is when you start to maximize using your certain pieces, what you can carry back and forth. Now, the first thing I would do is I would carry this stuff back and forth. Why would I do that? Because when I get to where I'm going, I'm going to take everything off the sides of it and just stack it in a big stack. And then I'm going to come back, and it's going to allow me to basically, instead of 2 things, I can take 4 things, right? So basically, it's going to double the speed in which I can bring stuff back and forth. And that's it. That's all we need right there. GG, we're good. Now, another little trick, too, is to take this stuff off of here. You can go ahead and put one of those containers on there. As well, in the back here, we had our mini RTGs. Here they are. Little cutie RTGs, which we can go ahead and take these, and we can see if we can find an empty slot here. Oh, there's a packager there. We'll keep that. And we can put that in there, and that still will power our vehicle. You can see our vehicle on the side here. We can see we've got our little power indicators that's all powered up. Plus, we're getting power from the large wind there. And now we're ready to start. All right. Now, here we go, everybody. We're going to go this direction. And we're going to go ahead and run there. Now, you might like, oh, Kismet, it clipped through the thing. Hey, suspend disbelief, science and all of that. Because of reasons of science. Again, you got to suspend that disbelief sometimes and just, roll with it. Roll with it. All right. So now we've made ourselves a nice little road, and you got all these resources in my way. So I'm going to bump into those. I'm going to knock those out of the way. And I'm going to run all this stuff over here. Now, look how easy that was, right? If you set that up like that, it's going to go easy. Now, I'm going to trigger a bunch of people in the chat. Look at that hole right there. I got it. Cover that up. Go ahead and take some out of the hole so we can cover up the hole. I'm going to fall down in there. That's just what happened. I'm just preventing future issues. Now, we're going to go ahead and stack this off to the side like this. Now, you have to be careful that when you put it down, it doesn't start to do this, because sometimes it does this, and then it gets stuck in the ground or it goes flying up in the air. Watch out for that. But you can see that we also have storages on top of our storages right there, which has a bunch of various resources on it. And we're just going to take all this stuff off of here. And that's going to make our trips a lot less. Right? So if you do crazy things like me, like move your base, you're good to go. Now, one of the things we got to watch out for is if we do pull away from here without our RTGs, we might run out of power. So let's go ahead and see where our RTGs are. There we go. And I'm just going to put those on there. And GG. Ready to go back again. And so we're going to spend a little time doing this. Now, another thing I'm going to do is so I'm not bumping into these things, is I'm just going to set them off to the side for now. There is the ability also to go along with a auto arm or with a friend, which you can collect resources. You got a big drill that one of your friend could be sitting on the drill while you're driving the vehicle. That's really cool. That's a cool mechanic as well. But I'm just going to move that stuff off to the side here. Organic's real easy to find on this particular planet. Plus I can get it in my centrifuge and so on. There we go. Just to kind of clear my path here a bit. We're going to go to work. Now, see how that has that little lip edge there? If you can't handle it, if it's triggering you, just go and just take it out. Oh, well, hey, free research. I'll take it. Appreciate it. Now, watch this as it goes away. Eventually, it'll despawn. There we go. So it's not always in your way. There's only one planet in the entire universe of this game that doesn't despawn some stuff. It is, I think it's Kaldor. Kaldor has these big rocks that you... Oh, God. Ah, God. I'm misclicking stuff. I do a lot of misclicking today. Now, again, if this triggers you, just shape it out. Right? The shaping in here is so relaxing. I don't know what it is. It's like, again, it feels very much like Photoshop to me, where you're in there like using the clone tool, or you're just shaping it out. I mean, I could do this for hours, and I have. I've done it for many, many hours, and just shape this out. There's just something wonderful about it. I would imagine the first time that they did this, right, when they got this working, that was like the aha moment that this game was going to be phenomenal, right? The second they figured out how to make that work and make it work well like it does. I keep hitting R instead of E, by the way, so my radar keeps coming up. That's my fail. Has nothing to do with the game. Just that's the Kismet fail. A lot of Kismet fails going to happen up in here. All right. Now I'm going to go ahead and turn my vehicle around and get it going like this way. There we go. And then we're just going to rinse and repeat, right? We just grab everything we can. Let's grab these resources. Here, I'm going to zoom out a bit. Resources over here. Now, resources you don't want to package because there's just literally crazy tons of resources everywhere. Like this. We'll grab this one. Resources are a really easy one to move because they're pretty easy to identify, pretty easy to run there. Make sure that your resources are not running out or they'll run out onto that. I just switched that. This one's empty, so I'm not going to bother. This one's got rubber there, which I think is the one we just took. Let's go look. Yeah, this is the rubber one. So what we want to do is consolidate this rubber back in here. So we're going to tell it to input, like that. And then we'll also take this one off of here. You have to manually take that off of there. It won't grab it off of there for good reason, because you don't want to pull it off there when you're trying to make something. And then we go ahead and run that back, and now those are consolidated. All right, looks good. What other resources can we grab here? Well, we've got a bit of this right here. We're going to use this packager, but we can put this resource on here. We've got some of these. We've got a beacon we can put on there. Again, really elegantly done, by the way. I feel like this game would be fun as an actual, play set, right? You know how you like get your Legos or blocks or anything like that? I think this would be fun as an actual set that you could go to like Walmart and play, right? So if you had, say you had a vehicle like that you could buy for the set, and then you had little extractors and little resource nodes that you could go and collect the resource nodes and do it. I feel like I'd play that for sure, especially with my kids. Me and my kids would have the greatest time. Okay, hey, you go collect the resin, and I'll go collect this. And, you know, you simulate that you're collecting it, and you have all your collectors and stuff. I think it would be amazing. I'd love to get one of those 3D printers and go and 3D print all this stuff and have it as a playset. I think that would be fun. I feel like they're missing out on that. Of course, that, you know, to develop a playset and, you know, to put that out and all that stuff is a huge cash expense, and also takes away from what they're doing, you know, which is updating their game. But I'm just throwing it out there into the universe because I think it would be awesome. I think the whole mechanics of this game is really thought out. And I get the question all the time, hey, Kismet, how is this versus like something like No Man's Sky or Roblox or something like that? It is its own unique thing. And I give them huge credit for that, that they didn't just copy somebody else's thing, right? They went in and they thought of new mechanics that would be really fun for the game. Remember, the game's been out for a while. Thought of new mechanics that really make the game enjoyable. The way you snap stuff together, whatnot, very Lego-esque. And I'm the original Lego guy. I had the original Lego set. I still do. It's in a cooler right over here, along with the original plans and everything. I'm a big builder. I've been a builder since I was a kid, right? Some people are builders, and some people are destroyers, and some people are a mix of both, right? Some people want to build sandcastles, and some people want to smash them. And I'm mostly builder, but occasionally smasher. Very rarely, but sometimes the smasher as well. You know who you are. You know that you like jumping on those sandcastles after you sit there for about 5 hours, and then you put your sandcastles down, and then you're like, well, I'm leaving the beach now. Time to jump on the sandcastle. Yeah, I know you've done it. I know you've done it, and if you haven't done it, you need to get out there and live a little. Live a little by jumping on your sandcastle. Don't jump on other people's sandcastles, because that's not cool, bro. But the ones that you've made, hey, make them and break them. All right, here we go. All right, back onto the road. And we'll make another run. And this is what we're going to do for a little while here. Just back and forth, back and forth. What is that thing on the front of the car? It is a drill bit. That's how I made this tunnel. I actually cut through the tunnel, or through the mountain, by using that drill bit on the front. Now, later on, when I get my bigger vehicle, I can actually do not only the drill, but I can also flatten the land, called a paver, where I can do them both at the same time, because I have 2 items on the front of the vehicle instead of just 1. This is the medium vehicle right here. So again, we're just going to make a huge mess over here, which is going to trigger all my ADHD peeps in the chat. Don't worry, everybody. We will clean up this base and make it beautiful later on. But if we want to move our stuff, we got to start by moving, right? And this reminds me of real life moving, too. When you realize you have too much stuff, I feel like that's the process of moving. The first process is to, you know, try to box up all your stuff and all of that. And I've moved several times in my life, from apartments to houses and whatnot. And I could tell you that that's when you go, God, where did all this stuff come from? Why do I have so much stuff? And what do I need to do to get rid of that stuff? Because I don't want to lug it from, you know, from place to place, or from state to state, or country to country. And some people who change countries, I always lived here in the U.S. I'm born and raised in California, and then now I'm in East Tennessee, which is where my wife is from. And they actually have some of the best schools in the U.S., which is why I moved here, so that my kids would have a fantastic education. They're on the honors and all of that. They are way smarter than me. They're smart, as opposed to work hard smart like me. I'm work hard smart, where I reread that same paragraph over and over and over again. You know what it's like. Oh, God, look, I fell down in this hole. Now, if you fall down in a hole like this, everybody, you want to go ahead and just kind of fill that in by holding down the option a little bit. You can go in here and try to do this, but watch out. It's going to, you know, put your vehicle in the thing like that. And then you can go ahead and, pressing the wrong buttons today. Just give it a little bit of cut out there. I don't know why it is I'm going for R today for some reason. And then there we go. So we've solved our problem. We've gotten ourselves out of that. And it takes a bit of practice to get this down, to be able to turn your vehicle around and whatnot. And I'm going to be adding more and more room for me to turn around here as I take my stuff down and remove it. Now, I'm going to go ahead and grab this right here, and I'm going to go bada bing, bada boom. Package it right up. Now, you see my resources came off of there. No worries. And so now I've got that going. Now, I've got these other items here that I want to go, and I'm going to systematically go across all of my items. One of the things you don't want to, and here's a high recommend, you do not want to package your centrifuge right away. Your centrifuge you're going to need for making more stuff. Now, we've actually made 20 of them in here, so we're going to definitely make a bunch of those here in a moment. Thank you so much for the follow as well. Andrew the Gamer coming in, showing some love. Our latest Teamwork Tycoon, show some love in the chat. Let's go ahead and do this battle. We'll come back. We're going to package more of this up. To battle! Press the wrong button there. Press the wrong button there by mistake. Let's go. Boom, right over here. Let's do it. We're going to get this battle going. Again, thank you so much for your patience on those battles. Remember, I am playing a primary game, and Stream Raiders is my secondary game. And I do love some Stream Raiders. I've been playing a lot this weekend, and crazy amount for the Stream Raiders event that was going on with drops, which is pretty cool. I kind of feel like Astroneer should do that too. Do a little drop event, right, for their latest stuff. I think that would be fun. All right, let's put this in here since we have an empty thing here. Now, I'm going to be working away on some resources and kind of just explaining what I'm doing. Right now, I'm putting some quartz into a resource container, and I'm going to try to consolidate basically some of my resources that I already have. Great example, like ceramic and so on. And we're going to try to get all of our resources back where they go. And we're going to kind of stack them over here to be taken back and forth. This is empty. Just kind of looking around. Oh, we got some empties back here. We've got one that's glass. And again, I'm just organizing all of my canisters and moving them toward my vehicle. Holy moly, we got a whole... I forgot. We got a whole bunch of resources back here. Okay, we got tons. All right, there we go. We brought in a win. Congrats. All right, some rewards going to M's right there. LOC, Roar, Zarkane, Rotisserie G, all getting some love. And Rad Keys, MVP with a 14 assist. Wow, look at me in there doing my thing. Very rare am I at the top. My job is to support you guys. My job is to facilitate your greatness. Let's do it. Let's start another battle. Let's get in here and see what's up. Oh, this is going to be a big old battle royale right here. I'm feeling upper right here. Yeah, upper right. So you guys can run over here, get this chest. We can push down in here. All this stuff's going to come up for us. Let's do upper right. What do we... This is... we don't know how hard this one's going to be. So I'm just going to keep spamming that rogue. That's what I'm going to do. Keep spamming that rogue. That epic rogue there. Try to get them scrolls up. See how it goes. All right, I just realized I have a bunch of resources sitting over here. I forgot that I had so many resources, but that's okay. Hey, we good. Well, too many resources is never a thing. I don't think. I don't think you can have too many resources. Now, you have too many of a certain type of resource, but overall, good to have tons of resources. So let's keep working on our resources here. Put that one on the back. This one here. Oh, man, look at this. Nice. Nice, nice. Now, this one's empty, so I'm going to go ahead and keep that one in case I have other resources. Like right here, a good example. I don't remember if I've already taken my resin over there or not, but what the heck, let's do that. Look at this, everybody. Look at these resources. This is what you want. This is what you want. You want as many resources as possible so you can keep all your stuff going. Now, right here, another great example. There's an empty one there. I can tell it to go in. Then I have another plastic one here. Nice. Okay. And that's not a lot of resources in there, but let's see if we've got any more room. Yeah, right here. And once we got it full, we're ready to go. And again, so we're moving our primary base from where we started to kind of a pristine area, right? A pristine area where we haven't extracted resources yet. And that's going to allow us to extract more resources. And then we're going to build what I call the mega sorter, right? Where it's going to go ahead and grab the resources, bring it, and then sort it into its various places. Now, this is not a one-day event to do this. It will definitely take a bit of time. But every minute you're doing this, by the way, it is incredibly fun. Because you're like thinking, okay, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to build that, and then my base is going to be like this, and I'm going to put this in there, and I'm going to automate that. Those kind of things I really love is the creative part of it, right? you're thinking of what you're going to do down the road, how you're going to have all your resources organized and whatnot. Now, there's much larger containers that we're going to get later, and we're going to automate a lot of these processes of making us various different things. Now, the more you scale up your base, remember, the more power you're going to need to keep that base sustained. You can have it automate a bunch of stuff. You also have a lot of logic systems in this game, which means it's going to go in and know whether it's day or nighttime. It's going to know whether your vehicle is out of power, and then to turn on a generator to get your vehicle more power and then turn itself back off again. It has a lot of those logic systems that you can use in the game as well. They're very, very fun, for sure. Let's go. Let's get it done. Now, again, if you do have a comment or question for me, you can use my name, Kismet, in the chat. I'll highlight in red. Know you're talking directly to me. Let's get to it. Let's get into it. Whee! Look out. Whoa, look out, Kismet, crazy driver. Who let Kismet drive? All right, let's get in there. And let's get this done. Actually, with my sleep apnea, it's not good for me to drive more than 30 minutes, by the way, my vertigo. I can drive about 30 minutes, and then I'm no. And which is funny, because when I was young, I used to drive everywhere. In fact, I would get on some roads, and I go, where's this road end? Some roads go for a very, very long way, everybody, for literally hours and hours and hours. You're just going along that road. I should have took those off of me when I was over on the other side. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to grab a bunch of this graphite here. And we're going to make these. Now, by the way, you can actually make items that you have on your backpack. They've changed it. Some of these items that I'm making right now, like the packager, I can actually make now in other things. So let's go ahead and go over here and see what we want to package. How about this medium printer right there? Now, see, it becomes that from that big thing, it becomes a smaller item here, in which it's easier to transport, right? Same thing with a whole bunch of other stuff that we can do. Like the tables and things like that. Now, the thing I'm looking for is my small printer. There it is right there. These tables we could move over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this back in. I'm going to hit F there, and it's going to input it back in there again. All right. And then I'm going to go ahead and run over here to the small printer right here. And I'm going to go ahead and tell it to make packages. See, it'll make it for me. So I don't have to sit there and keep pressing the button in my backpack, right? So I can put it on loop, and I can just say, make as many packagers as you possibly can. Now I can go ahead and just take this stuff off my backpack and put it in here. But you know what's even cooler? Is if we told it to do this. Like this, right? And then told it to make the packager. Oh, we got to tell it to go again. It's confused. Go, or it's out of power. Oh, it's out of power. It's not connected to the power. There we go. And now it's going to make them for me. There's something incredibly awesome about that. I don't know what it is, other than the fact that I don't have to do it. And then the carrots, we go ahead and keep collecting these, and it will just keep making those until it runs out of resources. Now, how does that help us? Well, if we go over here, and we go ahead and say, okay, Mr. Table, we want to take you to our new base. And we want to take you, Mr. Table, to my base. Another phenomenal idea in the thing. Don't take that for granted. That is a really smart idea to be able to package your stuff into a smaller size, because science, right? It'd be cool one day when we could do that for real, right? Do that for real. Go in and, you know, package down your car, and you just put it in your pocket. You go into wherever you're going, and, you know, you have your latte or whatever, and then you come out of there, and then you just unpackage your car, and off you go. All like Avengers mode, right? With Hank Pym, you know, using the shrink ability to shrink and enlarge stuff. Very, very cool. So we go ahead. Whoa, look out. Watch out when you bump stuff. As you can see, I just bumped that. Let's go ahead and put all of our tables in here. It doesn't matter what order we move this stuff, by the way. Probably a good idea to move your tables first. And again, I just hold down Shift, and I can keep collecting these out of here, and it will keep making those as many as we need. Now, if we make too many, that's okay, because believe me, you're going to need tons of packagers in this game. You're going to be using them all the time for one reason or another. There we go. And now look at this, gives us more room to turn our vehicle around. Like so. There we go. Nice. And then we'll go ahead and package some more stuff here. And it's just like moving in real life, everybody. You just gotta spend the time getting all your stuff boxed up and ready to go. Okay, what do we got going over here? Now, by the way, because we did some of the quests, look at this cool thing, right? This is called a vertical wind turbine. If you're familiar with wind turbines, of course, they have the big one, which is the kind of blade turbine, and then vertical turbines. I saw an awesome series, by the way, as, you know, games imitating real life or real life imitating games, where they're actually going to put those on the middle of a freeway. Now, why is that awesome? Well, what happened right now, what's happening on the freeway is whether you have an electric car or a gas-based car, when you're driving on the freeway, what it's doing is displacing wind, right? Displacing air as it's traveling. So as you're traveling, you're creating a momentum, which causes basically an air shock wave where you're going back and forth, right? That's why you feel that wind when a car goes by, right? Because it's pushing that wind out of the way, especially like big semis. It was one of the things I taught my daughter, who's 16 now, who's starting to drive on her own. When you go past a truck, that truck will push your car out because it's displacing all that wind, and it will push you away. Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever had that on the freeway. When you started to go by a truck, sometimes it'll actually start to pull you in first and then push you out when you go around the front of it, right? I've had that many a time on the freeway. So basically, that's the idea of putting those in the middle of the freeway so that when people are going along, even if it's not windy at all, the cars are causing the wind, which of course caused them to turn, which caused them to generate power. So you're reusing that kinetic energy to remake power from the power that's already being extended from driving your vehicle. I think that is genius. I think that is absolutely genius. I wish I would have thought of it. But there you go, everybody. Plus, I don't have time to develop it and do all that stuff at my age. I'll let everybody have the glory on that one for sure. But what a genius idea. How to use something that we're already doing and recycle that energy to basically use less of that energy, right? So if you had, say, an electric car, and you were driving along and your electric car was displacing air, that air then turning the wind turbine, of course, being recycled back into power again, and then you could use that power to keep your vehicle going again. You could create that cycle of at least a diminishing power, but at least you're reusing that power over time, which I think is just a brilliant idea. A lot of brilliant people out there trying to solve our energy problem right now. And it very much reminds me of this game. One day we'll have, our own batteries like, they can have now, like you can have your Tesla, battery in your house. I think it's called Powerwall. That's what it's called, Powerwall and all of that. I can't afford that stuff anymore. Though when I was young and I was making a 6-figure salary and all of that stuff, I would be fully down for having that Tesla, fully down for having that Powerwall and pioneering all of that stuff. But I am 51 years old. I spent all my money on my stupid doctors, including all my retirement, my wife's retirement, to not die. And I'm still alive, so apparently it worked. So I, as someone who has $10 in the bank, and who still gives away stuff and still tries to do lots of moments of joy here on the stream, I do remember those days of being able to pioneer a lot of technologies back in the day. But now, nope, I would rather spend that money and resource and time on my kids. So they go on to have a great life and great experience as well. And I've only a few more years to go, everybody. A few more years to go. As a parent, here's what happens to you, everybody, if you have not experienced having children yet. When they're young, they're just the most wonderful thing, right? They're cute, and they're running around, and they're doing all this little silly stuff that you don't remember in your life, learning, like how to put on your shoes, and how to tie your shoes, and how to do your clothes, and use the bathroom, and how to, take a shower, how to, run, how to walk, how to do all of that basic stuff, how to take care of yourself. Right? Most people don't remember that stuff. I don't remember any of that. This is a long time ago when I was very, very small, learning all those basics. And of course, you kind of rediscover that as a parent, that there are this moment in your life when you are completely vulnerable, that you could not survive on your own. You needed someone else in your life, that the reason why you're alive today. Absolutely. You need to rediscover that at some point. And so they're super cute when they're little. And then they start to grow up, and then they start to get a little sassy. They start getting a little sass. They start getting a little attitude, trying to tell you that they know more than you, even though you've lived, like me, I've lived for 100,000 days. I don't know. How many days have I lived? Something like that. 10,000 days, I think it is. Hey, Siri, what's 50 times 365?
50 times 365 is 18,250.
So I've seen 18,250 sunrises and sunsets. Yeah, so I've been around for a few days. My kids, let's check how long they've been around. Hey, Siri, what's 365 times 13?
365 times 13 is 4,745.
So I've been around 18,000 days and try to learn a new something every single day, or a bunch of somethings. And they've been around 4,000 days roughly, or 5,000 days roughly. So they think at their age that they know more than you. And sometimes they do. And when they do, I admit it. I say, oh, well, I didn't know that, right? Because I feel like you can't learn something new unless you admit that you don't know, right? And even at my age at 50, I will say, hey, I don't know. And if I make a mistake, I'll say, my mistake, my bad, right? And then I'll move on, right? This is the things you learn as you level up in real life, for sure. And I'm high level in real life, everybody. And so they get real cute. But at some point, when they're young, and then they get sassy when they get old, and then, you know, it's a grind, everybody. It's like grinding resources in a game. You're trying to grind their experience. You're trying to get them to be more self-sufficient and more worldly knowledge as well, imparting that knowledge to them. And I feel like my job as a parent is to transfer responsibility to them. Responsibility for themselves. Not for me, but for themselves. Like how to get up in the morning and take care of their stuff and do their homework and all of that stuff. And at some point, when they're 18, they get it all. They get all the responsibility. It is their responsibility for everything they do in their life. And at that point, you start to count, right about now at 13, you start to go, okay, about 5 more years left. And then 4 more years left. And 2 more years left, right? You start to count how long before your children move the heck out. Now, I have heard again and again the stories of kids that never move out and they never go away. You know, just like birds flying out of a nest, Kismet gonna say, you're out. Go learn about the world, because they already think they already know about the world. They think they know everything. They've already done everything in the world. But the one thing they haven't done is tried to survive on their own. Because me and my wife have been providing them all of their stuff all of their life. And I remember that moment. I remember that moment in which I had to move out of the house. But then again, I moved in with my girlfriend at the time. But I did move out, which is my wife today, by the way. I did move out, and I knew at that point when I moved out, I was on my own. That I needed, and since I was like 5 years old, by the way, my parents were old school. You're 5 years old, guess what? There's the washer and dryer. You want clean clothes? You want some food? There's the kitchen, right? My parents were that style, which is great because it really did instill in me that I have to be responsible for myself. But I wasn't so harsh on my kids. I waited till they're about 8 or 9, and then I said, okay, you got to start taking responsibility for yourself. You got to start doing your own stuff. And then I slowly transfer that stuff. And of course, you know, you don't want to transfer the stuff that is going to cause them to fail, right? You want them to you want them to succeed. So you definitely want to do it in stages, right? Okay, they're responsible for getting themselves dressed in the morning. They're responsible for getting up on time. They're responsible for making their own lunch. They're responsible for managing their clothes and managing their room and keeping their room clean and all of that stuff, right? You slowly transfer that stuff to them, and they're going to fail a lot. They're going to fail a lot at doing that, but slowly over time, that is my responsibility to transfer to them. And my oldest daughter is 16, so she got a couple more years, and then she'll be off to college. And then I won't see her as much, right? So I try to enjoy time with my kids every single day since they were born. I've been looking after them. And one day, they won't be around anymore. One day, they'll be off living their own life like I did for many, many years. And then, of course, had kids and wife and all of that. Very late in life, by the way. I had my kids in my late 30s into 40s. I'm now 50. By the time my kids move out, it'll be another 5 years, so I'll be 56 years old at that time, because I'll be 51 this month. So I'll be 56 years old when my kids finally move out, hopefully. But they always come back, I hear. They always come back and they say, hey, I need to wash my clothes, or I need to do this, or I need some money, or whatever. I'm expecting that. I have that on the list of things that I'm expecting. I'm not so foolish as to think that they're not going to need help in the future, and I'll be there for them when they need help. That's okay. I don't mind. I do appreciate the future. But I'm looking forward to, not have to get up early, not have to go and do this thing and that thing and run from here to there and all of that, which you guys probably took a lot for granted that your parents were doing all the time. Your parents are running you here, they're running you there, they're running you to baseball, they're running you to softball practice, they're running you over here for music and whatnot. They're running you all over the place. And they're basically just sucking up years of their life to put in effort to make your life better, right? So make sure to thank your mother, and also thank your dad this month, right? Because it's Father's Day this month as well. Most dads, they get they spend their entire life working, and they spend their entire life raising their kids and whatnot. And then they get up there and they're like, hey, they're valedictorian. You've done it, everybody. They've graduated from high school or college or whatever. And they get up there and they say, thanks, Mom. And dads get the shaft, right? Usually with that. Hopefully they say thanks, Mom and Dad, but usually it's thanks, Mom. Because Mom's the one who's always there when they screw at their knee and all of that stuff most of the time. But big love to all you single dads out there too as well. But mostly Mom gets the credit, and usually it's appropriate. It's appropriate that moms get a lot of love, a lot of credit. Because you know what I've learned by having children, and I've been with my wife for 28 years, is moms run on love. So you got to give your mom lots of love to keep her going. Because believe me, it ain't an easy job. It is a very, very tough job for sure. And my wife has watched after my kids since they were infants. I don't have like a nanny or something like that. I don't have that kind of money anymore. And I wouldn't do that anyway. I feel like that's really impersonal. If you have an issue and you have to have your kids help you out or whatnot, and have a nanny to watch your kids, but I feel like that's really, really impersonal. I would not do that with my kids, because your kids only want your time. That's all they want from you, right? When they're little, they don't know about money and stuff, and even when they get older, they don't really understand. They don't really understand about mortgages and interest and things like that they don't teach them in school. Those are things I teach my kid, how to manage your money. My oldest daughter now got her on my credit card. I know, that's like scary, right? The one that has the smallest balance, by the way. And I'm teaching her about managing her money. And also she's building up her credit line, right? One of the things that my parents didn't do for me when I was young was tell me, hey, you need to start building up your credit, because later on you're going to want to buy a car. And when you want to buy that car to get you back and forth from work, you're not going to have any credit. And so you're going to need someone to co-sign on there, which my dad actually did. Very nice of him to do that. He gave me $1,000 toward my first car, and he co-signed on the loan. It was about $8,000. And I went out and I got myself a car, and then I had a job, and I got a car to go to the job. And then from then on, it was all me, bro. It was all me. My dad was like, all right, enjoy. He's like, I got you a good head start. Now go out and do your thing. And so I did. And within 3 years, I was making more than he was. After being 40 years at the same place. He managed 10,000 people. That's right. And I was making more than him because I had the lucky time, because of my parents and their help along the way, that I lucked out and learned about this magical new thing they were coming out at the time. It was called computers, right? I was also learning the other thing, the love of my career of my life, and that's graphic design, printing, publishing, all of that. It's still to this day, look, gives me goosebumps just talking about it. Right there. Just talking about how much I loved doing. I just lived for it every minute of every day. And to find something that you love to do, that you could do every day as a job, is a magical thing. And I get the question all the time, Kismet, how do you learn? And again, we're just micromanaging our base right now, so I'm going to talk to you guys for a bit. But how do you find what you love to do in life? Well, there's two ways, really. There's one way, which is you just discover it at some point, like I did when I was young. Or you do a whole bunch of stuff that you don't like, and you know you don't want to do that. It's called process of elimination, right? So if you start going out and you're like, cleaning toilets, and you don't like cleaning toilets, well, you can check that one off the list as you don't want to do that, right? And then you go out and say you want to dig ditches, and you try that, and you're like, nah, I don't like that either. And then so on and so forth. Maybe you work in the service industry. Maybe you work at a fast food joint. Maybe you work at Walmart. Whatever it is, until you'll see it at some point. Some point it'll be like magical. All of a sudden it'll be like, whoa, what's this? Oh, that looks cool. I want to do that, right? And then when you find that thing, if you wake up in the morning and you're just like, hey, man, I sure wish I was a writer, or I wish I was a doctor, or I wish I was a streamer or a content creator or something like that, right? You might wake up in the morning and say, man, I sure wish I was that thing. Don't go into it halfway. You want to go all in. Don't quit your job, though. Keep your job so you have food, water, and shelter. But if you go into it with all your passion and all your love and try to learn as much as you possibly can. You think I became a partner streamer just like this? No. No, it was a lot of hard work and a lot of love. A lot of people who got on board and said, Kismet, I like what you do, bro. Boom, follow, right? Boom, I love what you do, man. Subscribe, right? That is building passion and then including others in your passion. Because when you work with other great people, and I hope you do, I hope you find a job where you feel lucky to have that job. And I've had many of those in my career, been super, super lucky in that. Because I've had those other jobs too, where you're like, punch in, get $1, and then get out of here, right? That is a terrible, I hate to see people like that, but they're doing what they got to do. There's nothing wrong with that. If you got to take that job just to get by, just to survive, especially nowadays, right? There's nothing wrong with that. You know, you got to do what you got to do, right? You got to survive. And so when you work with other people who are phenomenal at what they do, they make you inspired to be better at what you do. And I've worked for some of the top companies in the world, including the people who make this thing. Yeah, Apple. And I tell you, I've worked with some of the most amazing people all over the world. I've been very lucky, did a lot of Black Ops projects, which I can never tell you about. And I've helped a lot of people, and I've worked with a lot of great people over the years, both in pre-press and printing. I was also a senior tech over there for many years. I did have to step down because of my conditions. I kind of feel like if I can't do it at the highest level, I'm out. Like that. To say that's why I don't do graphic design for people anymore. And I've done everything you can do. I've done every type of design. There is none that I have not done. That's a rhyme. I just made that up. There's none that I haven't done. And so I feel like 100% achievement, right? When you play a game and you got 100% achievement on it, you feel like, hey, time for a new game, right? Or time for something else, right? Or maybe play the game through a different way, right? That kind of thing. That's how I am in graphic design. So if I do mention graphic design, know that I don't do it for other people anymore because you have to focus on what your passion is. My passion right now, I'm doing it right this moment, which is talking to you, inspiring you. Sometimes I'll be talking about things like this, real life things, and inspiring you guys in the chat while I'm doing, repetitive stuff like this right here, which is just packaging stuff down, putting it on my thing, carrying it over to the other place. That's what I'm doing right now. So nothing too exciting going on there, but also very fun. As you can see, look, while we were talking, look how much I got done. Look how much I got moved right there while we were chatting. Now, here's some other things that are going on right here, like research and whatnot. Let's go ahead and turn this. Oh, I should turn that off before I took it off of there. There we go. Let's go ahead and take these little auto arms that I have, and let's just put them up there. Now, I could go in and package those, but I actually want to leave them like that because they have a resource on them, and that resource is going to be what I use later on. I'm going to package that up there. I feel like, what happened there? Where did my thing go off the back of there? I just realized there's no thing on the back. Oh, I took it off so I could bring this one. That's what I did. All right, so I got a sudden moment like, whoa, what the heck? All right, now these over here, I'm going to be able to carry a bunch more. Now, I could use the mediums on it, but I'm just going to go ahead and do this. Like this for now. Get all this cleaned up. And I'm just kind of systematically going across here. Now, this is actually one of my favorite parts of the game. It definitely is time consuming, but it is very fun to just take all of your little various resources and throw them up there. And again, I could package everything, but the stuff I really want to package is going to be the larger items because they're very cumbersome to move, right? I can't just take this item here, like this table. All right, let me unlock it. I can't just take this table and put it on my vehicle, right? I can put it on there, but it'll be like dish and fall off and do all of that stuff as I go. Where if I package it, it will actually attach to the vehicle and be much easier to move. Now I'm out of packagers now, and so I'm going to need more resources. I'm going to need more of my centrifuge here. So I'm going to go back over this way. I'm going to grab this like this. Again, this is one of my favorite things to do. Just grab the front of it here. Put this on the back now because we've detached that. Put this up here. Take the soil canister off. Put that back over here. Now, I can get a bunch of soil canisters, and you'll see me do this at the beginning of the game, where I'll get a bunch of soil canisters at the very beginning, and I'll manually collect it and then put it in the centrifuge to get those basic resources. But let's take a moment here to go ahead and do this. Now, by the way, I could just use all of these trailers and put canisters and all these soil canisters on every single one. I've actually gone on the large one, and I've made a bunch of them, whatnot. There is that is the good link. Oh, I forgot to do the retweet. Oh, I do appreciate that. Is the RT2 not working? I forgot to do the retweet. That was my bad. My bad. My mods are letting me know. Hold on. Let me fix that real quick. Let me go in and fix that command. I think there's actually a command in the chat that my mods can do to change that, but I'll go fix it real quick. My mods always have my back. Show some love to my mods in the chat, everybody. I do appreciate them big time because, you know, I forget stuff. I forget stuff. And just, another thing is I made my startup time less time, and then I usually forget at least 2 or 3 things every time. There we go. All right, I fixed that up. Retweet button now in the right thing. There we go. There we go. Thank you very much, River Dog. Appreciate you backing me up. Let me catch up on chat. Hey, Last Splash, what's up? Most people will have a Tesla in a couple years. I think so. Especially when they get down into the like 25,000, 20,000 range. I feel like that would be reasonable. I would totally buy that. By the way, did you know when I bought my car, and I'm going to flex a little bit, but not really because I don't have an ego and I don't care whether you know anything. And I just told you I'm poor anyway, so it ain't like I'm trying to flex that I'm rich. But when I was young, I did have lots of money, and I bought a car from the factory with my name on it, the first of its kind, right off the thing, because I went to buy the car and it didn't have a convertible version. And I said, when the convertible version coming out? And they said, well, it's coming out in about 6 months. And I said, I want the first one. And I said, okay. I signed up for it, and they said, okay. And they made it for me in the factory, and it came with my name saying, this car especially made for Kismet. And so I got the car, and I'm like, awesome, cool. I've got this, like, special car, right? Now, 2 weeks later, after I received the car, the EV1 came out. And they sent me a message because they knew I had some money. And they said, hey, do you want to get an EV1? And I'm like, I just bought a car, bro. Had I known, I would have got that EV1 without a second thought. Because it was the first real major electric car. I totally would have got that. But I also would have totally got royally screwed on that. As so many people did, right? Because you could only lease it. And then they recalled all the leases, and they went and they destroyed them all. Every single car. They wiped them all from the planet of the earth. Now, I think there's some that are disabled, a couple in museums. But other than that, they literally destroyed every single one. You know why? Because they still want to make that money on gas. That's why. Because they don't care about whether we live or die or our planet dies. We only got this one planet. They don't care if this planet burns and dies. They're going to be dead by then. They're going to enjoy their millions of dollars and then pass on and die. But now, of course, we have the Tesla. And if I did have that money that I spent on my car, I would definitely buy one. Absolutely. Without a thought. I'd go buy one. But right now, I gotta limp by with a car that's not even working. It's sitting in the driveway. See, that's the thing about cars, everybody. They're a thing. Right there, you know, you could use it as a status symbol and whatnot. And, you know, if you've earned that money and you want to use that to help you with your ego or self-esteem, go for it. But I can tell you, you're not going to be enough with it if you're not enough without it. You really won't. I went down that road. I can tell you. I had lots of fancy things and $1,000 suits. Oh, closet full of them. Big deal. People don't really care. And if they do care, and that's the only reason they care about you, they're not going to be there when you have tough times. They're not going to be there. They're fair weather friends. Poof, they're gone. Right? When I'm renting 30 Sea-Doos and we're partying at the river, oh man, I got lots of friends. But the second I get ill or whatnot, whoo, bye-bye. They gone. And then the few friends that are still there, those are your true friends. Like, I have true friends I can call on the phone right now, and some of them owe me life debts because I saved their life a few times because we were partying a little too much. Those are stories I can't tell you on stream, but you get the idea. You get the idea. Well, I consider myself like a surfer geek, Cypher Jones, because I was into the geeky stuff like, Dungeons and Dragons and computers and comic books and all of that other fun stuff. But I also love to surf, and I love to do things with water, and I love to go sea doing, and I love to do all of that stuff. So I'm kind of a mix between those two things. And people are more complex than just the one thing that everybody tries to pigeonhole. Oh, you're a geek, you're a surfer, you're a this, you're a that. People are way more complex than that. They have a whole bunch of loves and things that they love to do. So I try not to pigeonhole anybody into one single group. But it is cool to say, hey, I do love to surf. And thus other surfers will be like, yeah, there you go. I did have an opportunity to surf with one of the world-class surfers, by the way, when I was at TwitchCon. I regret it to this day. I have very few regrets. But I thought at the time, because I have vertigo, it's very dangerous. I won't know which way is up when I'm in the water, which is incredibly dangerous and scary. And I could die. But sometimes in life, you should just go, screw it. Let's do it, right? I should have done that. And I kick myself to this day that, because he's a famous surfer. He's a Hawaiian guy. He's a famous surfer. I've seen him a million times. I have trouble with names. My ability to remember names is the worst. But he literally walked up to me. I was standing there at the beach, because I always go to the beach every time I go back to California. That's my favorite place, obviously, as a person who loves the water and whatnot. And I'm standing there looking at the waves. And you can always tell someone who loves to surf or bodyboard or who loves the water, who is looking at waves like you look at your favorite person in the world, right? You look at a loved one, someone you love. That's why surfers are standing there looking at the waves, because they love the ocean. They love the water. And so they're sitting there watching the wave that's breaking. They're watching the way the waves go, right, lefts, some of them barrel, some of them don't, and so on. They're looking at that water like they are in love. And so this guy walked up, and he could see me standing there looking at it like that. And we have, surfers, they have a thing, right? That they know. They can tell when you see someone looking at the water like that, just standing there. And he walked up next to me out of nowhere. I was out there with my buddy Banlish and my mods. We were sitting there at the water, and they were up there. They were obviously not in the water as much as me. And I was standing there just watching the waves come in. I'm just standing up on the beach. And the guy walked up next to me, and he says, hey, I could teach you how to surf. And I'm like, well, first, how does he know I want to surf, right? Just because I'm just looking at the waves, right? And I'm like, oh, well, I have vertigo, I have that and whatnot. And I was talking to him for a while, and I suddenly realized that he was like a famous surfer, like, on the pro circuit and everything. And I suddenly realized, oh my God, it's the guy. And then I don't know his name. So I can't, how it is when you can't remember someone's name and it's real awkward? That's pretty much how it was. For me anyway. He was a pretty cool, chill guy. And I'm like, well, I'd love to do that, but I'm here at TwitchCon, and I have vertigo and sleep apnea and whatnot. I have trouble surfing anymore. I can't surf anymore. And I should have done it anyway, everybody. See, in those moments, sometimes you just got to rise to the challenge. Maybe in the future one day. We'll see. Maybe in the future. But for now, again, I have to be careful because I could get confused as to which way is up. And then no more Kismet. Basically drowned because I don't know which way is up. Because I have a constant vertigo. It never goes away. It's really a middle channel ear imbalance. It's not vertigo. But you understand what vertigo is. It's dizziness. It's a spinning. It's a constant spinning that happens every minute of every day. Right now. It's happening. Yeah. I'm a little dizzy. But the thing I find is when I'm relaxing, when I'm playing games or hanging out, talking to you guys, that my vertigo is really low, right? So it really does help me with my medical conditions every single day. And I feel like I'm going down to the center of the earth here. Let's go back up. Now what I'm doing is I'm collecting a bunch of dirt also while we're talking here in the chat. We call this Kiz Talk, by the way. When I'm just talking about real life stuff while I'm, in the middle of running stuff back and forth here. Yeah, I would hope that everybody would have a Tesla at some point. In fact, it should be like government issue. There we go. I found out what I wanted to do at the age of 47, but they just changed the rules. Oh no, Cypher Jones. Oh no. Well, that happens. That happens. Thanks for what you do, Mod, says Cypher Jones. There you go. Give some love to River Dog. Always backing me up in chat. Appreciate it. Hey, Blue Kronos. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. We got to do a battle here. Let's get into our battle. We'll come back to this here in a moment. To battle! All right, it's battle time, everybody. Let's blow it up. Let's get it going. Now, I can tell you, I'm just as happy without that money as I was with it. Just as happy. In fact, I didn't give up the things that a lot of people give up. And that's your family, your wife, your friends, to get something as common as money. Right? Money's nice. It makes it more convenient, but it doesn't make your problems go away. In fact, a lot of times it complicates your life even more so. I know many a millionaire who was absolutely miserable, who's on their fifth wife and so on, because they were so obsessed with working and so obsessed with making money that they neglected the other things in their life, and those things went away. Yeah. I would rather not give those things up. I would not trade my family and my wife for any amount of anything for anything. Not even a Tesla or even one of those roadsters that they got. Those are awesome, right? You know, the one I always wanted, my favorite car. Let's talk about favorite cars in the chat, everybody. What's your favorite car? My favorite car that I think looks the awesomest and is just an awesome example of amazing engineering for power anyway, the Cobra. The Shelby Cobra. Really cool car. Old school style car. Really neat. Do I own a Chevy Cobra? No. But, you know, I look at them and I go, one day maybe. Once I don't have any kids and whatnot, I'll rent one. I'll rent one, drive it around a little bit and say, all right, I did it. And then move on. Let's see. The last splash coming in. EMZRT, Rotisserie G getting some love. And Rad Keys coming in with 22 kills. Maybe I should rent one and drive to TwitchCon with it. What do you think of that? Yeah. Get one of those. Let's see. I want the all-wheel drive electric Stingray. Ooh. Dodge Charger. Ooh, there you go, Ems. Yeah, the Mustang Shelby. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to get a Mustang, definitely go with the Shelby, right? For sure. I was actually going to buy the Mustang instead of the car that I bought, but their top didn't go all the way down. That was like weird engineering, that their top in their back of the Mustang, it doesn't go all the way down, meaning you're going to have drag on the car if you don't put the boot over the top, which I'm a lazy bastard. I don't put the boot over the top. So I got a car that the top goes all the way down. So I don't have to put the boot over the top every single time, though I probably ended up doing it most of the time. But sometimes you just go in 5 minutes down the road, just put top down. 5 minutes down the road, put top right back up again, right? You don't have to put it down every single minute. At least I don't think so. And I've owned a convertible forever, everybody, for a very long time. I'd say I've had my current car for 25 years. It's a convertible. And then before that, I had another convertible for about, I think it was 5-6 years as well. For a long time. I love convertibles, though they are not very Tennessee friendly. They're much better in California, not so good here in Tennessee because they get wrecked, right? Because they, stuff's dropping on them because of the trees and birds and animals and like bugs everywhere, as well as during wintertime, of course, got snow on there. My car's like, the snow is touching me. The snow is touching me. Don't let it touch me. And, normally you'd want to park your car in the garage or something like that. But my wife has had, for the last 18 plus years, that garage filled floor to ceiling, front to back, side to side, except for a little tiny little area where we can get to the water heater and a little tiny area where we can get to our extra deep freezer we have in there. And that's it. I've never parked a car in the garage ever. Not once. Not once. I should have parked it in there before we moved in. But no, I didn't think of it. But now, maybe one day. Well, we're going to work on it this year, everybody. We're going to work on it this year. Try to get a little gym in there, maybe a little gaming area in there for my kids to game in there. Maybe I'll record in there too. Maybe I'll stream from my little gaming area. We'll see. We'll see if that comes to pass, because that's a giant undertaking, everybody. If you've ever cleaned out your garage, you know what I'm talking about, right? That's always a giant undertaking because it's not your stuff. And when you're trying to help someone clean out their stuff and it's not your stuff, you can't make any calls, right? You can't say this is trash and this is donate and this is, give away and this is keep, right? You don't know because it's their stuff. So you can't just say, oh, I'm throwing that out, right? You can't just start throwing people's stuff out, especially your wife. No. But eventually I would love to see the inside of my garage and maybe park my car in there one day. I feel like by the time I actually get that cleaned out, I'll probably get rid of that car. I don't know. My oldest daughter right now wants to get a car. And so I'm going to do what my father did for me and help her get her first car. I'm not going to go buy her a brand new Tesla. But you know what? If I had that money, I would. I absolutely would. Though she'd be a bit spoiled after that. but I totally would, because I feel like that car would be more her generation of going and trying to push forward electric energy. I think so, and try to transition off of fossil fuels, because as Elon Musk says, it's like the worst experiment ever. It's the worst idea to experiment on the one planet we're on. That's what we're doing right now when we're experimenting with running tons of fossil fuels and stuff like that up in the atmosphere. We don't know what's going to happen. The one thing we know for sure is that we don't know jack. As humans, we don't know nothing. Well, we know a few things, but not really. Not really. Most of the time, humans go like this. Okay, well, we know a bunch of stuff. Oh, wait. Oops. Sorry, everybody. We screwed up. Okay, now we learned that mistake, right? That's how everybody learns, really. They learn the mistake by a big oops. All right, we're going to go ahead and let's get back to some Astroneer. Let's go. Let's see. Ooh, new specimen. There you go. Rotisserie J E-Type Jag. There you go. Yeah, Jaguar is a beautiful car, but man, the maintenance on that car is insane. A lot of the high-end cars like that, it's not the paying for the car. You would think you'd pay for a car, especially if it's like a $60,000 car or something insane like that. It's upkeeping the car. That's what costs the most. It costs you probably as much as you paid for the car originally it depends on how long you have the car, over the long period of time. Right? So all of a sudden, you're paid double what you paid for the car just to keep it for 5, 10, 15 years. Some people are lucky enough to switch out their car every, 2, 3, 4 years. They lease a car and they get rid of it. I understand that. They don't want to maintenance it. They don't want to keep it up all that time. And if I had that kind of money, I would do that, but I don't. So I use my 25-year-old car, which actually doesn't work right now. I had to park it in my garage for the last year because I couldn't afford to get it fixed. And I've been using my wife's car, which her car is now 10 years old. I think it's 10 or 15 years old. I can't remember. It's a long time ago. And that is what we use for getting my kids around all over the place. And then every now and again, you got to pay your $500 to fix it, or your $500 for tires, or this, that, and the other thing. There's always some sort of maintenance. Now, you got to think that's big business, everybody. There's a bigger business in fixing your car than selling your car. Good idea. This is something I talk to my kids about too, is to understand that whole principle, right? The principle of selling you gas is a huge, big business. And those people want to keep making their money, right? They want to keep making their dollar bills so they can be rich, while the rest of us, rub our pennies together to try to survive, right? That kind of thing. They like being rich. They want to stay rich. Which, hey, that's their thing, but I don't know. I wouldn't trade my moral values for money. And money is just a common thing. It's like you can always get enough to survive, usually. Sometimes it's tough. And sometimes you have to, give out your ego and say, you know what? I might need a little help, right? I need to go to different services like food stamps, things like that. I've known people had to do that as well. And there's nothing wrong with that, everybody. If you're in dire straits, that's why it's there. That's why you paid into that system. You paid for that. That's your money. That's your money they got. They're holding your money for you. If you got to do that, you got to go on unemployment, anything like that, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad about it. Some people, they do feel bad about taking stuff from the government, whatnot. Remember, that's your money. You paid that in. When you went in there and you're paying your taxes and you're paying your Social Security and you're paying all of that stuff. In California, I was paying like 50% tax. I mean, I worked for half a year just to pay for the taxes. I mean, a lot, because I was making lots of money, right? The more money you make, the more they tax you. Yeah, a lot. Especially on that overtime. When I'm working tons of overtime, I'm just giving it away to the government. That's what I'm doing. I'm really working for them, if you think about it. But, that's your money. Go in there and get your money back when you need it most. Now, if you don't need it, then you should leave it for other people. Like in my case, I'm partially disabled. And I had the option. They came to me, and then I didn't even ask them to do it. They just came to me and said, hey, do you want to sign up for long-term disability? And I'm like, I don't know who these people are. Why are they contacting me? I don't want to do that. No, I just want to get better and get back to working at Apple. That's what I wanted to do. And of course, they didn't listen to me, so they kept bugging me over and over again. I said, no, I'm not doing that, because I know that road. I know where that road goes. And basically the same thing about my doctors telling me to lay down and die. Basically, there's nothing they can do about my vertigo and about my sleep apnea. But of course, there were a few doctors that did help me, my main doctor and my neurologist, which taught me how to better manage my conditions, and basically came to me and was honest with me and said, hey, Kismet, this is something that you're probably going to have to live with for the rest of your life. So here's your choice. You can lay down in the bed, let your wife take care of you until you waste away. I filled in the rest of this in my head, by the way. Wait until you waste away and die, or you can get up and find something that motivates you to get out of the bed every day. And that's what I'm doing right now. This motivates me to get out of the bed just by talking about real life stuff. Sometimes, you can share your stuff with other people, and it helps you in your life. And this has really helped me in my life. Streaming has really turned it around. I lost 50 pounds. I take better care of myself. I can get up. I can move around. I can go from place to place. And you take that for granted. You take it for granted. Going up and down stairs, I took that for granted. I never thought about it. I never held the handrail. I never thought about that would be an issue in my life, that going up and down stairs are difficult. Why is going up and down stairs difficult? Because when you have a constant dizziness, when you're stepping, you're never quite sure how you're doing, right? So it's very, very awkward going up and down stairs, and they're like my nemesis now. And so I always hold the handrail now, because I have fallen up the stairs, luckily, not down the stairs, because I hold the handrail always downstairs. But I have fallen many times. I've fallen just walking. Just walking, I've fallen down, because I feel like I'm falling all the time. And so if you're feeling like you're falling all the time, you don't know when you're actually falling. And I've fallen. I was carrying a glass of milk up the stairs, and boom, down I went. Milk hit the thing, glass went flying, milk everywhere. I've done that many a time because those are my conditions and something I have to live with, right? And I know a lot of you have tough conditions, way worse than me. And so I opted out, because if I knew I got that free money, and if I got that assistance, and it's okay to get it when you need it, but I knew if I went down that path, that would be it. That would be it. I would just lay in the bed. And that would be it. It would be unmotivated to do anything in my life. And so I chose to opt out. I said, nope, don't need it. I just want to get some doctors that know what they're talking about, because my doctors are stupid. They don't know what they're talking about. They say, lay down and die. And so I went to 11 different doctors, and basically that's what they told me. There's nothing they can do. Sorry, you're dead. I'm like, nah, that's not the way Kismet goes out. Nah. I don't think so. I don't think so, bro. So I went and I took control. And so I started looking better after myself, because after a lot of years of, gaining a couple pounds here and a couple pounds there and a couple pounds there, that stuff adds up over 10 years. And then before you know it, you're like me, 5'9" and 230 pounds. That's not good. That's real bad. And you're having trouble sleeping because you're overweight. You're having trouble walking from place to place and whatnot, because you've been so busy working, and you've been so busy focusing on everybody's else well-being that you've neglected yourself. And that was my thing. That I would start neglecting myself, and I was working. I wasn't going to the gym anymore, and I wasn't taking care of myself, because I was so focused on making sure that my kids had food and water and shelter, and were surviving. Right? And so the time had come where they were old enough now, where we had that squared away. My wife, of course, works 6 days a week to keep the family going, so I can do this crazy idea called streaming. And so that's what I decided to do, is take better care of myself, and I work on that every single day, and I've been doing it for the last 6 years. And slowly. And I still have more weight to lose. I still have more strength to gain. And as you get older, that gets harder, right? It gets harder because your metabolism slows down. Everything you do is more difficult. You can't eat the same things you ate when you're young, right? And I have a terrible candy addiction. I love, ice cream and candy and M&Ms and all of that stuff. That's my only addiction in life. I'm not addicted to drugs. I don't drink a massive amount of alcohol. In fact, I can't drink any alcohol anymore because I fall down without the alcohol because of my vertigo. You guys, okay, I've had plenty. You guys can have the rest. But don't have it all at the same time. In moderation. But you get the general idea, right? That's pretty much what I've been working on. And so this year, I think on my birthday, I'm going to continue that going. I'm going to start working on that home gym in my garage, and trying to work on a little gaming area in there for my kids. so they could use this Xbox and PS4 I'm barely using over here and whatnot. And I think that's my kind of big goal from my 51st birthday to my 52nd birthday. Now, my 52nd birthday, which I was going to do on my 50th birthday, which I got royally screwed for my 50th birthday, which was in 2020, which you guys know why, right? I was going to go to Hawaii for my birthday, which I haven't been to in many, many years. My favorite place in the world. Beautiful, beautiful. And so I was going to go do that, maybe, if I could raise the funds. We were saving up. Me and my wife were saving up for that. And then, of course, COVID hit. So my big goal is to get back in shape as much as I can over the next year. And then in my birthday, 52, which I'll be next year, is to go to Hawaii and take a break, right? But I'll take you guys along with me. Of course, we'll take pictures and photos and video, and I'll make a video of it all. Take you guys along with me there. But I feel like that's my big goal coming up this year. Now, if you want something to happen, everybody, share your goals with other people. Let them check your goals. Let them check what you're up to, right? And when you share something with someone else, it's a powerful thing that happens. A great example is that a 50-year-old man like me, who was 45 at the time, would go on to be a partner streamer here on Twitch. Now, you got to think there's literally like 30 million streamers, not only here on Twitch, but also YouTube and elsewhere. And on Twitch, there's like 5 million. So out of 5 million potential partners with Twitch, I'm one of 40,000, or 30 to 40,000 they have now. I don't know how many they've added recently, but you get the general idea. The percentage of that happening is 0.05%. It is really low that someone of my age and with my disabilities and so on would reach that status, would get to that point. And that's because I'm relentless. I never give up. I never give up ever on anything. I always go all in. If you're going to do it, whether it's love, whether it's your work, whether it's anything you do in your life, you've got to go all in, because you will never know if you really could succeed at that thing if you don't go all in. Now, I'm not saying quit your job. Do not quit your job if you're going to be a streamer. Streamer is the worst way to make money, by the way. It is the absolute worst way. If you want to just make money, don't be a streamer. Go get a job at Walmart as a greeter, and you're good. Or as a stock boy, anything else. Anything else is a much better way of making money. Now, of course, if you've got a passion for it, keep your job and then work at it just a little bit. Get yourself a good microphone, an okay camera, and try it and see if you like it. Don't go spend $10,000 or $30,000 on buying a bunch of equipment and whatnot. That's not the all-in I'm talking about. I'm talking about all-in passion, in excitement of what you do. And it's contagious. When you love what you do, like, when you love playing a game like me, that kind of thing, I got to press the right button, that kind of thing is contagious, right? When I'm here playing a game that I really enjoy, like Astroneer, I think it's contagious. And when I watch other people play a game and they're having a great time, I'm thinking, whoa, man, I want to play that game. That game's cool, right? Or maybe I want to play with those people and play with that game and play that game with them, right? That's another one as well. Again, that's I feel like that's something that comes from passion, that you love what you do. And it's not something that's easily faked, right? You know, a lot of people, they'll say, oh, I love League of Legends is my favorite game of all time. Oh God, I'm loving this game, right? You can just, come on, bro. Who you fooling? No one knows. Everyone knows you're just making it up, right? Or, I see people do sponsored events and they're like, oh, well, hey, this is my favorite whatever, right? Like, great example, we're watching Forrest Gump the other day. My kids had never seen it. I know, but they were a little young. They were a little young to watch that movie. They're like 13 now and 16, so they're a bit older now. So we're watching that, and he's like, I love the ping pong paddle. This ping pong paddle is my favorite paddle, right? He's like giving that, you can tell he doesn't. That's not his favorite paddle and whatnot. You can tell he never used that paddle. And I see a lot of examples of that too. And I'm not like that kind of person. I like to be real honest with people and straightforward. I tell you like it is, right? Because you get enough of that BS in your life, people telling you one thing and then they do another, or they are very disingenuous in what they're saying and stuff like that. There's just way too much of that going on. I think I don't need to contribute to that. I don't need to contribute to the negativity in the world. I'm going to bring some positivity, little moments of joy, because there's not enough of that, and there's too much of the other stuff, right? There's too many rough things going on in the world right now that I don't need to add to that, for sure. For sure, for sure. All right, now we need to make, getting back to the game here, and you can see I'm just doing basic stuff, just moving and moving and moving, consolidating. That's what I'm doing over there. Now what I need to do over here is I need to get this going back into there, so it'll keep making more and more of that. There we go. We got some zinc over here. Let's see if we've got an empty one that we can use. Look, this is just like moving, everybody. At some point, all of your stuff is just like in boxes. In boxes, and it's ready to be put on a truck and be moved. Or maybe you rented a truck and you're going to move it that way. One or the other. I took all the things already over there. All right, I took the empty ones too. All right, well, we'll just walk that over there. Okay, now we'll go ahead and just grab this right here. And we'll take these off of here. We'll just move these while we're waiting for those. Because I just like to move the big stuff like that. That works. We've got a little shredder here. Put that on there. You know, maximize each run. And what else can we put on the back here? How about this right here? Turn that off. Put that right there. Now, again, I could go through and I could package everything, but is it faster for me just to run it back and forth, or is it faster for me to package it, right? The real reason I feel like you should package things most of the time, if you don't have a lot of graphite, if you got a lot of graphite, then package away. But if you don't have a lot of graphite, the real reason to package it is so it attaches to your vehicle. And that's what I'm using most of my graphite for. Is so I can attach it to the vehicle, and then it just makes it easier for me to transport it. And that's why I'm going to use it mostly on the tables. So I can condense the tables down so they can attach to my stuff. Now look at this. Look at this big pile of stuff we got going on here. Again, here's another one. Look at what these holes just like pop up out of nowhere. Holes everywhere. Collect some of this stuff. There we go. Okay, more stuff for the pile, everybody. Let's pile it on. Look at that RTG right there. Nice. We did that for one of the quests. And there we go. Take all that off of there. And then we don't need to unpackage it. It's already packaged. Already unpackaged. And back we go again. And back and forth and back and forth. Oh, we got 5 retweets. Oh, way to go there, Raz. And thanks, everybody, for the retweets. Let's give you guys 1,000 kiss caps right there in the chat for crushing it, showing some love to the stream. Do appreciate everybody that does. Love this car. Had some things break, but it was things like the door, motor. I feel like every time, if you have a certain type of car, every time the car breaks down, I don't care if it's like a switch or if it's the whole engine, it starts at $500. Does anybody else have that feeling? Put a 1 in the chat if you ever have the feeling. It doesn't matter what it is in your car. It doesn't matter if it's a screw falls out of there. It feels like it's $600, $500 to start. Right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is. It's $500. It's just insane. And of course, the thing I found out about doctors, very much like auto mechanics, is there's some good ones and a whole lot of bad ones, everybody. Don't think doctors are perfect as well, as I learned. Because that's the illusion I had, was at some point, I was going to take some pill or I was going to do something, and then all of a sudden my vertigo and all of my sleep apnea would be all better. And yes, I've tried the CPAP machine and all that stuff. I felt like I was going to suffocate and die because I have a bit of an overbite. But it does work for a lot of people. I'm not discouraging you from trying it out. Definitely want to try it out, see if it works for you, if you do have sleep apnea. But one thing I learned is that there are bad doctors. There are doctors who don't care whether you live or die. In fact, most of them probably don't care whether you live or die, because you're just another patient in their grinding windmill of people that are trying to get through and get money and then pay for their kids to go to private school, and they don't care if you live or die. They don't care. I know it's a terrible thing to think that your person that's trying to keep you alive doesn't care. It's a scary thing, everybody, when you come to that revelation. Like, wow, this guy who is telling me to do all of this stuff to stay alive doesn't care. He doesn't care. And I had that problem a few times with a few of those doctors where they basically said, well, we got to make sure we capture this guy's billing when I'm right there. I mean, hey, if I'm not around, then you could say that all you want. Fine, I don't care. But if I'm right there and you say it in my presence, you're basically saying that I don't care if this guy lives or dies, but I do care whether I get paid. Right? That's what you're saying. It's completely insensitive. Completely insensitive of other people around there. I'm not kidding. Someone really said that. A doctor really said that when I was sitting in the room next to him, and he was over there talking to his people in the front office. I never went to that doctor again, because that's basically just saying they don't care. They don't care if you live or die. You got to watch out for people like that in your life, everybody. People who don't care whether you live or die, who just want something from you. And in the case of doctors, what the doctors want from you is they want your money. They want your money in their pocket instead of yours. And if they help you, great. But if they don't, oh well. I know, scary to just think of that, right? To think that this is the person that is making the decisions that you could live or die off of. Very, very scary if you think about it. And I came to that revelation, and then I looked at them with more skepticism. And so when I'm listening and talking to a doctor, I'm trying to figure out what their motivations are. Do they care if I live or die or not? And so I opted out on disability. And all of that to kind of finish up that story from earlier. And I said, you know what? I'm just going to have to do this myself. I'm going to have to get up every day, take care of myself better, and look after my health because no one else cares. Other than my wife and my kids, of course, but mostly my wife, who, of course, supported this genius idea of mine to get up out of the bed every day and try to do this streaming thing and hang out with all of you guys. Because if I had the ability, I would go back to Apple in a second, without a second thought. I'd probably still stream on the side, but I would definitely go back there because I was working with some of the top people in the world, and that's where you want to be. And you work your whole career for that, everybody. And it's real depressing to think about it from time to time, that I had to give up my life's work, my whole life's work that I spent my whole entire career doing, right? For 30 plus years, I've been a graphic designer, and I had to give up that after all those years of work. But you have to move on sometimes, everybody. Your life's going to change. Things are going to happen. And you have to move forward and never sit and linger too long in the past. You linger too long in the past, it's just going to build up those feelings inside of failure, of depression, of that kind of stuff. You got to find something that gets you out of the bed every day. Maybe it's a person. Maybe it's a thing. Maybe it's your work. Maybe it's your friends. Maybe it's something. But you got to find it. Otherwise, it's not going to last long. That's why I don't believe in retirement. When you retire, I feel like you got about a year or two and then you're going to die because there's no motivation to get out of the bed. Nothing for you to do, right? Say you got, plenty of money in the bank. You are set, ready to go. But guess what? I find a lot of people who are entrepreneurs, and I've known many, many of them that have gone on to be millionaires. And now they don't have that fire anymore. The fire in which they started their business and they started their career, they don't got it anymore because they're not doing like hand to mouth. They don't have nothing, right? They have a whole lot of something, and that something gives them that comfort, which doesn't allow them to stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning trying to get that project done, right? Like I did when I was young. And there's nothing that motivates them to work as hard as they used to, and thus why they fail. Thus why they fail at their next business that they try to do or their next thing they try to do, because there isn't that power of motivation that they had when they started the first time. And you'll see it time and time again. People who go and make a big, gigantic business, and then they try to go and do another business, but they fail. And that failure comes from that lack of, oh my God, we got to do this thing or we are going to fail, right? It's more like, well, if it fails, I've got plenty of money. Oh, well, more like that kind of feeling, that kind of thing, right? Again, you gotta have that motivation, or it won't go. You gotta have that passion for what you do, and you can be rich and have passion for what you do, and those are the people who usually succeed. But it is very, very difficult once you have a bit of success. Whoa, hey, turn that thing off. See that? You see that? How it drained my entire thing of power? It just drained all of my things full of power. You got to watch out with that atmosphere unit, man. That thing drains your power like a beast. So again, that's what I try to do here, everybody. I try to motivate you. Now, again, I'm just telling you my point of view. I never say, oh, well, you got to do what I got to do, because you know what? I don't like to take people's choices away. I don't like having my choices taken away, and I'm sure you don't either. So it's all up to you. They're your life choices. They're all on you. I wish you the best in finding what you love to do and a passion in your life that gets you out of the bed every day. Now, I've been streaming 7 days in a week. right? 7 days, over the last 7 days, morning and night, morning and night, morning and night. And I can tell you, I had amazing time every single time. Every single time I come in. Do I think about, oh my gosh, I'm going to go and make some money today and I got to go to the job and all of that? No, I think, hey, let's go have some fun. Let's go bring some love to the world. Those are my motivations now. When I was young, all I thought about was money and about being a graphic designer. I don't care if people lived or died. Didn't care at all. Didn't care about family or friends or nothing. I only cared about myself. And I can tell you, I've been down that road. It's a dead-end road. It goes nowhere. It basically alienates everyone around you, and they don't want to be around you. Because they know in the time in which they need your help, just like you ask them for their help, you won't be there. Because you only care about yourself, right? You ask people to come help you move, and then when it's time for you to help them back, oh, sorry, I'm busy, right? I've had some people do that. Ask me for my help for some stuff, and then when, hey, I needed some help back, which was way less than what I helped them with, no, sorry, we're busy. We're doing other stuff. Okay. That's how it is it? That's how it is, right? It's not reciprocal. They're not going to help you back when you help them. A good relationship is both ways, right? They'll help you when you need it, and you'll help them when they need it. I like to be the type of friend I want in return. And if they don't want to give that back, then they shouldn't be a friend of mine. That's how I am. And I can call my friends on the phone, the ones I've known my whole entire life, and they'll fly from anywhere in the world. If I pull the panic button right now and I say, hey, I need you here right now, they'll get on a plane, fly wherever I'm at, and I will do the same for them. If they call me right now on the phone, they're like, hey, Kismet, man, I need you. And I'm like, okay, I'm on the way. Without a second thought. Boom. Get on a plane, go wherever I need to go. Just like that. That's a good friend. They are very rare in the world. You'll find maybe one or two in your lifetime. I'm lucky. I have a lot more than one or two. But you get the idea. Because I expect that from them. You should expect that from your friends. You should expect them to be there for you. I know. That's why they're your friends. That's why they should be there. And you should be there for them. It should be both ways. Right? Don't just take the love without giving the love, as I like to say. There we go. Let me catch up on the chat a bit here. I need to retweet. There we go. Yes, you got the retweets done. Nice job. Garages are great for small maker space. A little nice CNC router, 3D printer. Oh, now look at that, Dracian. See, now you're tempting me. See, I really would love to get a 3D printer. I absolutely would. But, I got to focus. I usually put all of the resources of the stream right back in the stream, whether it's like something like taking my mods to TwitchCon or getting little stream avatars or getting emotes done, and try to support other streamers also here on the Twitch by going out and, hiring another Twitch streamer who's doing emotes, or hiring another Twitch streamer who's doing cheer emotes and stuff like that, which I've gotten done recently in the chat. And thanks to all of you, of course, who did donate and did subscribe to my channel. That's where it all goes. And a whole lot of my money, which is really my wife's money, goes back into the stream as well. Because, this is the thing that I like doing, gets me out of the bed every day and keeps me healthy. And that's what I try to do, right? And then I also try to do other things like, mow the lawn and things like that keep me healthy, because, my riding lawnmower wasn't doing me any favors, everybody. I know some of you probably got riding lawnmowers like I've had for many, many years. In fact, I had other people doing my lawn, because I did the lawn since I was 5 years old until I was like 20. And then I hired someone to do the lawn because I was making so much money. And I was like, I'm hired someone to do the lawn. I'm not doing it anymore. And so for like 30 years, or say 25 years, 25 years after that, I never did the lawn. And I would get a riding lawnmower and I'd ride that, or I'd hire someone to do it for me. But then I was like, this is doing me no favor. So I got rid of my riding lawnmower, got rid of it. And so I bought a push mower, which is not one that is auto accelerated. You have to push it. You have to push it. Now, I have a terrible backyard, so I went also and I redid my backyard. I went in and I rototilled it all down, flattened it out, reseeded it from scratch, regrew the lawn, and then now it's a matter of pride, right? A matter of pride if I can get up and how many rows can I do? Now, I know some of you never think about that. You never think about how many rows can I push this mower? But when you're ill, when you're disabled, and you have to do something physical, it is very extremely difficult. I feel like most of my energy in the day is just focused on keeping me not falling down. on keeping me, okay, I've got to go from, I'm sitting in my chair right now, I've got to go from here to the bathroom, or here to the kitchen, or here to the downstairs, right? I've got to focus on that, or I will fall. I will get injured. So that is really where a lot of my focus is, and that's where I get tired a lot too, is that instead of just not thinking about it all the time, which is a lot less effort, I have to think about it constantly. Otherwise, I will get injured, and then I won't be here on the stream, or not around at all, right? So those are the type of things that you don't think about when you're young, and you don't think about it when it's not an issue for you. But when it becomes an issue for you, then you do nothing but think about it, right? When you have some sort of disability or some sort of something that's slowing you down in your life. Forgot to take stuff off my backpack there. You get the general idea. And so that's my everyday. My everyday is that. So I'd love to get a 3D printer and all that stuff, but I would much prefer putting it back in the stream here and try to get it going. Now, what I love if the stream, started to pay for itself, and if I got to 500 subscribers, which is the big thing, by the way. If you're a streamer, the big thing is getting to 500 subscribers and breaking that 100 viewers, and then 1,000 viewers, and then if you're really lucky, you get up to 10,000, which I don't know. I'm 50 years old, everybody. Do I have any indication that I'm going to be the #1 streamer on Twitch? Probably not, because I don't want it as much as someone else does, right? I don't want to sit for 20 hours a day and give up my wife and family and give up all of that time that I would have to give into it. And big love to people like Co-Carnage and people like that who have streamed every single day for so long and whatnot. I would rather not give up my health and give up my well-being and give up my family to have that thing, right? And so I'm much less motivated. Just like I was talking about millionaires, you become less motivated. I'm less motivated to be #1, right? But would I like to be at the top of Twitch? Oh, absolutely. Am I working really hard at it behind the scenes 7 days a week? You know it. But am I doing it 20 hours a day? I am not. I'm not going to pretend in any way that I'm doing it 20 hours a day. I can't do it 20 hours a day. I'm 50 years old. When you hit 50 years old, you ain't doing like you're doing when you're 20, right? When I'm 20, I would work all the time. I live for it. I breathe it every second of the day. Whether I was at work or not, I'd be doing graphic design. I'd be doing something. I'd be learning stuff. I'd be pushing forward in everything that I do every single minute of every single day. Even when I was sleeping, I would be dreaming of all the stuff that I would want to do. Right? That's when you're all in what you do. And if you don't have a family, you don't have responsibilities, you don't have any of that stuff, you have more freedom to do that. But the second you get a family, and the second you get all these other things that, you got to pay for, like, your house and mortgage and all of that stuff, it removes some of that freedom. You don't have the freedom to do all those crazy things that you did when you were young. And you can choose to give up that stuff and then have that freedom back again. But then again, I wouldn't want to trade for stuff. I wouldn't want to trade it for a fancy car or a bigger house or those kind of things. I don't want to trade my life and my family and my kids for that. You shouldn't trade people for things. Things are just things. And they can be replaced and they can be redone. Your house can be replaced. Your stuff can be replaced. Maybe mementos can't be replaced, or special family heirlooms. Those things are tough to replace. But remember, it's just stuff in the long run. People are not stuff. People are people that should be treated well and treated with respect. They should treat you with respect, and you do the same to them, whether they treat you with respect or not. When people comes in my channel and they're all being rude and obnoxious and Kismet, you suck, and Kismet this, that, and the other thing, and you're old and whatnot, I respectfully tell them to not do that. And I say, if you do that in my channel, I'm going to ban you. And I tell them with the nicest way I can, but I will ban them. And that's why I say that I'm not your papa. I'm not here to teach you how to be a decent human being. I'm just telling you from my point of view. And of course, then you have to make your own choices in life. Same thing I say to my kids. I say, hey, I'm going to tell you from my point of view, I'm going to tell you the right way, the way that I've learned to do stuff, right? Like how to put your shoes on and tie your shoes and all those kind of things. And then eventually you're going to have to learn on your own. You're going to have to learn as much as you can from your parents and from people around you and your friends and all of that stuff. But eventually you're going to learn one of two ways. You're going to learn by pain and suffering, which is mostly the way that I learned, and about being resilient and just like reading the same paragraph until you understand it, like when you're in college. And then you can also learn from other people's mistakes, which took me way too long to learn, that is the best way to learn stuff. by other people's mistakes. You see other people make mistakes, you're thinking, man, I don't want to do that. I don't want to have all that pain and suffering, right? You see that person who's maybe an alcoholic and who's now lost their family, they've lost their job, they've crashed their car, whatever it is that might happen, or they might be on drugs and all that stuff. And when you're on that state of drugs and things like that, I've known many a friend who's gone down that terrible path, and they are not the same person. It's literally like it robs them. It robs them of all their morality. It robs them of all the great things that were them originally. And I've seen people come back for it, come back from smoking, from doing drugs, and from all of that. But it's so rare. It's so rare that people come back from those addictions. And it's really sad when you hear that news that so-and-so friend died from a drug overdose, or they died from, get real heavy now, get real heavy in the street, or they died from too much alcohol and they crashed their car. I've had many a friend, long over the years, many people I've known that's happened. The older you get, the more of those experiences you go through, everybody, it either happens to you or it happens to someone else. Me, I've never been addicted to drugs. I don't drink excessive alcohol. I don't do all those things, not because I'm better than anybody else. Never consider yourself better than other people. That's a big mistake. But it just was never my thing because I watched other people go down that road. And I've learned from their mistakes that was not where I wanted to be. Now, if that's your thing, that's all on you. They're your life choices. I'm not telling you what to do. You do whatever. Those are your choices. For me, no thanks. No thanks. I've already seen enough people make that mistake that I don't need to make that mistake. And there's nothing wrong with, having a little bit of alcohol from time to time. And if you're addicted to cigarettes, that's not your fault. It ain't your fault you're addicted to cigarettes. It's their fault. They made it addictive on purpose. So you would never stop doing it. That's why they do that. Believe me, they don't have your best interest in mind when they're making those things. When they're making like alcohol, and they're making drugs, and they're making all that stuff. It ain't for you. They ain't making it so you feel good. They're making it so they make money, and that you're addicted to it, and you stay addicted as long as possible. As long as possible until you die. Same thing with medicines. Sometimes doctors who are very underhanded and scummy will just keep you on that medicine. They're not trying to cure you. They're trying to keep you on that medicine. That's the truth. If you don't like the truth, then don't listen. That is the truth of that. They're giving you medicine because that's where the money is. The money is in the medicine. And people who trade their morality, who trade their life for acquiring that money, always ends poorly. Whoa! Speaking of ends poorly, whoa, look at that. Cool. Always ends poorly. That was a good example, right? You make the wrong move and bam, look what happens. It always ends poorly for them. So don't fall into that, everybody. If you have fallen into that, I'm sure you've had those experiences as well. There you go. Everything is 500 batters, no matter what it's more. It's always 500 minimum. Yeah, Drayson, I'm telling you. You know what they call a person who graduated dead last, barely scraping by from medical school? What do they call them? A doctor? Oh no, Sepsu. Yeah, they got a D- in general practice, and now they're your doctor. That's scary. They only want money. That's true. A lot of people in the world have that problem. Now, don't be discouraged, though, everybody. Don't be discouraged. There are decent people in the world. And I've met them from everywhere in the world. I'm talking hundreds of thousands of people I've met in my lifetime. And there are decent people from everywhere, from every walk of life and every shape and size. And there are a bunch of us out there. There are a ton of us. Don't be discouraged. They're out there. I try to be a decent person every day, despite what happens externally, right? Despite someone coming in and say, Kismet, you suck, Kismet that, Kismet, you're old, whatever. I just say, hey, don't do that. Follow the chat rules or I'm going to ban you, right? And if they continue down that road or they do it a bunch of times in my chat, I don't mess around. I ain't your papa. I ain't here to teach you. I got 3 daughters of my own, and they're almost grown, and then I won't have to teach nobody. I won't have to be responsible or teach nobody. I'll be just responsible for myself again. And that's the nice thing about being young, because the only person you're really responsible for when you're young is you. Because you've got to get up every day, and you got to go to work, and you got to do your stuff, right? And that's where my kids are at right now. The only person they're responsible for is them, right? Where I'm responsible for me. What are you doing in the chat there, Raz? You're jumping. You're spamming jump. Watch out, my spam bot is going to get you. What's up with the jump spam? I think it's broken. I think it jumped so much it broke. I don't think it's working anymore. Hold on. Let me turn it off back on again. Just, if you do it like 3 times and it doesn't work, then just say, hey, Kismet, it doesn't work in the chat instead of spamming it in the chat. I don't want to have to have you get blocked because it's going to block you if you do it too much. And I have it turned way up, too. I mean, you have to really spam my chat to get auto-blocked. Yeah, I didn't see no super loot in there. But here, I'll do it again. How about I do it again? I'll do it again for you. It looks like, there we go. Now it's coming down. Hold on, I'll redo all of that again. Everybody who's doing stream avatars, say something in the chat real quick so your avatar jumps up. Say something in the chat real quick. Again, it gets, I don't make the stuff, everybody. If it gets broken, don't blame me. Don't blame me. Because I didn't see any super loot go in there. So there's something really messed up there. So I had to reset it. Let's try it again. I think it's working now. Super loot. There we go. Again, you don't have to use your points. I'll use them for you. I can override it. And then, once you guys are in there, there you are. And then, boom! Bam! There you go. All right, now you can do jump in the chat. Go ahead. Again, if I see it's not working, or if you see it's not working, you do like 3 jumps and it doesn't jump, just tell me it doesn't jump. You don't keep spamming in my chat. Because it will time you out. My Autobot will time you out. Saltbot will be all over that. In a minute. But I have it turned way up just in case someone does it and then I have to tell them about it. Hey, Rip-Ins, what's up? Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Appreciate it. So I see my chat scrolling. All I see is jump. And by the way, you don't have to actually put exclamation jump in the chat. Oh, Cypher Joe's coming in. I'm spamming your chat. That's a Cypher Joe. I know, that's a lot of spam in there. But by the way, you don't have to actually spam the chat. You can also use the panel down there if you are going to jump a lot. Instead of spamming my chat, you can use the panel to just keep pressing jump in there, and it won't spam my chat as well. So I appreciate that. Because it makes it hard for me to see what people are saying, so now I got to scroll way down, which is what I'm doing right now to catch up on what people were saying. So I do appreciate it if you don't spam the chat too much. But if you want to do it a few times, it's okay. I don't want to discourage you from playing along with the stream avatars, but don't do it more than like 10 times in the chat. I think that's excessive. You get a 3D printer and make Kiz caps and sell them to make money for the stream. That's a true idea, EMZRT. I would love to do that. I would love to do that. But again, that's like a long-term goal. I would prefer to get my health going a little bit more this year. Is one of my big goals. And then finally go on a vacation after, I don't know how many years now, 15, 20 years. I've not been on a vacation, at least not vacation for me. And on my 52nd birthday, go to Hawaii with my family and take you guys along with me. Virtually, though. Virtually, obviously. There you go. Good morning, Kismet. Decided I need to listen while working, catching up after a long weekend and swamp, so need some relaxing fun in the background. There you go, Red Raven. That's how to do it. Hey, Jake, what's up? Again, try to catch up on the chat. Now, if I miss anything that you say in the chat, by the way, everybody, just throw it in there again. Again, sometimes we're playing stream avatars and it scrolls and I miss it. If you use my name, it highlights in red, so it's easier for me to see in the chat as well. Or you can use the redemptions as well. But if you use my name, that's the easiest way, so I can see it. I can scroll back. Just die already. It's a funny game. It's cross-platform, and it's really funny. I think you would like it. Well, go ahead and suggest it in the Discord, Raz. There's a section in there for suggesting games in there, because I'm not going to remember if you just put it in the chat. Again, sleep apnea. I can barely remember what I did yesterday or this morning. Samsumi coming in says something. Hey, Kismet is the man. Thank you, Arcade. Hey, says Frog Slayer, what's up? Clear Learner coming in saying hello. My favorite thing as a streamer is not just playing the game, it's talking to all you guys. If there wasn't a chat, I would not stream at all. I would no. If they never put chat in, by the way, I've been watching a lot of videos from Justin TV, or from Justin, who started Justin TV, basically the founder of one of the founders of Twitch. One of chat was just like a thing. Same thing with emotes. It was just like a thing they made up in the moment. You got to remember that big things like Twitch and like Amazon and like Apple and Google and all these things, they just came from some people thinking up these crazy ideas who were just normal people. It wasn't like they were, magicians or something like that. It wasn't like they already had experience in doing that thing. They just were at the right place at the right time, or they had a great idea. And then they went and they implemented that idea by hook or by crook. And they, sometimes it was going off the rails and they had to get it back on the rails and whatnot. I love to hear stories like that because it really grounds businesses as well, right? As opposed to this mythical thing that they're, some super geniuses. And, some of those people are super geniuses, but you know what I mean? Like they weren't like a normal person. They were just like, superhuman or something like that, that created all these companies. And then when you realize that people aren't superhuman who made these companies. They're just regular people. And they put their pants on just like everybody else. And they went out there and they had a dream of something they wanted to do. And most of the time, by the way, the thing that they started doing is really not the thing that ends up what they're doing. I always find that incredibly fascinating. Like Twitch might have went on to be an Instagram, which is a really brilliant thing to learn when you are going to start a business and do this stuff. And I've owned several businesses myself as a graphic designer and did 3D animation rendering and all sorts of fun stuff along the way. And I've, closed some of those businesses. I've sold some of those businesses and so on. Not for billions of dollars like some of these other people do. But one of the things I've found by doing multiple businesses at the same time is you only have so much physical time and physical energy and resources to do that thing. So if you're doing 5 different things at the same time, you're doing 5 different businesses or whatever, if you don't have other people helping you micromanage that, there's no way you're going to have enough energy to do a great job at that thing, right? So I try to focus now. I try to focus on the thing that I want to do, especially if you are partially disabled like me. You definitely want to focus on the thing that you feel is the most important when it comes to your work or your business or what you want to do in life. You got to focus on that thing. Same thing with your family and your friends. You got to focus on spending time and putting time in your schedule or in your day to spend time calling up your friend and not asking them for anything. How you doing today? Are you doing good? Oh, I'm doing good. Yeah, the other day I did this thing and it was really cool and I had lots of fun. Oh, awesome. And whatnot. You ask them up and you call them up and you ask them how they're doing without asking anything in return. You want to freak your parents out? You can totally freak your parents out. Here's what you do. You call them up and not want anything. You want to freak them out? I'm telling you, call them up without asking them for anything. And it's going to be difficult. I know some of you, it's going to be tough to call them up for no reason other than to check on how they're doing. How you doing today? Are you doing good? I just thought I'd call you, see how you're doing. And sometimes it's tough because sometimes when you call your family, they don't ever shut up. They just talk on and on and on and on and on and on. And you're sitting there going, oh, God. Or they might tell you a whole bunch of advice or they're telling you this, that, and the other thing. I know it's tough. It's tough to deal with your family sometimes. But do it anyway. Do it anyway. Call them up. See how they're doing. Especially in these times, right? When we're going through a lot of rough stuff right now. Absolutely. Call them up. See how they're doing. And ask them for nothing. And they'll think you're up to something. They'll think you're up to something. They'll think, man, why did he call me? Why did she call me? She called me for a reason? There must have been a reason why they called me. Because the only time they ever call me is when they want something. And they're calling me and they don't want nothing. Right? I'm telling you, you freak out your parents that way. It's fun. It's fun. Try it out. Try it out, everybody. And in fact, you people who are parents, put a 1 in the chat if it's true, right? That your kids only call you when they need something. They only talk to you when they need something. They don't ever just say, hey, how you doing today? Hey, I hope you're doing well, right? No, they don't do that. They only think of you of when they need something, right? And that's the way sometimes you may not even realize it. It's not like you're doing it on purpose, but you might not realize that you're doing that to your friends and your spouse and your whatever, without even thinking about it, without even thinking about the fact that the only time you talk to somebody is when you want something. Not to check their well-being, not to check if they're okay, or if they need help or anything like that. And I feel like that's a big problem that I used to have, is that I would only talk to people when I needed something. That was it. The only time I would call them or get them on the phone or whatnot, or if I had a problem I had to solve or whatnot, and they were involved in that problem in some way, whether it was like moving or whether it was, you know, they had a thing that I needed, like, you know, a cup of butter or whatever, right? You know, do you ever contact your neighbor and just say, how you doing today? Right? When's the last time you called up your neighbor and wondered how they were doing? And I feel like at this point in the existence of human beings is a good time to reflect on that. Because, you know, nowadays we're having a rough time, right? We're having a rough time as a species. Millions of people dying. And, you know, it's not a big deal to some people that they're dying because doesn't affect them. But it's a big deal to me because I care about other people. I care whether they live or they die. Unlike some of these doctors I was talking about. Right? I care whether they exist. And it's taken me a long time in my life to care. To grow empathy. To level up in real life, as I like to say. Right? That's a level 0 human being is like I was when I was in my 20s. I was very successful. I'm a decent looking guy. I got lots of money. And all I care about was money and being a graphic designer. That was it. That's my whole life. It was all that. And then eventually you level up and realize there's a couple other people on the planet. We got this one planet that we're on. Now, I'm no tree hugger. I'm no environmentalist. I am certainly not a vegan or something like that. And if that's your thing, more power to you. I am just an average Joe, steak and potatoes kind of guy. But at least I care. I care whether my kids succeed. I care whether my wife is being overwhelmed with too many things to do in the day and the kids are just sitting there watching her do all the work. And I'm like, no, you're going to get off your phone and you're going to go over there and you're going to help with the dishes and you're going to help take out the trash and all of that, right? Because that's not right. It's not right when you enjoy the benefits from someone else and you don't help. I feel like that very, very strongly. You definitely should be helping out the people who help you. You should be appreciating those people every single day. Remember, moms and pets run on love. So make sure to give them lots of love every single day. And again, you can freak out your parents just by calling them up and not asking them for anything, just checking on how they're doing. It'll freak them out, I'm telling you. Stream avatars testing. I know it's working now. It's working now. I think it's good. By the way, I love this stream. Oh, it's one of my favorite quotes. By the way, I love this stream. I learned so much about the gaming and it's entertaining, says Gunoff Pangas right there. My wife was one of the very first Justin TV streamers. Yeah, did you know I did stream on Justin TV right at the very beginning? Yeah, I did. Did I do it because I thought I was going to be a streamer? Never even crossed my mind. Never even thought be a streamer ever. Because I'm a graphic designer. What do I need to do streaming for? I just do it because I can go in there and show my team skill rotations live. And then they could go ahead and ask me questions. And so when we're playing MMOs, I could say, look, don't stand in the fire. Don't stand in the acid. Here's how I have my gear. Here's how I do skill rotations. And then I also do videos as well. But the interactive liveness, like right now, when you guys are saying stuff back to me in the chat and me talking to you, that's the magic, everybody. That's the magic of Twitch. And that's what other companies didn't understand. They didn't understand that is such a magical interaction, right? When you get people who like the same thing together, it's a powerful thing. It is absolutely an amazing, powerful thing. It's a transformative thing in anything that you do. Is when you get people of like-minded thoughts together. And then they also have a different skill set, right? So like my skills would be graphic design, my skills would be art, entertainment, would be technical knowledge, and so on. But do I have all the skills? Absolutely not. When I go in to play a game with my crew, do I know everything about the game? Absolutely not. My team is going to be way better than I'll ever be because they have a background, they have a knowledge, and they have a skill that allows them to be really good at game mechanics or good at collecting certain stuff faster or understanding things that I may not understand. And no matter what age you are, you got to be open to learning new things. If you're not open to learning new things, you're going to have a real rough time. If everything that you think in your life is set, right? Oh, this is the way it is. And that's the only way it is, ever. It'll never change other than that one way. That's called closed-minded. And if you're closed-minded, you're going to have a rough one. You're going to have a real difficult life after that. Oh, wait, we need to go collect some more stuff over there. Hold on. Let's take this out of here. drive this around here. Now, again, I'm just chatting it up, everybody, as I do. You're going to find that a lot in my chat when I'm chatting it up. And sometimes I'll forget about the battles, too. I forgot about the battles. All right, let's do a battle, everybody. And when I forget stuff, guess what? You guys get rewarded. There's 1,000 kiss caps for me getting way too much into my story there. Let's do it. To battle! Man, I'm hitting that button a lot today. That's my Kismet love trait. Let's get into this battle here, everybody. And again, if I get sidetracked or whatnot, just roll with it. We'll be fine. We'll come back. I do thousands of battles, or have done thousands of battles here in the stream. We're going to do a bunch more. Now, while you guys are watching that, I'm going to go collect some more soil over here. And again, that's just my point of view, everybody. And again, this is my platform, streaming, to give my point of view. And if you have a different point of view, that's okay. If you like different stuff from other people, or you have a different point of view, that's okay to have a different point of view. It's just when your point of view is so set that you cannot leave room in your life to learn new things, or to entertain the idea that you may not know it all, then that's the most difficult people to work with in the life. I've worked with many people, and I can tell you the toughest people to work with are the people who are closed-minded. The people who cannot push beyond where they're at in life. They're stuck there. And some people are stuck at level 0. They're a 0 human being. Basically, they go in and they don't care about anyone other than themselves. And I was stuck at that at level 20, or real life age 20, for many years, until something is a catalyst, right? A catalyst for you pushing past that self-absorbed point in your life. For sure, for sure. A good friend of mine came to me and said, Kismet, you'd be a great guy if you weren't such an a-hole. And he was right. Got to give it to him. He was right. All right, let's go ahead and grab some rewards. Lord Goddess, Rotisserie G, and a Red Raven. That's a good friend, by the way. That's a good friend who'll come to you and tell you to you straight. Let's see, Riverdog coming in, overall MVP with a 26 assists. We're getting real heavy in our topics today, but that's okay. I don't mind talking to you guys. It's one of my favorite things to do. Is to chat it up a bit. And I know some of you have already heard this many times before, but I have new people coming in and out of my stream. And that's why you'll see I repeat myself quite often. Also because of my sleep apnea as well. I don't remember what I talked to who about what. It happens all the time with my kids too. I don't know if I've already told them that particular story, or if I've told them that thing. And when someone tells you the same thing again, be a decent human being and just say, oh, cool. That's what you do. That's called a decent human being. You know what a jerk thing to do is? You already told me that story. You suck. That's a jerk thing to do. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't say, I know. People who say, I know, are the people who have a bit of an ego. We got a little chip right here. They're like, I already know that. Oh, really? It seems like you don't know how to be a decent human being to me. I just say, oh, cool. Like my kids tell me the same stuff all the time. I go, okay, cool. That's neat. All right, awesome. Right? There's no reason for me to say I know. There's no reason for me to make that person feel less of a human being because I already know what they know and I'm better than them and all of that stuff. That's really what you're doing when you do that. I really dislike that. I really dislike when people say I know because guess what? No matter how smart you are, you'll never know everything. Never. You'll never know everything. You will rely on each other at some point. And that's the human condition. You will rely on others for your whole entire life in some way or another. Whether when you're young, when you're a baby, and you have to have someone there to help you survive. When you're older, so have someone to mentor you and teach you some stuff as you grow older. And then, of course, you're very self-reliant when you get in your 20s and 30s and so on. And then at some point, I know in the future, if I'm still around, I'll have to rely on other people to, whether it's like a machine to keep me alive, or whether it's my family to take care of me. That I know I'll have to rely. And that's a scary thing, everybody. That's a scary thing to think about, is that I have a less time ahead than I do behind. Even if I live to be 100 years old, I am now tipping over that point in which I have less years ahead than I have before. Now, do I have 5 years, 10 years, 50 years? I don't know. Could be tomorrow. Because every night when I go to sleep, I have sleep apnea. I stop breathing. So tomorrow could be the day. So I'm going to enjoy my day today. I'm going to enjoy it, talk to you guys about whatever I feel like talking about. I'm going to enjoy myself playing games. And if I go too long on the battles, then I go too long on the battles. If I talk too much, then I talk too much. That's life, everybody. Enjoy every moment of it, because you could eventually become like me, or some of you I'm sure are like me, or even worse than me, where you have conditions that make your everyday difficult, right? So let's get back to some Astroneer. There we go. I'll be there in about an hour while you're streaming by. All right, see you, Jake. Let's see. Red, I got a better one for you. Calling up the chat is good, but showing up with something they need instead. Always like making family cry in a good way. There you go. There you go. You want to know the secret to marriage and relationships? I'm going to tell you. An unexpected gift at an unexpected time. And my kids ask me all the time, Daddy, why are you buying that for Mama? Because I feel like it. I feel like getting her something that I feel like she might need or want, right? Without being a birthday, without being a holiday. Maybe I'll get her flowers one day, even though I can barely afford it, but I'll get it anyway. In fact, I thought of the smartest thing. Instead of buying her roses all the time, I'll buy her a rose bush that she can plant in the backyard, and then it grows every single year, and she has roses every single year for the rest of her life. How about that? We're smart, right? And thus, I have multiple rose bushes in the back. I'm known as the Rose Man in her family because I would get like 3 dozen of roses for her, and then she wouldn't share the roses with any of her family, even though she has, 70 plus roses. And then I'd have to buy roses for the family as well. So I would do that back in the day. And again, I love the look of roses, the complexity of roses, and whatnot. You getting sidetracked makes the stream interesting because it's always good information to be found in your ranting. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that in the chat. In fact, I'm going to put that in my nice thing that people say. There, Red Raven, in my inspiring quotes that inspire me every day to keep on doing it, right? To keep getting out of the bed and doing this because it seems easy when you're on the other side of the screen. But it ain't easy. Nothing is. And if anybody tells you something's easy, then they're probably trying to sell you something. I'm not trying to sell you nothing, everybody. I'm just trying to do my thing here and inspire you guys to go do your thing, right? Usually that's the reason. Oh, well, this is super easy. If you go buy this super exercise machine, and you'll be thin in no time. Unless you are unmotivated and you don't want to get on the machine and you use it for a week and then you stop using it and then it's not going to do any benefit for you. That's the truth of that. There we go. I can't suggest under game suggestion because it's read only. That's because you have to go into the rules and you got to hit the green check mark. And then you go in there and then you're able to do it. I think you'd already have your Teamwork Tycoon thing in there, Raz. Yeah, you got to agree to the rules first on the Discord, and then you can go in there and you can make suggestions under game suggestions right there. Let's see. I see it's highlighted right now. Riverdog put it in there. There you go. Riverdog put in there. Just die already. There you go. He put it in there for you. There you go. Now let me look at you on there, Raz. I think you are Teamwork Tycoon. Yeah, you're on there. You should be able to post. I don't know. Let me go look. Maybe the permissions got messed up. Again, maybe I don't make this stuff, everybody. I just play it. I just use it. Advanced permissions. Teamwork Tycoon. View channel. Send messages. Oh, yeah. No, you should be able to post in there. Go in there and say something in the game suggestions under Brighten Our Day, Raz, and just say something in there. Again, if someone tells me there's something wrong, I'm going to go and I'm going to investigate why it doesn't work. Because you can see a bunch of other people posted in there. Oh, you've posted in there before. You just posted in there right there. All right, I see you in there. Never mind. I see you in there at 12:04. I see you posting it in there. There you go. There you go. I see you posting in there. Again, I find that a lot of people sometimes they come in and like, "Can you just play the game?" Well, I am playing the game while I'm talking to you. As you can see, look, I moved 90% of my base already. So I am playing it, but, this is a repetitious thing. You know what I'm doing. I don't need to explain every single step in which I'm doing here. I'm packaging the stuff, and I'm running it back and forth. I feel like it's much more entertaining to be talking to peeps and interacting with peeps than you just watching me do that over and over again, right? I feel that's much entertaining. That's how streams I like to watch, for sure. Okay, speaking of, let's get back to it. Let's get this to go in there so that keeps going. And let's get in our rover here, and let's take the rest of the stuff back the other way. One of my favorite things about the rover system, by the way, in Astroneer, is the fact that you can go ahead and connect it from either side. So I can connect it from this side, or I can connect it on that side. I can take the thing and put it on the other end and then go the other way. So if you do get stuck and you want to get out, you can go ahead and just take your seat, put it on the other side, and drive your way out of there. Now look, this is one of the problems with this game, is the fact that that's obscuring me. Now I'm holding down the right mouse button and just kind of getting off to the side here. That's why I think, you know, when you're in the vehicle, first person would be amazing. And even if you had to build like a camera and put it on there and make it so you can see first person, that would be awesome. Especially when you're going into tunnels or you're going down stuff like that. It'd be a great option. The whole game doesn't need to be first person, though. I actually don't like first person most of the time. The only time I like first person is when I'm in the middle of a battle, right? Whether I'm in a spaceship and I'm in No Man's Sky and I'm battling, that's when I like to go first person. Or if I am doing something that's more cinematic, to be in first person. But most of the time, the cinematicness is being in third person, being what I call isometric view, right? I played a lot of isometric view games that just have that kind of 45 or 70-degree angle that you're looking down at your character and you're running around and doing all sorts of fun stuff. Yeah, for sure. Look, I'm actually going to remember to take this stuff off my backpack this time, though. I'm going to remember. Look at me making it. Look at this big old mess. Big old mess of stuff. I know, it's triggering everybody in the chat. Kismet! Gotta clean it up, bro. We're working on it. Are you streaming Valheim today, says Fire. I am not streaming Valheim today. And there's a great way to know. I'm one of the few streamers that tell you every minute of every day of my streaming. You can see right here on my schedule. You can check it out down there in the panels. You can check it out on my offline message. You can check it out on all my social media to know exactly what I'm going to be playing on what day at what time. Right up there, you can find in the chat, you can find my Discord or kismet.gg. You can check it out there. You can check it out on my Discord, Facebook, everywhere. You can check out exactly what I'm playing on what days at what time right there, because I go way above and beyond. That takes a lot of work, by the way, everybody, because I do work with a lot of sponsors and Learn to Plays and stuff. We're not doing this Learn to Play because this is the schedule from last week. I haven't copied it over here to this machine. I'll try to copy it over there later on, but I ran out of time today. But we're basically doing Astroneer, then Below Zero, then Satisfactory, then Valheim, then Subnautica, and 76 this week, as well as we are going to do Odyssey again. We're going to go ahead and revisit it for a second time because there was a technical problem with it last time. So I'm going to play it again for about an hour or so tomorrow, and then Friday more Valheim, and then Saturday more Valheim, and then Sunday offline Valheim, where I'm not going to be on stream, but I'm going to be playing with all of you, so you can come and join me, so I'm not so distracted all the time. I'm already distracted even if I wasn't streaming, everybody, because of my vertigo and sleep apnea, but even less distracted when playing with my crew. And we're going to make that kind of our day of playing. And eventually I will set a time for it when we get like into New World and stuff like that. I hope they don't add monetization poorly to that game. I just like, it was my great hope for MMOs. Let me take my schedule out of there. It's my great hope for reigniting my fire for MMOs, because I've really not been into MMOs for a while. And because they are so massively time consuming. I did play a little bit of vanilla when it came out, because I did have an amazing time in WoW back in the day, in the vanilla days. But one of the problems is it's just so time consuming. Like if you go in and you play World of Warcraft, you got to grind back up to max level, you got to do all that stuff. And I just don't have the time. I'm just going to be honest. I just physically don't have the time like I did before I had kids. And, I was just me and my wife, and she was my girlfriend at the time. Then I could play MMOs all day, all weekend long, because guess what? I don't have to run my kids over to the pool. I don't have to run them over here. I don't have to do this. I want to spend time with my kids, too, before they grow up, right? Time goes by fast, everybody. You think it goes by slow now when you're young. Believe me, it just does nothing but accelerate over time. It gets faster and faster. And before you know it, minutes feel like days go by like minutes, and years go by like days. And that's how it gets. It's like it accelerates the older and older you get, because you're busy. You're doing a bunch of stuff, right? And it happens even when you're young. Like if you're busy working and you're running over here and you're working 20 hours a day and doing all of that, before you know it, boom, year went by like that. Just like, boom, like it was nothing. Like it was nothing. I've had that for many years in my 20s, right? I worked more in my 20s. I worked like 30 years worth of work in my 20s. So I worked from like, if I had worked that much, just 8 hours a day, I could have worked my 20s, 30s, and 40s in the same amount of time that I did in my 20s. I worked all the time. And I loved it. I lived for it every single day. But a lot of other things I didn't do. And I see that a lot in streamers nowadays too. They're in their 20s. They don't have any kids. They don't have any wives. They don't have any family. That kind of stuff. And they just go all in on the streaming, right? They go all in on it. They might have another job that they're doing, like IT or something like that. And meanwhile, they're also chasing their passion, which is streaming or content creation or doing videos or whatever it is, being a writer, a doctor, whatever they're trying to do. They're trying to get all that fired up at the same time, and they're putting all their time and all their effort into it. And it may or may not pay off. That's the thing you got to realize. When you go into something, you're going to have a certain percentage of success. My percentage of success of becoming a Twitch partner, which I consider to be my big goal in the very beginning. Now my big goal is 500 subscribers. Because then it'll allow me to do more giveaways and more fun stuff. And hopefully I can get somebody like Origin PC to be a sponsor and then just literally give away computers here on the stream. That would be amazing. If it doesn't happen, fine. But if it does, awesome. Or if I can, get enough from subs to do a giveaway like that every now and again as well, right? So I rarely ever think of, hey, I want to make tons of money so I could go buy myself a fancy car or something like that. I don't need fancy cars. I don't need fancy houses. If you're not enough without them, you're not going to be enough with them. They are nice. Makes life comfortable when you can pay your rent and all that stuff. I'm not going to say that's not nice. It is very nice. But it's not my sole focus. If money is your sole focus in life, money is just a stepping stone to something else. Meaning that it's just a tool to be used to acquire either something else, whether you make more money from that money, or you go ahead and buy something like food and water. That's how I look at money. Now, before I looked at money as a status symbol, right? Like I've got to be better than the guy next to me, right? I've got to have the fancy car. I've got to have the illusion of success. I've got to have the, $1,000 suits and all of that fun stuff so that I look successful, so that I, get the better jobs and I get the stuff. And that does work, by the way, to trick people into thinking you're successful. Great example. Look at all the people on Twitter and YouTube and all of that who pretend like they're rich. Who go in, I don't pretend nothing. I'm too old for that game. I tell you straight up. That's it. I don't pretend to be rich. I don't pretend to be nobody I'm not. I am who I am, and I like who I am. It's taken me a long time. If there's one thing in your life that will be your biggest struggle, is liking who you are. Who you are every day. You don't need to have anything more. Oh God, now I'm going to getting emotional there. That you don't need anything more in your life. That you'll get to that point in which you don't need nothing. You don't need more family. You don't need more friends. You don't need more cars. You don't need more stuff. And it's taken me a long time. You can get, my eyes are getting red. You can see it's taken me a long time to get to that point where I don't need anything more. Food, water, I'm good. I have shelter, I'm good. Do I need to be the #1 Twitch streamer in the world? No, I'm good. Do I want to go out and do more and do more things here on the stream and bring more moments of joy, more interactivity and all of that? Of course I want to do that. I think that would be fun. It'd be fun for everybody, not just for me. I think. That's me. See, that's the way it is. And it's okay, by the way, to get, when you get older, or even when you're young, to be emotional and be passionate about what you want, right? Some people look at that as a weakness. It is not, because you have the strength. You have the strength and the resilience inside to know that means something to you. That's important to you. So don't let anybody bring you down if you do show that emotion. I was very what's called stoic, where I wouldn't show emotion. I wouldn't show any passion or anything like that, even though I did have passion for it. But I was very manly. You had to be manly. You couldn't show your emotions. You couldn't cry. You couldn't do anything like that. You had to be focused. You had to be on there. That's my generation. My generation was, suppress all your feelings. And we know how that worked out, right? We know how that worked out generation after generation who suppress their feelings and don't allow themselves to be a human being. And we know how that worked out for way too many people, right? People go crazy, people unstable mental health and whatnot. You know what? If I feel that emotion, I'm just going to feel it. I'm just going to go with it, right? You're going to be overwhelmed. See, when your kids are young, the really important thing to understand is they're getting overwhelmed with emotions that they don't understand when they're young, right? They'll get angry. They'll get upset. They won't know what to do. They don't know how to react. And your job as a parent is to teach them how to deal with that and how to let them control their emotions and not let their emotions control them. Put a 1 in the chat if you think I'm right in the chat, everybody. If that's your role as a parent, is to teach them how to control those emotions, because they're going to go through a bunch of emotions that you have already gone through in your life, and you have learned a way to manage it. Maybe not good on some of them, right? Some of them probably you made some mistakes along the way, and that's okay. That's what human beings make mistakes. That's another thing, is people think they can't make mistakes anymore after a certain age. Well, I'm 18 years old. I can't make any mistakes anymore. I've got to be perfect at every single thing that I do. It's not going to happen. It's never going to happen to anyone ever, and has never happened. It's not happening now, and it's not going to happen in the future. People are inherently flawed. Thus, everything they make is inherently flawed. That's why your phone don't work perfectly. That's why your TV goes off sometimes. That's why stuff diminishes and goes away. That's why your car breaks down. Because people are inherently flawed. And once you learn that, then life is actually a bit easier. Because when your phone doesn't work, you don't have to smash it and lose control of your emotions. You go, well, there's another one. There's another issue I got to solve today. And that's what I do all day, by the way, everybody. When I'm not on stream, my kids are like, my phone's not working, my computer's not working. Daddy, I lost this thing. I don't know where it is. I'm looking for the sunscreen. I'm looking for this. I want to go to the pool, but I don't have a bathing suit. That was our problem yesterday, is that my wife did not want to go out because she'd worked all day and she'd been working. She had working all week. I mean, she's working all week and she had 1 day off yesterday, which is Memorial Day. And she didn't want to go out to the store. But I said, my kids could go to the pool because they did get their vaccinations, and they could hang out, but still distance from people anyway. But I said they'd go to the pool, and I bought them pool passes. I cannot go to the pool. That's my favorite place, by the way. The water, anywhere there's water, I'm down. If it's beach, river, lakes, whatever, I'm down. Or pools, good. In fact, when I was a kid, you practically had to crowbar me out of the water. You would find me at one of those places constantly. In one of those places, either in the river or wherever. So that was our big thing. She didn't want to do it, but she did it anyway. And then she went, she got him out of the thing and all that. And then they had nothing but attitude. Oh, man. When someone does something nice for you, do not have attitude. I feel bad for my wife sometimes. They have a little attitude. They're all upset because, they're trying to make their way in life, right? You got to have a sense of that as a parent, is that they're struggling. They're struggling to control those emotions. And so there's sometimes you got to be strong. And you got to be like, nope, that's not how it's going to be. And I try to walk that line really well. I try to walk the line between sometimes I got to be the strong disciplinarian daddy, and sometimes I got to be empathetic to how they're feeling in the moment, right? And you got to find a good balance to both of those at the same time a lot of times as a parent. For sure. Yep, lots of ones in the chat on that one. Yep, for sure. Sometimes all you can be for your kids is a warning life lesson of what not to do, but even then is good. Yeah, your kids will not always listen. I didn't. I didn't when I was young. I know that feeling of thinking you know better. I know that feeling. And guess what? You really don't. You really, really don't. That's what you really learn in life, everybody, is that you don't know better than the people who have already done it. Because they've already done it. They've already know what's going to happen. They know the outcome of what is going to happen from your actions, right? Like if you drink too much alcohol and you drive in your car, at some point, you know what's going to happen, right? You're going to crash your car. You're going to crash into someone else. And the real tragedy I find when people do that is that they're not the one who died. Someone else dies. Some innocent person who's driving around, trying to get to work, trying to get home, they die. And the person who does the dumb thing does not die. But then again, they have to live the rest of their life with that. But it's still a sucky thing of the universe if you think about it. That the people who make the mistakes are not always the people who suffer the consequences of their mistakes. It's other people who suffer those consequences. So I try to be a decent human being and try to teach my kids as best I can the life lessons that I've learned. And you know, they are listening. They are listening, especially when you're being very adamant about it. And you just keep at it, right? The first thing they're going to do in your life, there's another, put a 1 in the chat if you believe me, if you understand what I'm talking about, is they're going to constantly test your resolve, right? When they do something wrong, they're looking at you and they're going to say, are they going to let me off the hook? Or are they going to say, nope, I don't think so, go to timeout. And then every single time they make that same mistake, are you going to send them to timeout or not? Or are you just going to give up and say, oh, well, it's a waste of my time, right? That's where your kids go wrong. When you feel like disciplining your kids or teaching your kid is a waste of time. If you want to have kids, it's never a waste of your time because I am resilient and I have force of will. My kids, they try to test my force of will and they know that's a bad idea because you're going to try to teach me and tell me that I'm wrong when I'm just telling you to clean up your room, right? I already know that's not my responsibility to clean your room. It's your responsibility to clean your room and take care of your stuff and put away your clothes and do all of those things and keep it clean. It's not the responsibility of your parents. Your parents are not there to be your personal maid or whatever, right? You should be doing your stuff on yourself because it's your stuff. It's not their stuff. They're not telling you to clean the room for them. It's not their room, right? And then, of course, you can always come back with a thing, and my kids have done this to me to test me, and say, well, this isn't your room. Why do you care if I have it clean or not? Because that's your responsibility, and you're in my house, right? You got to pull the old my house thing, right? And so on. It is their responsibility to take care of their stuff. And this teaches them to be responsible for their stuff later in their life, right? And they think it's just going to be easy, right? They're going to go out in the world and, everything's going to be easy and they're just going to make tons of money and it's going to be easy. All the relationships that they have with other people are going to be easy and all of that. When you already did that thing. You already went out and you've already lived your life and gone out and been self-sufficient and done all of that stuff. And you've pain and suffering of learning all that stuff the hard way. And you're trying to give them the easy mode. You're trying to give them the answers to the test. I say this to my kids all the time. I'm trying to give you the answers to life's test right now. You can get it easy mode. Just from me telling you. God, I can't see a thing. Crazy driver. Can't see where he's going. So yeah, you're just trying to give them the answers to the test, and they don't want the answers. They want to go and learn it the hard way. But again, I'm going to teach them as much as I can, transfer as much responsibility as I can, and then it's all on them. Then I'm like, peace out, bro. I did my part. But if you need some advice, you need me to help you out, I'll be here for you. But at 18. It is now your responsibility. It's your responsibility to get a job. It's your responsibility to go to college and pay for yourself, right? Because daddy, he ain't got no money to send you to college. That is for sure. I have zero monies, but I've had lots of money. Again, I know what it's like. It's nice. It's nice to be able to not worry about paying your mortgage every month and paying your bills every month. But again, I find that, if you're in good communication with your spouse and you work away as much as you can, most of that stuff works itself out, right? Like I come up with these crazy ideas, right? Like, hey, I'm going to send my mods to TwitchCon. I don't have the money to send my mods to TwitchCon. There's no way. There's no way I can do that. I already put so much money into this streaming and so much money, my wife's money into it, and then spent all my money on stupid doctors and all of that. I got $10 in the bank. And so I think this crazy idea that I'm going to send my mods to TwitchCon. And so you just go for it. Just go for it, everybody. Like the same thing with sponsors. People all the time, how did you get sponsored by Blue? How did you get sponsored by Elgato? I called them up and I said, hey, I love your products. I think they're awesome. Right? And you got to mean it, right? You don't just call them up just to get free stuff. There's plenty of people calling them up trying to get free stuff all day long, everybody. You got to mean what you say when you call them, right? Oh, look at that cool solar thing. Cool solar thing. I get that from questing. Pretty cool. By the way, did you notice I've emptied out this entire base? How long have we been talking? Hours now. Hours now. Again, see, this is the tedious stuff where you're just like picking it up, moving it, pick it up, move it. But in a minute, we're going to build a base here in a second. So we're going to grab all this stuff and move it over here. Do I have room for that other thing? We're going to take that stuff off the back. Got it. Oh. Again, just suspend disbelief when stuff like that happens, everybody. Just go for it. They made it where it's transparent so that it doesn't hit that when it's on a table or when it's on your vehicle. So you can get by stuff if you've got a little tunnel like this. And so on. Let's go. It's opening and closing based on me going underground. Listen. Yeah, that's cool. It senses whether it's getting sunlight or not. This game is so awesome, everybody. It is so awesome. I love this game. So good. So good. It's the little things, everybody. It's the little things like that. Like it knows I'm going through a tunnel and it can't get the solar power. It seems like that's obvious stuff, but it's the little tiny details that make it great. Hey, what's up, Nikki? How you doing today? We're doing a lot of moving our primary base here and whatnot. Playing a wonderful game called Astroneer. If you're not familiar, I'm sure you're familiar. You've watched my stream probably many times before with me playing Astroneer. But right now I'm just talking it up with the chat while we're just kind of going back and forth, picking up all the loot and moving it over there for like an hour or so. And again, this is part of the fun of the game, is to make yourself a new base and move all your stuff from your previous base to your new one. Okay, what else can we put on here? We got to put a couple tables there. So we're going to need these right here. Oh, we already got some on us. Awesome. We're going to need to package all this stuff up. We're getting there, everybody. We're almost done. Almost done. It's a little bit more stuff there, and we'll be done. We'll be ready to rebuild out our base, and we're going to build it even more. We're going to build a mega base. Big one. Big mama base. And we're going to sort it. We're going to have the greatest time getting it, just dragging all the resources in for us. It's going to be awesome. Now, this right here, I'll show you a cool little thing about this, by the way. If you do have the big vehicle, you can actually attach it to the big vehicle. It doesn't work on the medium vehicle, but the big vehicle, you just attach it to the back, and it will actually be on the vehicle, which is cool. Now, of course, the other way we could do it is what I've been talking about all this time, is that the ability to package it up. Package it up and put it right in there. Boom. There we go. And then put that right on there. It just makes it easier to transport. There we go. Bunch of these little solar things. And wind items. Now, eventually you'll see me actually get rid of these wind and solar items. I'm going to put them on here. And do that. I grab a couple more of these. I don't like wasting resources. Even if it's something that I'm going to grind up later, I don't like wasting it for any reason. All right, I feel like we're good. I feel like we really just need maybe 2 more things, and we have them right there, plus another one there. I think 1 more trip. All right, see, we stuck in there. Now, when you're doing something like this, there's 2 things you could do. Put on some tunes, number 1, or you can do what I'm doing, just talk to the chat while you're going back and forth. It really makes the time go by, doesn't it? It really makes the time fly by when you're chatting it up or you're focused on music and you're just going back and forth and whatnot. Now, obviously, I can't play any music in here because the music company is a bunch of scumbags who screwed over millions and millions, maybe even billions of hours worth of content here on Twitch. Instead of being decent human beings and saying, hey, everybody, look at this. We want you guys to cease and desist. They went ahead and just striked everybody. And I understand they're in their rights, but it doesn't make it good. It doesn't make it where you're a decent human being. It makes you a scumbag. A huge scumbag, as a matter of fact. To just go in and literally cause people to have to delete millions of hours worth of content. And a lot of people deleted their stuff who did not even have music in their stuff. Right? Me, I don't play music on stream on purpose. I mean, if it's in a game, I might do it. But if I can't do that, then I just turn off all the stuff. And you got to give a lot of love to some game companies because they're catching on now. And what they do is they make stream friendly music. So big love to them. In fact, I think every game manufacturer should do that. I think every game manufacturer in the world should no longer use copyrighted music. They should go get their own music and allow streamers to play those music so they get a better experience and show a better experience of their game. So basically, make the music companies penny wise and dollar foolish. I think that every company in the world should stop buying copyrighted music. That's what they should do. Because, hey, there you go. That's what you want, right? You want everybody to stop buying music. That's what you want by striking everybody on every platform and being a scumbag instead of just saying, hey, you made this mistake, don't do it again, right? That's what you do. You go in, you say, cease and desist. You've been using my music. Don't do that. No. Don't do that. You're not supposed to do that, right? That's what you do. That's being a human being, not a scumbag. A scumbag would be going in and just striking everybody and then causing a panic where everybody deletes all their stuff. Literally years and years worth of work. Some people do not have that backed up. So all of that stuff now lost to the ether forever. I mean, people like big streamers like Coke Carnage and people like that. I'm sure he wasn't intentionally playing music, but he don't know. He might have played some game at some point, like great example, like Fallout. You're running along, the music's playing. You're not playing the music on purpose. It's playing on some radio in the game. It's not like you intentionally did the music, but you got to delete all those things. You got to take them all out because some jerk at some record company say, hey, you're using our music. Your whole career is over because we want to be douchebags about it. Again, uses some strong language there. I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree that was necessary at all. Now, I can understand there's a whole bunch of bad actors who are making it tougher for all of us people who are not trying to do that. See, all the people who do dumb things, that's the reason why we have so many rules. Coffee is hot. Yeah, duh. But got to put it on the thing. Coffee is hot. Because some people don't understand that coffee is hot. Right? And that's the problem. All the people who do the bad thing makes everybody else suffer. Right? Like all the people who make mistakes like on YouTube and stuff like that. Who's the one who gets punished the most? Who's the one who gets punished the most on YouTube? And it's so stupid. The people who get punished the most is not usually the person who did the dumb thing. It's usually all the smaller creators that have to deal with the repercussions of the big person doing the dumb thing, right? Whether it's a big content creator or a big streamer or whatever. Everybody else has to suffer from their bad choices, right? That's the way life is, right? Same thing I was talking about earlier, drunk drivers, right? Who's the one that mostly suffers from their bad choices? The people they run into, the people they kill, right? That's who suffers those consequences. And this is another thing I explain to my kids. Life is not fair. It's not fair that other people's dumb choices have an impact on literally thousands of other people, right? It's really not fair in the life, but that's life. That's the way it goes. If I could press a magic button and it would not do that, that would be awesome. But that's life, right? So some people decided to play a bunch of copyrighted music here on Twitch, and they went and they were doing it every single stream, and they did it over and over and over. And I tried to tell them time and time again, tried to tell Twitch. By the way, do you know the thing that Twitch rolled out? I'm gonna take credit right here. Kismet taking credit. By the way, just like OBS. By the way, you use OBS and you know how you can dock all the things? That was my idea. You're welcome. But you know what else was my idea? Was the ability for streamers to put music into a separate channel so it would never get recorded. It would never get recorded to a VOD. Because in some licensing of music, you can play the music, but you just can't record it. Same thing with video and other things like that. Depends on your licensing. It depends on what country you're in and so on and so forth. But I told them they better start doing that or they're going to have a problem later on down the road because these people are playing copyrighted music. So I went and I talked to the top people over there at Twitch about that. And guess what feature they rolled out after the apocalypse happened? right? That feature that I told them about. But too late. Too late, guys. Too late. You should have done it when I told you years ago to at least get that going on. And then you wouldn't have had millions of VODs with copyrighted music on it. Now, again, hindsight, always 20/20. But I'm a good idea man. That's what I do best. In fact, I'm not only a good idea man, I'm a doer. I do stuff. If I say I'm going to do it, I do my best to do that thing, right? If you say you're taking out the trash, guess who's going to get that trash out? Me. Going to get it done. Streamer Pal says fire. There you go. New Streamer Pal, everybody. Thanks for redeeming that. I will get that going on. And of course, my Streamer Pal redemption is all about me trying to get you guys on the Kismet Love Train, where other people can discover your channel as well. You can go ahead and redeem that and do what Fire just did right there. Tell me your Discord and your channel. And then what I will do is I will allow you on my Discord to go ahead and shout your own stream out when you're live. And so you can post up there when you're live, and when you're done being live, you then take that post off so people can discover your channel on my Discord. I know. Who else does that? Very few. Very few people do that. I think, and I've been doing it since before they were even on Twitch. So there you go. Yeah, sometimes all you can be for your kids is warning life lessons and what not to do. But even then, that's good. Yeah, you try your best, right? You try your best as a parent because there is no manual to being a parent, no matter how many people say that they know everything there is to be about being a parent. It'll be individual to your situation, right? To whatever your situation is. Hold on, let's just take a moment to realize that we just did all of that. We got that done. Again, this is the way I am when I go to a task. I just go to it, and I just sit and go and do what needs to be done until it's done. Then you're like, GG. Oh, hold on, wait, we were ready to do our symbolic removal of our green beacon. The green beacon is typically my base, my center base. Backpack full. There's another symbol of my stream. Inventory full. Let's go ahead and drop this stuff off, and we'll come back for it. We'll do our symbolic moving of our base by grabbing our green beacon. Now, you don't have to move your base, by the way. Getting back to some Astroneer here. You don't have to move your base. You can leave your base over there, and you can build your base all you want. I move the base because I know what's going to happen later on in the game. That's why I move my base. And also, it's going to give me what I call pristine nodes, meaning the nodes that I have not already taken out. So it's going to help a lot. Thank you, 2020 Nate, for coming in, dropping that love in the channel. Appreciate that. Big time. Woo, says Nikki. Yeah. Get it going on. Oh, time for a battle, too. Let's get into this battle. Oh, 97. We needed 3 more units. You guys would have got 1,000 kids catch. Every time we hit 100 units in Stream Raiders, I give you guys additional loot so you can win free stuff here in the stream. I know, huh? I give away thousands of dollars worth of free stuff every year. So let's get to some battles. To battle! That's because I am in a position, a lucky position, thanks to all of you, and a lot of hard work on my end as well, in the position where sponsors send me stuff. And then, you know what I do? I just give it to you guys. That's what I do. Now, this game right here is a little side game we play. If you're like, well, Kismet, you're playing Astroneer. Are you going to play Astroneer? Yeah. This is a side game we play for about a minute or so. What we do is we go ahead and get everybody, that's everybody in the chat over there, or at least a bulk of them, in the chat, and they're putting down units. And so we battle it out. Everybody gets some loot if we win, and we have a good time. And then they can upgrade their units and so on. So a little side game we play. It's a free-to-play game. We play it on mobile or on desktop. I find it very, very fun. A brilliant, brilliant idea by, they used to be called Stream Captain, but now they're called Captain.tv, who came up with this idea. And now they actually have even more things where not only can you do the campaign, you can also do PvP. You can also do dungeons, and they're also coming out with a new game called Stream Raiders Pirates, which looks really, really fun as well. Hopefully I get into that at some point. They let me in. I want in. I want in to play some pirates. Oh, look out. Right there. Rob, Paul, Riverdog, and Buddy Run all getting some love there, and Paul coming in MVP. Let's start another battle. And then, whoa, okay, this is some seriousness here. I say I'm going to pull in Norbert to heal you guys. Let's do that. There we go. That's my little baby dragon, Norbert. He hangs out from time to time. All right. Yeah, coming in hot. I say that all the time. 2020 Nate. I'm coming in hot. Usually when I'm playing No Man's Sky. Because I don't slow down when I'm coming in for a landing. I just come in full speed and then I land. I know, it's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. I used to do the same thing all the time. I used to go to motion simulators like F-14s and stuff like that. And I would come in maximum speed. I'd be inverted, coming in maximum speed and whatnot. They'd be like, slow down, slow down. I'm like, I don't need to slow down. And, you know, sometimes I wouldn't make it, but sometimes I would, by the way. Sometimes I would make it, despite them telling me it was impossible. So there you go. And that's why you're trying that stuff out virtually as opposed to in real life. You got to try it out in a simulator. Get it down. Okay, back we go. I think this is the last round. We've been working hard. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And this is going to pay off in the long run. Where we can build out a big old mega base around our monolith here. And then we'll utilize it in the later game. Because what we're going to do after we get our base back up and running is we're going to work on powering the planets and getting that going. So we're working toward our mega base over there. And also we're going to work toward our mega sorter, which is going to sort all of our stuff. Now again, this takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, just like anything. You know, everything in life is about time and effort. How much time and effort you want to put into it. Now I feel like this is very fun, so I love going in here and building big old bases and all of that stuff. This is what I call a time and effort towards your mental well-being, right? To have some downtime in your life, and that's the way I am with games, right? Games is my downtime. It's the in-between moment thing that a lot of people do. Like probably the toughest thing in life are all the in-between moments, and you're like, in between what, Kismet? In between you working, in between you sleeping, in between you hanging out with that person that you like to hang out with, right? Whether it's your friends or spouse or loved one or girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever. There's a lot of in-between moments. In-between moments where you're just like, right? Got nothing to do. Though there's a bunch of stuff you should be doing, but you don't feel like doing those things. So you have some in-between moments, right? Like maybe you're on a train, you got to go to work. Maybe you're in a car going from A to Z. Maybe you're just waiting for someone. Those are what's called in-between moments. Those are the toughest moments in your life. They are extremely difficult sometimes. And that's why some people who don't have things to do and who are not motivated in any way, they turn to drugs and to alcohol and all of those things to help them get by those in-between moments. Me, I play games. And then sometimes eat too much candy. That happens too. But that's pretty much my way of filling up those in-between moments. Also, I like spending time with my family. I like to go anything to do with the water, to the pool, to the water park, to the beach, to the river. Doesn't matter as it's to do with the water. I'm down. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. That's what I like to do. And thanks so much for the follow as well. Yeah, there you go. What's this about? Oh, well, that was a Stream Render is all about battling it out, and then you can build up your units, and you get more loot and build up more units, and so on, and so on. This right here is Astroneer. Now, this game is all about epicness. Being epic and producing, basically, you gather basic resources, and you go ahead and you convert those resources and then build stuff up, like shredders, and you can build converters and rockets that go into outer space, and you can go ahead and build cool cars and build up gigantic mega bases like I'm about to do. So let's get to it. Right, now the first thing we're going to need before we do this, because there is no foundations in this game yet, I hope they add it at some point, I hope that maybe that's one of their future updates, is we have to make our own foundations, and we make our own foundations out of dirt. Now, that's not my favorite thing, though I do love the shaping in here. I would love it to have foundations, so I could build something to put my base on, right? Much like you can in one of my other favorite games, Satisfactory, right? Satisfactory, the thing you build the most in that game is foundations. Foundations in some way, a ramp, a flat one, it's ramping up, it's ramping down, it's going side. Whoa, look out, I got hit by a tree. And so on. So it's basically creating a foundation so you don't fall down a hole like that. God, so many holes at this particular thing. And so you have a nice flat place to put your base. Now, here's a spoiler alert for this game, everybody. It's not flat. It's not flat in any way. They have a button or a mod that you can add. I'm going to add a little ramp over here while I'm working on my base. They do have a mod that does do flat, but what I do is I usually key off of something. Now this is not perfectly flat, as you will see as I build my base. But I like to build off of this because I can see this is going a bit up here. And if we look this way, this is kind of going toward the edge, but as you can see, it's a planet. It's rounded. So eventually, as I go, it'll either go into the ground or it'll go up. That's how round things go, right? So you're going to have that issue when you're working on it. Now, we're going to need a bunch of sand and dirt and whatnot. And my favorite way to get a bunch of soil is to take out mountains. And you'll see me take entire mountains out from time to time. Now, this is all my equipment, my various different equipment that I was using at my other base. And now, so I've moved all of that over here. And the reason why I've moved it here is to be by this monolith, which I explained what it did earlier. But if you didn't hear it earlier and you don't want it spoiled, I'm not going to say it again. Because it is part of the main storyline, what that does. So I don't want to spoil the main storyline for you. And so they got a bunch of new quests they've added, a compass, all sorts of other big wind and solar and other fun things like that, which we haven't even got to some of that yet. We're still on the journey. Now, what I'm looking for in here and all of this junk that I just threw in here, well, it's really not junk. It's really all going to serve a purpose eventually. But what I'm looking for in here is we got an RTG in there. That's nice. But I'm looking for my canister. And I can't quite see it. There's one right there. All right, I'm looking for this canister right here. So I can go ahead and attach this back here. Like so. Now I'm going to get on my vehicle. And I'm going to decide whether I want to cut through that or cut through this. I think I'm going to cut through this one. Let's go. Now, great. This is one of those great game mechanics, by the way. Watch this. I can turn on the little drill in the front. And I can collect soil. I can also go up. And they added this a bit ago where you can actually take out the trees while you're doing it as well. Ooh, free solar or free wind right there. And so what I'm doing is I'm not only am I taking out the dirt, but I'm also taking out all these trees if I want. Really your preference, what you want to do. For no reason other than it's fun. And other than I need soil. And so they added this so it's not so cumbersome. It used to be, because I've played this game for a long time, it used to be where you would take out the trees and you have to wait for them to fall and then disappear. Which is really not as fun as them just exploding like you saw. And so we'll turn around. And again, like I said, you'll see me take out entire mountains and edges and whatnot in this game. Because what I'm doing is I'm collecting soil. And that soil I will use for either extracting other minerals from that soil, or I'll use it to make a foundation for my mega base. And again, since there's no foundations in the game, you have to collect soil to do that. And one of the fastest ways is to use your vehicle. And I'm also kind of trimming this, a little bit to the right. I'm kind of trimming this, look out, in such a way that it's taking kind of the top of it off first before I get into the lower parts. Whee! There we go. And so on. I do not care about the resources. I only care about the dirt. There you go. I don't really care about it right now. I care about the resources in the long run. But I just care about the dirt right now. And that's so I can make foundations. Now, another byproduct of what I'm doing, by the way, and this thing's going crazy, is I'm flattening the whole area. Right? I'm flattening this whole area out by doing this. And eventually this will be flat. Now I can come back and fine tune all this. And if I miss some of it up real high, I can manually take it out. Move over just a little bit. But I find this to be real satisfying. That's what you want in a game, right? You want to feel like what you're doing is very satisfying, very fun. Because, you know, You're playing a game, and it should be fun. I know, it's a crazy idea, right? In today's gaming market, right? You're making a game, so it's fun. I know, right? And these people at Astroneer, they understand that. They understand that a game should be fun. What you're doing in the game should make you want to play the game more. They're not like, well, let's put 53,000 monetizations and we'll think about what kind of game we're going to make later. Nope. They don't have pay-to-win stuff in this game. Now, they do have some cosmetic stuff, and I have zero problem with cosmetic stuff. In fact, I feel like that's the best way to support a game, so you don't cross that pay-to-win line. And that's what I'm really worried about in New World right now. Is they say, hey, we're not going to do any pay-to-win right now. It's only going to be cosmetic. Now, I'm an official New World creator, by the way, but I bow to no one. I will tell it to you straight. You know how it goes? You know how it goes. I will tell it to you straight. And if they add that monetization, I can tell you that my whole entire guild will be out. They will be out if they put in pay to win, because they've already been burned on it before. And some corporate bonehead who probably doesn't even play games is over there telling them, oh no, you got to add this monetization, because if you don't, we're not going to make tons of money, and we want to make all the money so that we can go ahead and add more monetization and basically give people nothing for nothing. Nothing for their money. Because that's been already done. People have already made that mistake and lost their entire community because of it. You guys ever been burned like that? Put a 1 in the chat. You ever been burned? You ever been burned in an MMO? You spend all your time collecting stuff and you do this big awesome achievement. Put the name of the game too in the chat. Name of the game and have you been burned? Like you spent all this time doing your achievements. You got all this special stuff like I did in games like Lord of the Rings Online or Star Wars The Old Republic or whatever it was. And then, bada bing, bada boom, somebody who just seems to have more money than you can just come along and buy your achievements. All the things that you've done. All the hours and effort you put in to your character to make them uniquely awesome. Those people can just buy it. And you know what? There was a time in which I could just buy stuff and not have to even think about it. I could spend $200, $300, $400. In fact, I spent a couple $1,000s on Star Citizen. Don't regret it at all. Don't regret it at all. Because you know what it does? It gives them the freedom to get away from corporate boneheads like that who tell them, hey, you got to go ahead and spam this with as many monetization schemes as you can. People are fed up. They don't want it in the games anymore. They don't want gambling in there. They don't want scummy monetization. They don't want you to gate stuff. They don't want it. And the problem with Amazon Studios, which I love those guys over there, I feel like they're working really hard on New World. I like the premise of the game. I like everything about it. Thus, while I'm promoting it to you guys and talking about it on stream. Otherwise, I would never talk about it on stream or definitely not promote it. That is for sure. But I hope they don't make that mistake. They don't make the mistake of, hey, we're not going to do it in the beginning, but later on we're going to be scumbags and we're going to add a bunch of monetization because we want to make lots of money like that other evil gaming corporation that everybody has been catching wind of, including federal governments who keep adding gambling to their games. Right? It's not gambling. Yes, it is. You're fooling no one. Nobody in their right mind would not realize that that is gambling. If you buy something and you don't know what the result is, and you're buying it and you pay for something, it's called gambling. If you don't know what the result is. If I buy a car, I know I'm getting a car. If I go into a car dealership and I say, well, here's my money, what am I going to get? They're like, we're going to give you something random. You think you would go for that? You think you would go for just all of a sudden they're going to give you a random car for your money? That might give you a clunker. Or they might give you a brand new Porsche, I don't know. Or a brand new Mercedes or whatever. I'm probably betting the clunker though. Right? Because you know what? They make more money if you get the clunker than if you get the Mercedes. right? I would never do that. I would never go and buy a car and just tell them, you know what, give me whatever you got. Right? The same thing is pretty much what's going on with these monetizations. They're just, you give us money and we'll give you a random thing. No. No, no, no. Now, if you put cosmetic stuff in, like this, I'm down. In fact, I bought a bunch of stuff in here just to show them some love. In here, right? I'm down. You want to put some cool stuff in there and you got a cool cosmetics team, get a really good cosmetics team. Not a small team. Don't get 1 or 2 people. Get your best people on it and do awesome stuff like this. I suggest that everybody who plays this game, go buy something from the store. Why? Because these guys are indie devs. They didn't put a bunch of stupid monetization in their game. They don't charge you for DLCs. They've done, I don't know how many updates, a ton of them, and they give them it all to you for free. So I suggest to encourage them to stay awesome by going in and spending some money in their cash shop. That's okay. It's okay to go in there and buy cosmetic stuff. I'm not buying your achievements, right? I'm not going in here and say, well, I've got a couple dollars. I'm going to go and buy everybody else's achievements. I feel like it's just fine for cosmetic stuff like hats and masks and visors. They're doing it right. This is how you do it. Now, are they making bazillions of dollars? No. And they could go in there and be scummy and do all of that, but I would be out in a second if they did. They could do all of that scummy monetization, but they chose to be decent human beings. They didn't add gambling to their game. They didn't add all that ridiculous stuff. You know what? My thing's already full. My thing's already full. I don't need to. I'm just taking it out just to take it out at this point. But look at this, everybody. It's getting flattened out, isn't it? This is such an awesome part of the game. I tell you. This whole area is going to be flattened out by the time I'm done. Now, I can come back and make it perfect, by the way. I can make it perfectly flat. But there's something just really fun using your vehicle, since you got to go and get a bunch of dirt anyway. Using your vehicle to collect a bunch of it. Now, I could collect even more. If I had more canister, I'd collect it all at the same time. We'll get around to that later. But right now, we're going to keep going here. How are we doing on time? God, time flies by when you're playing this game and talking to chat. 4 hours have gone by, everybody. 4 hours. They felt like this. Like that. See? That's how you know you're doing what you love to do. If time goes by very, very quickly. I call it computer time, or in this case, gaming time. It goes by very, very quick. So I'm hoping, and I give him some honest feedback. Not disrespectful feedback. Not like, hey, you suck and you're going to die and I don't like you and I'm going to do crazy things like threaten your family and stuff like that. Don't do that. That's crazy. That's what crazy people do. Don't threaten people's lives over some stupid game. That's dumb. That's dumb. Oh, take it easy, River Dog. Don't do that. No. Don't do that. That's dumb. Give them some respectful feedback, and then the responsibility all falls on their shoulders, right? To do the right thing, to make the right choice. Now, again, I love Amazon over there. They've been doing an amazing job on a lot of stuff, like Twitch, Twitch Prime, all of that. But what happens is sometimes good people make bad choices. Good example. I used to be a partner of a certain thing, which I'm not going to advertise because screw them. But I use it anyway. I still use the product because I love the product. I just don't like their choices. Smart people make dumb choices. I am the OG, the original partner from way back in the day. Been with them forever, for a lot of years. And you guys some of you already know this because you've seen my video about it. But I was their partner for many, many years. I have literally turned hundreds to thousands of people onto their product, championed their product for many, many years. I was very happy to be. It was one of those achievements that you do in your streaming career, that you can put that on your list of things that you achieved, that you did, you got done, right? You're a partner with these people that I'm not going to advertise. And then, along the way, 4 years later, they say, you're no longer good enough. You know what? Thanks for helping us become a huge success, but screw you. That's basically what they said. And I am not down to be partnered with anyone who would take their OG partners, the people that were there for the very beginning, at the very beginning of their product and did nothing but champion their product and do a Bob from accounting move. That's what I call it, a Bob from accounting. Bob from accounting thinks like this. If you don't have these numbers, then you're not worthy. That is a terrible thing. There's another company that does that too, which is why I don't use them for my alerts. right? I use Stream Elements. Stream Elements is way better. They care no matter whether you got one person in your chat or you got 10,000. In fact, now that they've gone on to be so big, and they still, when I talk to them, they go, oh, Kismet, how you doing, man? You're an OG guy. You were there at the very beginning when we started Stream Elements, and you converted over and you championed us, and we appreciate you, man. Even though they got the top streamers in the world now, they still treat me like a decent person, right? They still, oh, Kismet, when I see him at TwitchCon, hey, Kismet, how you doing, bro? Yeah. Of course, I do have one of the number one, I have the number one blog on their thing with over 500,000 views, by the way, my most viral thing I've ever done in there, which is talking about how to go from affiliate to partner and whatnot. And I've just helped many a person along the way. Probably one of my favorite things that I've done that has helped a lot of people become better streamers and gone on to be partnered and affiliate and who've gone on to be bigger streamers than I'll ever be. Big love to them. More power to them. Go out and do your thing. So that's why I don't work with that company. So the company doesn't value you, doesn't think your contributing to their success is important anymore. They just look at the numbers. Well, you don't have thing's not active enough. Screw you. You're no longer a partner after 4 years. After 4 years. And I'm like, okay, that's how you want to treat me? I am going to do nothing with your company. I'm not going to advertise it anymore. I'm not going to champion it anymore. Not that they need me to. You know, they're $1 billion company now, right? Thanks to people like me and a whole lot of other people who got departnered. Thanks to us, our hard work, going out and championing their product, they don't think it's important enough to keep those OGs on. Now, me, as a decent human being, I would say OGs get a pass. They get a pass. And I went in there. I only found about it late in there. Now, if you want to know more about this subject, by the way, you can go and look at it on my video on YouTube. But I said, if that's how you're going to treat people, and even if I was a partner, even if I did continue as a partner, I know a lot of people who championed them as well from the very beginning and got departnered because they're just smaller channel, right? They don't think they're valuable enough because they're not a big channel and they're not doing enough for them, even though they've done stuff for them for years and years and years and advertised their product and got them to where they are today. It'd be like me coming on stream and not appreciating when somebody hits the follow button. Because, you know, hey, I'm a partner now, and I've been here 6 years, and I don't have to say hello to people who hit follow on my channel. And I don't have to talk to the chat, because I'm a partner now, right? I'm above everybody else, right? I've actually heard people say that. They said it out loud at TwitchCon. They said, hey, I'm better than my people in the chat. I'm like, oh my God, who are your parents? Oh, or they feel entitled, like you owe it to them to subscribe to their channel. No, you don't. You really don't. You don't owe nothing to nobody. You don't owe nothing to me. You can come in here anytime you want, chill out, relax, enjoy yourself. It's okay. If you can't afford it, I understand. I know what it is to not have enough money to get to work, to scrape, 10 cents, a quarter, a dollar, whatever you can find, put it into the gas so you can put it in your car so you can get to work to pay for your car payment, right? Or whatever you're doing, right? I understand that. And especially during these times, people should be empathetic to people who are struggling, who are having tough times. Everybody's always going through something, right? They're always in the middle of something, whether it's emotional or whether it's financial or whatever it is. And to have that wisdom about that only comes from experience. And I feel like the people who make that mistake are usually younger people. They make that mistake, and some people are perfectly smart, by the way, even when they're young. Because when I was young, people always thought I was a kid. I didn't know anything until I became their boss. Until I became their boss and proved that I did know something. I did know a lot of stuff, but I didn't know everything, that's for sure. And I was also a kid, so I didn't understand some of the things in the world, but I did know computers. I knew graphic design way beyond my years because I started so early. I started when I was like 7, 8 years old. So by the time I was an adult and I went into graphic design, I already had a 10-year head start. Yeah. And so at that moment, computers and graphic design were transitioning and merging into one. Of course, they came out with the Apple, right? The Apple computer, which had graphic design stuff in it. And it was just, iterating, getting better and better and better. And so when you, instead of doing the traditional way, which you'd use a light table and you cut all that down, and I've done that way back in the day, and you cut all that down, you do all of that, you don't do that anymore. You go into a computer screen, you click a button, you make a box, and bam! That just saved you an hour and a half making one little box. Bam! And then you set the text. Bam! That's way easier than setting it by hand and then going and having it done by a lino machine or using a camera to take a picture of the text and then you convert it into film and then the film converts it into thing. That's a huge process, by the way. All of that. At some point, whole industry changed. Whole thing switched. And I was there in that moment. And that's why I made that big money. Because I was the only one. I was the only one that had both knowledges at the same time. Both graphic design and computers and printing and all of that background at that moment. Because I started so early. And it was really an amazing thing, if you think about it. Some 20-year-old kid using millions and millions of dollars worth of someone else's money worth of equipment. I consider myself very lucky. I didn't consider myself lucky at the time, by the way. When I look back at it, I consider how lucky I was. But when I was in the moment, I don't know. I'm just a kid. I just doing my thing, right? I didn't know how incredibly lucky that was to find your passion in life so early and also to be so lucky as to get to do your passion every day. That's a very difficult thing to get both of those things going at the same time. For sure, for sure. And again, I just share my thoughts to you guys while we're doing basic stuff here. I'm just trying to get a bunch of dirt, trying to flatten this out. And we're going to go ahead and use our canister here to refill all of these. Take our organic, put it up there. So what I've done is I've taken the soil back out of there. I'm putting it on my character, and I'm slowly working it outward. And I'm trying to keep it at the same level. One of the things that's going to happen is it's going to go up or down. And again, this wouldn't be so great if you had foundations, so you wouldn't have to constantly do this, right? This is my base foundation. I have to shape in my base foundation. Now, I like doing it. Not like I don't like doing it, but, I think it'd be better if we had pieces and parts and whatnot. Just like, again, like I was saying, like Legos. Legos have, like, plates. If you're going to make yourself a city, it has little roads, and it has plates, and it has corners that you turn, and all of that stuff. I feel like this game could really utilize that well. Like, you have different little landing things. Like, they have a really cool one in the game that you can't build yet. Hopefully, they add that in there where we can build it. Where they have a round one where you can land on it, and then it has all these little plugs and things you can plug into and run the cables. They might have been doing that at some point, put it in there as a prototype, but never came back around to it and did it. So hopefully that comes in at some point. Oh, I don't know why I'm shaping that out. Get over here. Now, I got to watch out for my oxygen, everybody, if I do get too distracted. Where'd the other one go? Right here. If I get too distracted, I am going to die of suffocation. There we go. And one of the cool things is your vehicles are oxygenators. So they do give you oxygen. So I rarely ever make the oxygenator. I have the one at the very beginning, and then I rarely ever make them again. Unless I do it like on another planet. Now I'm going to go ahead and take my vehicle, speaking of my vehicle, and drive it right up here. Look how nice that is. Look at that. Oh, so sweet. By the way, you can change the color of this dirt, too. You can make it whatever color you want. Whatever your color you want as well. There we go. Very inspirational. Thank you for that. You're welcome. Really wish this game had a first-person perspective. Yeah, it would be nice. Yeah, I mean for the driving list. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Yeah, that they do have cameras in the game now. So you could say, okay, well, you have to build a camera, and you put your camera on the front, and then, or you can make it, where the camera can come up over the seat above you, and then you could drive in first person. I think that would be great. But again, they got their stuff that they want to work on. I just throw the ideas out there. Because, I don't work there. I don't work there, and I try to be respectful. And again, same thing with New World. I'm trying to be respectful, but also warn them as someone that not only has years of experience, but decades. I'm talking decades of experiences in playing games and listening to feedback of literally thousands of players and guild leaders. Now, if you are playing an MMO, the people you got to win over is not just the players. It is the guild leaders like me, who's going to spend 2 months, 6 months, 12 months, however months they've already spent, and I've spent lots of months, convincing their members that this is what we want to do next. And convincing people like all of you, all my community, to come join us for some New World. Now, I'm still optimistic. I hope that they learn from the lessons of the past. In fact, I'm thinking of doing a video and saying, sending it to them and say, look, somebody has decades in gaming. Let me give you a little example of what caused MMOs to fail in the past and why my members, 800 members strong, one of the longest running gaming guilds, the Kismet BP, decided to leave games. Why did they decide to leave Lineage? Why did they decide to leave Lord of the Rings Online? Why did they decide to leave WoW? Why did they decide to leave Guild Wars 2? Why did they decide to do this, right? What were the good things that they did? And what were the things that ultimately caused them to fail and caused them to lose literally thousands of guild leaders who would then, of course, leave and then take their hundreds of thousands, millions of players along with them and go to another game, right? And there's a lot of different factors. But the number one is going to be if you make it pay to win. If you make it pay to win, I'm out. See you later. Peace out. Because I know I'm going to have to listen to it every single day about how it sucks that someone spent 6 months doing something and you've made it where someone who's got more money than them can go and just buy it. People are tired of it. They don't want that in their games. They don't want pay to win. Make a great game. You want to see what a great game is? I'm playing it right now. When I play it one later, Subnautica. It doesn't have a cash shop at all. It does. I want one of those little peeps though. Have you seen the merch? The little peeps. You can get a little plushy peep. I don't know what it is about plushies. I have a weakness for plushies. But I'll probably end up, I got a sheep squatch over here, by the way, that I bought. Even though Bethesda Gear is one of my sponsors and I could have asked them for it, but I bought it because I'm the one that came up with the idea. I said, you should add a sheep squash plushie to the store. And so they did. And so I bought it to show them some support. And if you've not seen the sheep squash plushie, you better go grab it up quick, everybody, because it's going to sell out, I can tell you. I can tell you, a lot of those plushies sell out right away. How did you drill on the rover? Great question. Great question. What happens when you're in the rover, just like in your... I'm getting a bunch of messages. My kids are talking to each other. What you can do, just like you can in here. Watch my light right here. I can actually hit C, and it turns my light off. On the other one over there, I can hit V, but it doesn't have anything in there that I can turn on and off, right? I can take this off just as an example. Put it over here. V like Victor, right? C and V. Those turn those on and off, right? And the same thing with your vehicle. You have the ability to turn stuff on and off. So if I hit V like Victor, it's going to activate that in the front. Now on the larger vehicle, you can have not only the drill, but also the paver at the same time. So when you hit V, boom, both of them come on. And if you have a bunch of dirt, like I have, you saw I have that dirt container, which is off over there, it'll actually use the dirt to pave, and then the drill will actually use it to cut it out and put it in the canister, and it pulls it from the canister and then paves it over there. So it's like a little cycle. So that's how you do the drill on there. And it's really a fantastic thing. So great example, Astroneer. Fantastic game. No overly monetized, really wonderfully done, and that's why I love to support him here on stream. And that's why I continue to play it, even though I've played it 20, 30 times before, because it has huge replayability, and I love what they're doing. I love what they're doing in the game. I love to support the smaller studios as well, because, they don't got $250 million to go out and do their product, right? They don't have $250 million to do advertising and all of that. So if you love a game, the best way to support that game is to go out and tell others how much you love that game. I feel like that's number one. That's number one. You got to really mean it, though, like me. You got to mean that you love doing it. Because I don't do jack that I don't want to do. If I don't want to play this game, I don't have to play it. I'm 50 years old. I don't have to do a dang thing. I don't have to play any game I don't want to play on stream. If I don't want to play that game on stream, I ain't going to play it. In fact, I probably won't even stream. If I'm like, hey, you have to stream this on this day, or you can't stream. I'll be like, all right, I'll be out. You let me know when I can stream again, right? They've never done that, by the way. But you get the idea. You can count me out for that. You like force people to stream certain stuff. No thanks. No thanks. Like that. So that's why you'll see me play a lot of games like this that I really enjoy. Kind of looks kind of like a spaceship there. Spaceship. Or the front of a boat. Maybe I'm playing too much Valheim. It looks like the front of a boat right there. Dude, it comes to it. I think. I don't know. Too much Valheim there, I think. There we go. Yeah. How do you drill the rover? There you go. Oh, the battles are ready. All right, let's do a battle, too. And again, that's why we call this a mega stream, because we're always doing a bunch of stuff at the same time. To battle! Yeah, let's go, everybody. Time. Whoa, look at this sexiness. Oh, my gosh, there's 106 units right there ready to get some loot. Let's keep you going, everybody. Let's keep you getting that loot. I'm going to give you a haste boost. It's going to get you in there, into the battle, get you some kills, get you some assists, and walk away with the loot. Oh, that's a pretty even battle, too. We started pretty even on units. I'm going to keep shaping this in and whatnot. Remember, help out the small studios, everybody. The best thing you can do if you enjoy a game is tell all your friends. That's what you do. And if you can't afford it, go in there and drop, $5, $10. That little bit is going to help them do a little bit more development on your favorite game. And I don't have a lot of money. I put every penny back in, a whole bunch of my wife's pennies and my pennies into the stream. But I still feel like it's worth my time to go spend $10 or $20 in the store, so to help support them. Or to buy a shirt. I'm wearing my Kismet shirt today, but I went and bought the Astroneer 2-year anniversary shirt, which sold out like that. I'm glad I got it. I really wanted one of them cups. I wanted their water cup, so I could put all my water in it when I'm sitting here on the stream. I love that cup. It's really, really well designed, but it's sold out. Makes Kismet grumpy. Maybe one of these days I can hit them up for one. I'll say, hey, send me one of those awesome cups when they're back in stock. Or maybe they're back in stock now. I don't know. I haven't looked lately. Maybe they're back. Get me one of those. Bart Reaper getting some love. M's getting some love. And the last flash getting 50 gold. Look at you walking away with all the loot. Icy Diamonds as well. 26 kills. That's MVP. That's MVP status right there. Let's keep on going. More battles, more loot all day, every time I stream, we're doing battles because we roll that way. Okay, I'm going to pull out the Kismet tank this time. Let's get right into business, everybody. So one of my favorite things to do is just like the chaotic start, is where you just put your characters right here in the middle, right around me here, everybody. Put your support back here and put you kind of in a U shape here, or fill in these little spots in here. And literally what's going to happen at the beginning is it's like going to be an all-out battle right at the very beginning. We'll try not to get our support, though. Put your support back a little bit. I don't want your support to instantly die. But that's really fun. I find that a fun part of that, just going all in, going crazy. All right. Thank you for the follow. Bring it back up again. Or not. Come on. You can do it. All right, reload. Got to reload my overlays. Hold on. Here come the biddies. There they go. Try it again. It is not working. You got to love technical problems. Come on. Okay. Okay. Whatever, bruh. See, it disconnected. My session expired. I knew it was something. I knew it was something funky. It's a Twitch problem. There we go. All right. Go, Kurto. Thank you very much for being number one. Taymor Tycoon here in the chat. Thank you so much for the follow. Now, look at this, everybody. Now we're getting some room in here, right? We're getting some room in here. We're building out our base. And again, this is why I use the car to collect it, because it's just faster and nicer. And then we'll just keep building out. You get the idea. Now, a lot of times what's going to happen is this. So you're going to have, like, variations between one side and another. And again, I can use the flattening tool to try to keep it to be perfect and whatnot. But what I do is I just kind of keep shaping it out until I feel like that's good enough. And then we'll go look at what's happening with our foundation here that we're shaping in for our base. Let's go down here. And what's happening here? Right? It's going this way. Seems to be pretty solid. But what it's really doing is starting to rise up a little bit, right? Just a little bit. And the more we go out, the more it's going to rise up off that side. And then over here, we can see, okay, still going up over here. Going up, going up. All right, looking good. Oh, hold on. Hold on now. Oh, see, this is going down a little bit, right? Getting further down. Now, actually, this one's actually pretty square to the world. This one's probably one of the most square ones in the world that I've seen. And it actually is going to go straight out into here. So that's pretty good. Some of these are real crooked, where you end up going into the ground. So that actually wasn't bad. I had myself a little ramp there. I love that shaping and the ramping and all of that. All right, look at this. We got a ginormous mess here, everybody, that we need to get busy cleaning up. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our tables and we're going to put it up here and we're going to build ourselves a big mega base. But you know what we're going to do first? We're going to take a break. We're going to, darn it, cliffhanger, Kismet. Yeah, I know. Don't you hate that? How did you get the big drill? All I can find is the small drills. Maybe look in here. Now, I don't want to spoil it for you, but I'd look in here, right? I look in here, maybe in this one, maybe in here somewhere. I love the sounds in this game too. Fantastic sound design, by the way. I look through something in here in your various different sizes. I know it might be in there, but it's not. It might be in that one, but it's not. It's definitely in this one. And look around. So what you got to do is you got to collect some research. And you can see, look, I remember how I had like 5,000 research. Now I got 15,000. That's because it was automatically collecting it while we were moving our base. And then eventually we disconnected it. But you need to build up your research first by using your research converters. And you'll see me build all that back up here in just a moment. And then you need to get enough research that you can unlock it. Then you need to have the resources to make it. And then when you make it, then you can put it on your car, hit V like Victor, and then you're off and running, right? And this game is really, really fun. Don't rush it. Don't rush it. The journey is the most important part, right? Just take your time, build stuff up as you go, start in your small level, then move to the medium level, and then move to the large level. And then, you can start powering this stuff up and doing all sorts of fun stuff and accessing your solar power. Like right now would be a good time for that solar. And then you can get into the bigger stuff. Now, my bigger stuff that I have down here, like great example, there it goes. Great example is this solar right here. Keep hitting R. Stop it. Fingers. Now watch this. If it's in the shade, nothing. In the sun, so cool. I know it seems simple, but it's so cool anyway. It's cool every time. So you can put that in there. It's going to generate some power. It actually tells you how much power it generates. It generates 8 units of power. And certain things use so much power. So yeah, that's how you get that going on. Now this I got from now look, see when it goes into shadow? So you probably is not a good idea to put your solar there, right? Because at some point, the actual thing is going to cause it to go into shadow. So where would be a better place? Well, I'm going to say out here where there is no shadow. Yeah, wow, super smart. Get over there. There we go. So out there would be a much smarter place because this is not going to cause a shadow. And you need to watch the sun direction. If you watch the sun direction, you'll see which way it's going to cause shadows. And then, of course, avoid those shadows so you get the maximum use of your solar power. Why not? But we're going to take a break here in just a second. Oh, man, you got me recommended on YouTube. Cheers. Well, there you go. I got you recommended or you recommended me? I got what? You got recommended to me on YouTube. Oh, I see. You, my videos got recommended to you in the recommended tab. I see, Tito. Well, thanks for coming in. I'm glad you enjoy my videos. I have literally thousands up there. I'm one of the few streamers that puts every single stream up there. Do you know the undertaking that is? That is a massive undertaking. Right now, I am processing videos from my stream, the full videos that are like 6 to 8 hours. And it's going to take 90 hours before they're done. Not kidding. They're processing right now on my other machine. 90 hours of processing. That's not how long the videos are, by the way. That's how long it's going to take to process the videos. And those will get converted and then uploaded to YouTube. In fact, I have so many videos. You're going to get a video every single day. 1, 2, 3 videos. Sometimes they're guides, sometimes they're unboxings. And most of the time they are my primary streams from the past up on YouTube. And they're already queued up. So if I die right now, you still got all the way until July. Actually, it's going into August now. All the way into August of videos that will still roll out on my channel because I have them all queued up. Because I don't like to drop 100 videos on my subscribers. That's rude, everybody. Don't drop, 15, 20, 100 videos on your subscribers. They ain't got that time. They ain't got that much time. But, you drop 1, 2 a day. That's okay. Especially if, one of them's longer, like a stream. And then another one would be like a highlight or an unboxing, which would be just a few minutes. Those are okay. But don't drop 10, 15 videos on people because they're not going to be able to watch them all. I can tell you, I can't watch all those videos. And I watch YouTube pretty regularly. I go into my subscribe feed. I hate the bell. I hate the bell. I hate the idea of the bell. I think the bell is stupid. They say, oh, well, the algorithm and blah, blah, blah. No, it's stupid. If I hit subscribe, I want every video from that person who I hit subscribe. I want every video automatically. That's what I want. That's why I hit subscribe. Why do I got to hit subscribe and then notifications and then tell it what kind of notifications I want? I want all the videos, right? It's like I got to tell them 3 times the same thing. See, if you think of it from an analytical point of view, like they are, they're going to say, oh, well, the statistics tell us this. But if you tell it from a logical point of view, nobody wants to press 3 buttons to do the one thing that they wanted to do. It's dumb. It's stupid. You shouldn't be doing that. Take that out. Put 1 button. I hit subscribe. I get those videos. That's why YouTube used to be so great. Is you can press 1 button. You get all the videos. GG. You're done. Now you got to hit 12 buttons. And I got to tell everybody to hit 12 buttons. I don't bother. I don't bother to tell them to hit the bell and hit all that stuff. I say, hey, hit subscribe if you want to. Hit the like button. I appreciate it. That's it. I'm not going to tell them to hit no bell. I'm not going to talk extra on my videos so I can make them 8 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever the stupid algorithm wants. I'm not doing it. I refuse to do it. And you're like, well, Kismet, you're not going to be a huge success on YouTube. I don't care. You know who I care about? I care about people like Tito who watch my videos and I take out all the fluff. I take out all the fluff of my videos. I don't, if I'm making a guide, I don't make it 8 minutes on purpose. I don't make it 15, 20 minutes so it can do some stupid algorithm. I make it for people. I make videos for people, not for an algorithm. And I do it because I love doing it. Because believe me, I don't make a dime doing it. I make like $5. I make like $5 a month on YouTube, and I literally put thousands of hours into it over all this time. So I'm definitely not doing it for the money. That's for sure. But that's what I love to see. I love to see people find one of my videos and they come in and they find my channel. That is really, really awesome. That's why I do videos as well. Is that you never know, you might discover a new favorite thing that you like. So thank you so much, Tito. I appreciate you coming in and discovering my channel from YouTube as well. Now, again, YouTube's have done some smart things, like they listened to me when I told them that their upload system sucked and that I refused to upload any more videos to YouTube until they fix it. And so they did. They listened. They listened to feedback. I'm glad at least some people over there listen. And they actually made it where I can just drag videos because I have big videos. I have videos that are like 6, 8 hours, right? They're really long. And so I don't want to sit there and drag a video and fill in all the information and then tell it to go. And then drag a video, fill in all the information, and tell it to go. I don't got that time, that amount of time, because that's very inefficient. You know what's more efficient? I take the videos, I drag them all on there. It uploads the videos, it processes the videos, then I come back later and bring them up, boop, fill in the info, the one done. Next one, fill in the info, next one, fill in the info, fill in the info, fill in the info, fill in the info, fill in. This is what I do, everybody. Hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of my time when you guys are not even watching. That's what I'm doing to make all those videos happen on YouTube. And so that's way more efficient because you know what's happening is I'm doing the same style of filling that stuff in. Now, I wish you didn't have to do that. I wish you could just have a template that you could just say, this is an Astroneer video. This is all the stuff that I'm going to put in there every single time, like the same tags and the same all that. Now, you can't get TubeBuddy and pay them to do it and all these other people to do that, but I shouldn't have to pay them. Kismet going on a full-on rant now. I shouldn't have to pay people for a feature that should already be on YouTube. It's stupid. Now, big love to TubeBuddy for figuring that out and actually producing a product that does help people, but I shouldn't have to. I shouldn't have to do it. YouTube buy TubeBuddy and use their technology to integrate it into your actual service, right? And that's the problem with YouTube. YouTube is so huge and so got so much money from Google is that they don't have to innovate anymore. They don't have to innovate and put more features into their thing. They should have had that feature in there 10 years ago. What is taking them so long? To go in and say, look, these are multiple defaults for different styles of videos. Because I have a spreadsheet of every single video that I do. And I have to keep track of when I streamed that video, what the title of it was, what number it was, because I number all my videos, best stream ever, BSE, that's what that means in the title, so I can track them and so I can upload them on YouTube, because I'm a production person. I created a whole production system all around it because you guys asked me to put my videos on YouTube, and I had to figure a way of making it as efficient as possible because there was no way I was going to be able to do it if it was going to be super inefficient, because I just wouldn't have enough time. Because in the beginning, those videos took 8 hours to upload. Now, I have fiber optics now, fiber optic line, 1,000 up and 1,000 down. So now they take like 8 minutes to upload. But they still take a long time to process because I have to take them and I cut them down. I cut out any AFK section and whatnot. And I put my thing at the end. And then I process them. And they process between 3 to 8 hours each and every video, each and every time I stream. By the way, that is 3.5 terabytes I'm processing right now. That's right. This video right now that I'm recording is currently at, let's see, 180 gigabytes. Every day, every stream, every time. That's hardcore, everybody. And again, these are all the things that I do behind the scenes. Hey, Kismet, may not be able to do that template info on YouTube, but there's software that I might use. Text expander, easy to plain templates. Yeah, well, I use a spreadsheet for it, like I was saying, and so I can just copy and paste it in there in each and every video. So it does help me a lot in that, but I shouldn't have to. I should be able to just to go, this is the Astroneer template, this is an Astroneer stream, this is always the same. Every single time I make the video, I just press a button, it fills it in. Da-da-ding. I mean, because when you're copy-paste, you have to copy-paste it into each field, right? As opposed to having a template where you press a button and it fills in all the fields for you. Right? It's kind of like autofill, right? Like you're using Google Chrome and you're auto-filling your address and your name. If you're trying to, fill out a government form or whatever you're trying to fill out. You don't have to type it in every time. I actually despise when I go to the doctor or I go somewhere there and they're having me fill out that same stupid form for the 1,000th time. I hate filling out those forms. In fact, I actually get labels that I just put on the form. I don't fill them out anymore. Screw them. I'm not filling that stuff out again. I filled it out for the last 20 years. I'm not filling it out anymore. Well, we're in the, it's 2021. I shouldn't have to fill out anything by hand anymore. They already have my address. You already have my insurance information. You know who I am. I've been here 1,000 times with me, my wife, and my kids. You should know in your computer somewhere should have all of that info. I don't have to fill it out again. Right now, if it's like change in health or anything like that, well, that I can understand. But to fill out my address again and my name again, I don't like doing it. I hate doing it. I think it's stupid. And it's, again, I always have lots of feedback for lots of different things, everybody. I think it's stupid and shouldn't have to be done. But there are people out there who don't have computers and don't know how to do that and all of that. I can understand it for them, but I should at this point be able to just say, look, it's already in there. I'm not filling that out. I'm not filling that out. You got it in there. Put it in there. Good to go. And again, they'll question me on it and say, what's this label on here? I say, I'm not filling that address stuff out anymore. I'm just going to put this label on there. You take it from that label. Because you know what they do when you fill out that form? They immediately take it and they type it in the computer, which I think is stupid. It's stupid. Now, of course, they gotta, make sure that your medical information is secure, right? Because they get sued like crazy for that if they release your medical information without your consent, and so on. Especially if you say, "I do not consent. Do not consent to you giving out my information to anyone," which I do. I don't, no one except for my wife, as well, because it's none of their business. None of their business about your business. You know what I mean? Now, of course, I tell you what my problems are anyway, so, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I tell you I have sleep apnea and vertigo, so that's the only thing you would learn in there anyway. But it's the principle of the thing, of your privacy, right? It's nobody else's business of your personal stuff. Unless you're doing something crazy. Don't do any crazy stuff, everybody. Don't show up at people's house and do dumb stuff. Don't be rude and disrespectful to people. Don't be going out there and being real sleazy and scummy to females and stuff like that on Twitch, on YouTube, or wherever. Treat them like a real person, right? Some people treat women like they're trophies, or they treat them like they're less than a human being. I see it all the time. It's a terrible thing that we have not gotten past that in people's life. But then again, they're your life choices. They're all on you. I'm going to leave it to you to make those good choices and whatnot. The ladies already know what I'm talking about. There's something I think we talked about that yesterday, or I talked about that the other day when I was talking to Ems, that some people don't want to reveal that they're female because people are creepy. People are creepy, right? You get especially like gamers who probably have never been with women, or some of them haven't, or some of them just are terrible human beings, where they feel like they got to say something sexual every time they hear a woman's voice. You don't got to. You really don't. In fact, it makes them uncomfortable. Don't do that. Don't say what clothes are you wearing, what panties you have on, or something really stupid like that. Don't do that. Just like you wouldn't want someone saying, "Hey, what kind of underwear you got on?" But for guys think that's funny. For females, it's like danger. It's threatening. It's threatening to them. Do not do that. Don't walk up to a female at TwitchCon and start to hug them if you don't know them. Don't do that. It's threatening. It's fight or flight, right? Don't do that. And they have to put up with that crap all the time. All day, every day. Don't be that person. There's plenty of other scumbags out there that haven't learned that lesson yet. Don't be them. Be the awesome person. The awesome person that they can feel comfortable around. You're just like, "Hey, how you doing?" "Oh, I'm doing good. How you doing?" "All right, awesome. I love your stream. I think it's great." "Oh, cool." That's it. Doesn't have to be more than that. They ain't going to date you because you're creepy. I'm sorry, kids, we're going to tell it to you straight. You're creepy, and they are not into you. And there's nothing worse than loving someone and they don't love you back. I know that's tough. But what you're loving up here is a fantasy. I'm going to tell it to you straight. Kids will tell it to you straight here in the stream. It's a fantasy of you being with that person, and you don't know that person, and they don't know you. What you really want to do is find someone that you can really know. Who knows you for you and all your little flaws and all your little mistakes that you make in life, and your dumb things that you do, and your little idiosyncrasies that you have, and they still like you. That's the tough part, everybody. I'm a messy artist. That's the way I am. My wife is the exact opposite. She's a neat freak. She'll clean the brush, and she'll make sure everything doesn't have any paint on it. Me, I'm painting and doing all sorts of crazy stuff and making a big old mess because I feel like that contributes to my creativity, right? When you're so busy worrying about, little ink dropping on this and that, I think it takes away from your creative moment that you're in, right? So I don't worry about it. I worry about it afterward. Then I come back and clean it up afterward. But if I'm airbrushing or if I'm painting like I used to when I was young, I would do all of that stuff without the thought of cleanup and without being so triggered by a mess. And again, I feel like it steals away from your creativity, so don't let it steal away from your creativity. You make a big mess, just make sure everybody, I'm going to clean up after I'm done, don't worry about it. But I'm doing my thing. Uh-oh, I'm going to die. So there we go. Man, we covered a lot of topics, didn't we? Man, I've been all over the place. All over the place on my topics today. Hey, Grasshopper. Wow, I haven't seen you in a while. Did you know I actually met Grasshopper at TwitchCon? Speaking of TwitchCon. How you been, man? How you been doing? Right? Unless I'm mixing you up with someone else. I met you at TwitchCon, right, Grasshopper? Is it you or was it someone else? I forget. I swear I met you at TwitchCon. I think I met you. I think you were in one of the photos from TwitchCon too. Yeah, I think so. Grasshopper, I believe you've been in the stream for a long time. Since like 2020, right? Yeah, 2020, yeah. Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. You created your account on the same day you followed me. Did I inspire you to do a Twitch account? I actually have some people who told me that, like Nushki and a bunch of other people who said, Kismet, I was checking out this thing called Twitch, and I watched your channel, and it inspired me to make an actual Twitch account. Now, I think that's a huge compliment. Holy mackerel. And I inspired you to actually get on Twitch and watch Twitch. Yeah, look at that. 8 months, 13 days, and 14 hours. Long time. Long time. Thank you so much for that support, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, it says September 17, 2020, and been following since September 17, 2020. There you go. Thank you so much for that support. Thanks for hanging out as well in the stream. Appreciate it. Yeah, I remember that. I think I gave you a hat or something like that. We have a picture of you with the whole crew and everything. I love meeting people at TwitchCon, by the way. I'm not egocentric. I don't go in there and need a meet or greet or whatnot and say, look how big of a streamer I am. Look at me, I'm all fancy pants. You know, some people, that feeds their ego, and they think that's something they need in their life. I'm good. I just walk around and people say hi to me and say, hey, Kismet, how you doing? And if they don't know who I am, fine. That's good, too. That's okay. That's okay, too, everybody. I think fame is a huge trap because once you become super famous, you get stuck in this bubble. You can't even go to the store. You can't go to the store and get your bread without someone being all up in your business, right? You just want to go there and get some bread. You want to get some milk, and you want to come home, right? You don't want to have to go through all of that stuff. Now, some people love that stuff. They love all the adulation and all of that. I am not that type of person. I'm just the type of person. I'm the kind of person we can sit down, we can have a drink, we can hang out, we have a good time as well. And you know that's a good time to do that during TwitchCon and all that stuff. Now, don't be showing up at people's house, by the way. Don't show up at celebrities' house. Don't hang out outside their house and all that stuff. That's creepy. That's creepy. Don't do that. Don't do that for sure. Again, those are these life lessons that you would think you wouldn't have to tell people in life, right? Not to show up at someone's house, not to give out their address and their real life information. It's called doxing. Do not do that. That is actually a crime, by the way. Do not do that. Do not show up at their house. Do not, do crazy things like threaten people's life over some dumb video game. It's not that important. People are, trying to do their best at what they're doing. I feel like when you've done those type of things, you've crossed the line. You've crossed the line between a normal, smart person who is making rational choices and someone who is making poor choices or irrational choices. Showing up at someone's house is an irrational choice. That's like their sanctuary. That's where they go to get away from people. They don't go there to meet you. They go home to be home, away from other people, right? I don't invite people to my home. If I want to talk to people, I want to hang out with people, you know what I do? I go outside my home. That is the way it is for a lot of people. If you just show up at their door, and especially in my neighborhood where I grew up, you show up at their door and you start bringing the beef, look out, you might get shot. They don't mess around in where I come from. In my day, they don't mess around. You get shot, you get the police called on, you get whatever. You don't show up at someone's house. And that's been a given for 50 years, everybody. Since I was a kid, I can tell you. Not to show up at someone's house. I would never show up at someone's house and just say, hey, I'm here. Hello, everybody. Unless they were a good friend, maybe. Maybe. I think I've probably done that to one of my good friends way back in the day. Or accidentally, I guess. Been driving by and thought, hey, I'd stop by. But if they're not someone that you're acquainted with, if they don't know you in some way, haven't met you at some point, you definitely don't go to their house. You don't do it for any reason ever. There's never a reason to go to their house unless you're like a UPS driver. If you're a UPS driver and you're dropping stuff off, drop the stuff off and get out of there. There you go. Then it's okay. As you can see, I'm unpacking all my stuff. We're doing a lot of just maintenance stuff right now, everybody. I was going to take a break. I forgot. I got sidetracked. Uh-oh. We're going to die. Go. Woo. Close one. I like riding it right to the edge. Bombs away. There you go, Grasshopper. Yeah, we have stream avatars. You haven't been streaming in a while. We do have custom stream avatars of Sparkle Dog. You make your own custom corgis. I call it the Corgi Configurator. As well as little baby dragon Norbert. You can go ahead and configure them however you want. Different colors, different hats, different glasses. All sorts of fun stuff for free. That's right. It is free. Right down there in the panels, you'll find a panel to go ahead and customize them. You can make them do actions like jumping and things like that. You can use to earn gold and all of that as well. Let me do some hydration there. My throat was giving out. Couldn't have been because I've been streaming every single day and morning and night. Couldn't have been that. No, not that. That's not what we're doing it. Now look at this. Oof, we're getting this lined up nicely. This is not enough room, by the way. This is going to need to be about 10 times this size. It needs to be way bigger. Way bigger. For sure. All right. Now, here's what I'm going to do, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys enjoy some AFK highlights while I try to be healthy. I've been going for 5 hours. Normally, I usually go for about 2.5 hours, and I take a break. But I've been having so much fun talking to you guys and so much fun moving my base here. That what I'm going to do is just take a break. You can enjoy some AFK Oh, wait. We got 1 minute. Hold on. Now I got to wait for the battle. We'll wait for the battle. Then we're going to do some AFK highlights. You guys can enjoy some of the best moments of my stream. I'm going to walk around, stretch my legs, as you should do every few hours if you do work at the computer for a long period of time and if you don't have a stand-up desk. I do not have a stand-up desk. I would love to have a stand-up desk. But again, with my vertigo, I don't know if that would be good. I don't think I could stand there for long enough for a whole stream. I seriously doubt it. So what I do is I cycle. I try to be ergonomic. I try to get up, walk around every couple hours. Chips! There we go. Try to get those chips going on. Oxygen. All right, we got to wait 1 minute here for this battle. I feel like we can go ahead and unpack some more stuff while we're waiting. But what I've done is I've just taken the stuff and putting it up here. And then unpacking it, and then we'll organize it all here in a bit. And I think we'll have enough time to start a little bit on the planet. What I'm going to do is go ahead and power up this planet, and we'll kind of walk through all the storyline stuff first before we get into the larger stuff. We're going to try to power it all up. And we might transition to the power stuff, bigger stuff here. Look at all these boxes. So much. You don't see, this is, again, just like real life. This is just like real life when you're moving. You suddenly realize that you got lots of stuff. You got crazy tons of stuff that you've been doing. Look at that, everybody. Look at all that stuff I've got. I got... Run! Oh, I may not make it. Go, little buddy. And like, Kismet, how come you almost died there? It's because I'm running out of oxygen. Because I don't have an oxygenator over here yet. So I'm using my vehicles basically as my oxygenator. All right, there's that battle. All right, I didn't want to AFK right in the middle of the battle. Let's go ahead and do the battle first, and then we'll take it AFK. To battle! That's just going to allow you guys to put down some units while I'm AFK as well. So let's go. Dungeons and Dragons. Yes, I used to play that way back in the day. I had the very first set, 1976, I think it was, 76, 77. The Gary Gygax's Dungeons and Dragons. I had the very first set, sold on eBay when I moved. A long time ago. Also with the Fiend Follow and the very first Dungeon Master's Guide from way back in the day. Now, I wouldn't say that I was a huge player of Dungeons and Dragons. I played every now and again. You know, when peeps were up for it. I've been the Dungeon Master a few times, and I've also been the player a few times as well. But I wouldn't say I played it all the time because I was busy. I was busy doing a whole bunch of other stuff. Playing games on computers, and then also going to the beach all the time, hanging out with my friends all the time. You know, talking to the ladies, if you know what I mean. I was busy. I was busy doing other stuff. Grass Rewards, Subi, Last Splash, Roars, H2O, Rotisserie G, all getting some love. And Icy Diamond coming in MVP with a 22 kills. Nice job. All right, more loot for you guys. All right, let's do this. Now, whenever we do this loot one, I just go ahead and call in the Wasteland Tycoon. That's me, everybody. Look, I'm in a game. That's me all dressed up for TwitchCon. Wearing my yellow fedora and my blue and yellow and red tie there suit as well. Now, go ahead and join us, everybody. Now, again, I'm going to give you a little hint on this one right here. Put your rogues way in the back like this super smart person right here, the last splash. This is your highest chance that you're going to get these chests, right? So if you put them way back here in the center, pretty much next to the last splash there, what we're going to do is we're going to push in and try to drag all these mobs onto us. And if it works out well, I'm going to boost everybody here. We're going to try to run in as quick as possible, drag all the mobs to us so your rogue can potentially slip by and get the loot. Now, this one's going to be really tough because there's just tons of mobs. So high chances your rogue's going to die, but no matter where you put them, but a decent chance they might make it in there. Decent chance. Now, might try a rogue in the back and maybe a rogue in the front. Because maybe you could get through. Probably not. Maybe up here. You might be able to run through and get through there because these guys are going to move down. Maybe. It's going to be tough no matter what. All right. You might come to TwitchCon. Well, there's no TwitchCon right now, and I'm not going to TwitchCon until this pandemic is well in hand, everybody. I'm 50 years old, and I have medical conditions that put me in a risk group. Not the super high-risk group, but a high-risk group. So I am going to give it an extra year, if you know what I mean. No water parks, no jammed-in spaces. No running around with people who don't care if others live or die and who won't bother to get vaccinated and think, that kind of stuff. So I'm going to give it another year before I get into all of that because, you know what, I don't want to be the last person that's dead of COVID. No, thank you. I would prefer to care whether other lives or die. And I would care to be around because I've been fighting hard to stay around, everybody. For the last 6 years, I've been fighting hard to stay alive every day. And one of those things is taking a break. Let's take a break, everybody. And I'll be right back. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. I'll be right back. That's always something, everybody. Always something. I'm back. Old memories. Fallout 4, right? Yeah, back in the day. That one I was just about to do that highlight there, man, that made me laugh so much. Man, I was crying from that laughing because I was talking about having Dance come over and sit on the seesaw, and me and Dance were sitting there in our power armor, seesawing up and down. Oh, such a great one because I had that moment right at that second. It was pretty funny. Things are very much funnier if you visualize them. So I'm visualizing me and Dance going up in Fallout 4. I mean, that was a missed opportunity right there, everybody. I think that would have been hilarious. If you got on the seesaw and then Dance got on the seesaw, you were just sitting there seesawing with Dance. I think that would have been funny. That would have been an awesome Easter egg in that game. Yeah, it would have been awesome. Makes me want to try to get someone to put a mod in, the seesaw mod, where you can seesaw with your companions. I think that would have been hilarious. Okay, we're back, everybody. Now, thanks for all your patience here. We've been working very hard on moving all of our stuff over here. Now, what is the first primary stuff we should be working on over here? Well, the first thing I would work on is definitely my power, because I'm going to need to supply power to all this stuff. Now, as I was talking about earlier, if you do have solar power, I'm going to go and put the solar power way out here. That's why I extended this way out, by the way. And I want to watch the solar, which way the sun is coming up. Look at that right there. Perfect. And I can even aim it toward that, by the way. Did you know you can actually put it on the side of stuff? Like a dish. I can actually put it on the side and aim it. We had better of a side here. You can actually attach it to the side. Like that. So it actually would hit it earlier. But the problem is, of course, when it gets to the other side, it's going to go away. Now, one of the problems also is I can see the sun's going to go up, over, and then down. Actually, pretty good over there. So it's probably smarter for me to put this on the high side, where it's not blocked by the thing, but also it's going to get the maximum amount of angle of the sun. Now, this is also slightly angled up. So when it goes a bit below its horizon, it's going to lose that solar power. But that's a good start right there. Let's go see if we have some of our smaller power here. Let's grab another table over here as well. So the first thing we're going to be looking for is power. Now, one of the cool things is if you don't compact these batteries down, they retain the power that they had in them. So you don't have to go in and recharge those back up again, which is great. A bunch of battery power. Oh, my backpack is full of stuff. Ah, look at that green beacon. That's our symbolic. We have moved our beacon. Now I'm going to grab all the solar power and try to condense that together. Kind of off to the side here. I'm going to look for more solar power there. How about some batteries over here? Let's do that. They actually added the bottom part of these batteries now, which I really like. You can just set the battery on the ground. A really great early game. Later game, you'll see that I don't set stuff on the ground and run it as much as I do early game. And the reason why is I like it to be nice and tidy in a kind of stack of stuff versus it just being on the ground. That's just me and what I like. That's my thing. All right, we got some of these over here. Let's get those over here. No, wow, we got a lot of batteries. Holy mackerel. A lot of batteries there. Also, we got another medium storage. We'll move over. Uh-oh. Here we go again. Run for it! Oh, God. How are we going to make it? Oh, my gosh, I think we're going to die. Oh, we made it. We're going to take this off here and run this vehicle off the end. Whoop, whoop. And park it right there. So I don't have to run so far. I just run right to there. All right, more solar power here. Let's get that together. Another battery. All right, so we're just kind of consolidating a lot of our power. Notice I'm not working on my wind power right now. We're just going to do solar power first. Oh, there's another medium storage back there. Okay. Now, these medium storages are great because you can combine all of these. Now, I actually can eventually make the larger storages. Oops. I can make the larger storages in which we'll transfer to those eventually. We're going to go ahead and try to consolidate all these batteries together. There we go. On one kind of like mega battery pack. And we got another one over here. Now, those medium storages, I use them in the beginning. And then obviously you want to transition from those to these canisters. Canisters hold 32. The medium storage holds 8. So there's a huge difference there for sure. I can actually see I got some batteries on this one too. Look at this one. Look at this one. All right, so let's consolidate these batteries together. That's looking good. Let's take off this wind power for right now. There we go. And then we'll consolidate all of our solar power together. And more solar. Okay, now we'll go ahead and take these. Put this up here. Now later on, I'll build one of my favorite things in the game I call the Tower of Power. Hey, Crocflag, how you doing? Thanks for hanging out in the chat. Appreciate it. Basically, it's called the Tower of Power, where I put all of my power together into one spot. And we're kind of building it right now. Not really as big as I normally would because we haven't unlocked the bigger things yet. But a little bit. We're kind of consolidating all of a certain type of power together. In this case, solar power. Also, we need our RTG. Where are you? Right there. This right here is the best power in the game. Is the large RTG, which runs 24/7. It never runs out. It's like fusion-powered power. So it doesn't run off wind or solar. So it basically never stops running, and so you always have consistent power. And if you have batteries, depending on kind of the cycle of what you're making, it'll fill up those batteries over time if it's not using up all that power. And you'll see me make a ton of those later on. But right now, we're just trying to get all of our solar together. I think that's a pretty good start. We find some more, we'll move it up here. But let's get started on our solar and our batteries. Now, this is our big solar over here. We have a lot of solar. We got this from questing, by the way. We haven't even unlocked that yet. That was from questing. They have a lot of cool new quests in the game. That's just a little closer. Let's lock that. Lock that. It doesn't auto-lock anymore, by the way. If you are familiar with the game in the past, it does not auto-lock. So you need to lock it. All right. Let's say something like that. But I think we can get more out of this. Let's go ahead and take this out. And let's go find one of these. Put that over there. And put that up there. All right. Nice. Nice. I love the mechanics of this game. Now, notice that I didn't put the solar panels on there. And the reason why is because the solar panels would only be facing one direction, where if I have it flat, it's going to get more of that degree of sun, right? If I have it like this, the sun's got to get over to that side to shine on it, right? So you definitely want to leave those flat like that. And then you can add like your batteries up here, and I'll probably get a few more of these mediums and put that on there. And take all this other stuff off the mediums. See if I can reach them from way up here. Get some more of my oxygen. Fail. Okay, little by little. Now this is going to turn into our giant mega base. One of my favorite things to do in mini games is to go in and optimize stuff. Is to remake the base. Right? You start off with your basic base and you're working away on it. And then at some point you're going to make your kind of mega base like this. Notice also I'm putting that one on the side and not up here. And this is really going to be like power generation RTG. It's going to be batteries up there as well. Now, I have a bunch of stuff on here that I could probably take off of here. These little small canisters. I got these cool chest set stuff. I got an extra oxygen tank and so on. And so I'm going to go ahead and take that off of there just so I can give myself a little bit more room on these batteries. I can put that up there. I can take these batteries off and put this solar right there. All right. And a lot of these are ones that I've found. Some of them were ones I made as well. But you'll find a lot of just random stuff that'll help you a bunch, like wind and all of that. Now, let's go ahead and get another table, because speaking of wind, we're going to do a bunch of wind power as well. Way back here. Out of the way. Now, I don't necessarily have to put it there. I can put it actually in the shadow of the thing. But I put it off to the side just so it's out of my way, so I don't have to, run past it or jump over it or do any of that stuff. I find it's better off to the side, like that. Let's run down here, and let's get going. A bunch of these. Now, I can just put them in here temporarily and then take them out once I get them up there. Save me a little time. Also shift left click on them to put them away in my backpack, and then from my backpack I can take them out of there and put them into there. Look, they're already running. Little one there, here. I don't see any more, but I do see the big ones, so let's get the big ones over here. These are probably my favorite, these medium wind turbines. I absolutely love these medium wind turbines because they're real cheap to make resource-wise. This is usually what I use the most because they do produce less power than solar, but you can produce more of them. And so you just make twice as many and you're good, right? Just make a lot of them and stack them like I've got here, right? And then you can find them as you're running around as well. Now that's shaping up nicely. Alright, I'm liking what I'm seeing. There's another little one over there. I see you. I see you, little one. Oh. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and grab our little ones here. Run them up there. Now, this is the drawback of having a base that's elevated, is that you have to constantly run up and down all the time. Okay, so more big pile of loot right over here. And I know I'm going to trigger some of you guys in the chat, but I already got a big mess anyway. So I don't feel that bad. I don't feel that bad about it. All right, and put these into here. By the way, not only does your vehicle that you're driving have oxygenator, but even ones that are just like this. Even ones that are just the trailer. Just the trailer alone gives you oxygenator. There's no oxygenator on there. It's the actual vehicle itself. You see our thing filling up. Looking good. Cool new stuff. I noticed that you have one of your generators on your backpack. For what use? Oh, these right here. The QRTGs. Oh, they are the best, bro. Constant power, never run out. Doesn't matter if it's dark or in your under the caves or whatnot. They produce 1 power each, and they come from the quests. There's a whole bunch of new quests. There's a whole bunch of cool new stuff in the game, including this awesome compass here, and of course, something I just mentioned, which is the quest that you can do. And I've done most of the quests. There's a few I still need to do. These are what I call the big quests, right? Where you go power up the planets, and you do all of that, and you find the vintage probes on all the planets and whatnot. And we'll do it. We'll get all that going on. We'll get all that going on in a bit, but right now, we are moving our mega base. And eventually, we're going to make a mega sorter over here, where it actually already sort all of my loot. I had a vision of it. A vision of my sorter. So we're going to get that going on. I kind of feel like I'm going to put this on the side. There we go. That one doesn't need to be flat, but I'll put it on the side just because I think it looks better over there. Okay, so let's grab this again. Plop that down there. And then take these big ones and put it on there. And up we go. Boom. Focus. Look at that, everybody. I didn't say nothing for a while there. I was so focused on what I was doing. I realized it. Sometimes, see, that's the way I play games, by the way. I usually don't say anything. I'm just like that the whole time, right? I'm sure a lot of you are the same way. I like slip right back into the zone there. I get in the zone, as you can see. All right, look at this. Whoop, whoop. Oh, bad clicking. Bad clicking on my part. Get up here. There we go. Look at this. Now we talking. Look at that power. We have the power. The power of Grayskull. All right, what else we got? I think that's about it. We got one more right here. We could probably sneak in somewhere along the way. Or actually, you know what? I'll just use another table. And then as we get more stuff down the road, I know I'm going to need more. I'm going to find a bunch more random loot. Put that in there. Hey, got the follow! Let's see, Sauce Vader coming in. Did you do it for the power of Grayskull? Did you follow my channel for that? Thank you very much for coming in and hitting that follow button. I appreciate it. That's a deep cut right there, everybody. That's a deep cut He-Man. Way back in the day. Way back in the day when I was very, very young. Seems like a million years ago. A whole lifetime ago. Let's see. What else we got? I think we're looking pretty sharp here. I think everything is progressing. Now, what we did is we moved our other base over here. We brought a bunch of... Ah, look out, bombs coming down. We moved our other base over here. We're creating a giant mega base right here next to the monolith, as I often do. What I'm doing now is I'm just kind of putting my power on the outside edge there, letting it power up those batteries. Really, those batteries are already full, so it's not that big a deal. And then the hard part, which is to package everything and get it lined up. Now, I don't really need to use this thing for anything, and I can't use it for anything right now because it's not set up to do that. But I'm going to go ahead and just line the outside edge here with a bunch of these things here. And I'm basically going to create a bit of an assembly line. Maybe a little closer. Let's see if we can get away with super close there. There we go. I'm going to lock that, lock that. I'm going to go ahead and put this over here for a minute so I can move this. And we're just going to create basically a bit of an assembly line as close as we can get these to each other. Just to kind of maximize our space. Lock that. That one's already locked. You're like, Kismet, why don't you have an auctionator? I'll get to it. Don't worry, we'll get it going on. Now, what I'm doing also is I'm setting up myself for success later on. Because a lot of this stuff is going to go from one table to the next table to the next table, right? As I move down the chain. One of the things that I actually like to start with, some people start with the smelter, but I don't. I start with the centrifuge. And then from the centrifuge, it's going to go ahead and go to the next thing, which is going to be our forge. The second I find out what I did with it. Oh, that's a large wind turbine right there. Look at that. Now, this right here is among the new stuff that they added to the game. Ah, too cool, right? Too awesome. Let's take that wind turbine, put it right over here. Now, again, they have even more stuff than this that I haven't even unlocked yet. But you do need to have the bigger table. Look at that. Cool. It's called a vertical wind generator. They're inspired by real-life generators as well. Oh, time for the battle. Let's do it. To battle. Yeah, you like that? Wow, this is Crocfog. Yeah, that's cool, huh? They added a bunch of cool stuff to the game. Again, I take my time. I'm not in any rush. Some people, they rush through the games. Like the second the content drops, they got to get all the way to the end as fast as possible. Not me. I take my time. We play Astroneer once a week on Mondays. It's one of the staples of my stream. And we kind of go through it little by little, right? We go small and everything. Again, I played through 20, 30 times. So I could just go to the highest planet on the thing, grab a bunch of resources, and research, and unlock everything within an hour if I wanted to. But that's no fun. That's no fun. Now, let's see how many units we got. We got 130 units. That's 1,000, Kizcats. You guys are rolling in the caps up in here, aren't you? Aren't you? You guys are rolling in the cash for this week, man. You guys are getting tons. We killed the 5th boss, which you got 10,000 for that. We went and did tons of battles. You guys got tons of over 100 units. So, bam, there was another 1,000 there. If you hit 200 units, I'll give you 2,000 every time. That's right. You want to be real diligent on putting down as many peeps as you can. Absolutely. And I'm going to try to stay diligent on keeping this battle going, but sometimes, you know, I get distracted. I get distracted easy. And there we go. Look at Red Raven getting some treasure. A final roach. Tail is getting it as well. I think that's how you say your name. And Red Raven, look at you boss moding it. Look at you with 26 kills. That's an MVP right there, everybody. Oh, I died. Wasn't watching. I died in game. Open the captain's chest. Oh, we're in trouble now. Grand serve rewards. Rotisserie G, Subi, Reaper all getting some love. And again, Red Raven MVP. All right, back to the map. Go right in here. Let's do this. Get it going on. Where are we going here? I think we're going to go up there. And this time we'll use the rogue. Let's go. We're going to run straight up to there. Let's do it. All right, everybody. This is what happens when you're not paying attention. I died. I died, and it put me back to my shelter, which is way over here. Now, I've got to go from here all the way to my new base, right? Now's a good time to reclaim a bunch of our tethers over here that we're no longer using. And also, while we're running over here, give myself a little bit of resin and that tether. R brings that up. I didn't know you could hit R and that comes up. Yeah, R brings up the quest log. Cool. I meant to hit Q. That's what I meant to do. Let's see how many I had. Man, I'm pressing lots of wrong buttons today. Now, this is your shelter you start with. You can see it flattens out the ground around you. I wish you could do that. You know, press a button and it would do all that too. But you can see it's built with a little mini RTG in there. It actually doesn't produce that much, but it does produce a little bit. And it also produces an auctionator. Right, so what I can do is I can take this auctionator and I can take my tethers and I can run my tethers from here all the way to the other location, right? Or even smarter, I could take my auctionator from here and run the tethers the other way in case I do die and I end up over here. I would have the tethers to run along in the opposite direction, which is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the auctionator out. You know, well, Kismet, how are you going to make it from over here to over there without any tethers? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my resin here, and this is the more advanced technique, where you go ahead and make yourself some oxygen filters. Now, I'm going to make a couple of them. Seriously doubt I need both of them, but we'll go ahead and do a couple of them. And that'll make it so we're not in a hurry. Huh, can you pick those up? Oh my gosh, you can pick those up while you're carrying something else. I did not know that. I just learned that, everybody. All right, so now we're going to carry our auctionator. Now, this way goes a little slower. I feel like a great way is just throw that up there, hold down shift, click it again, and throw it in front of you. This way you're running. Also really fun to do while you're sliding is to slide and then grab the object and keep sliding. I feel like this just goes faster than doing that. I'm just left clicking it. You don't want to shift click it. Shift click it puts it on your character like that. Just throw it down, run forward, click it before you pass it too far. And way faster. Again, since we have those oxygen filters, it's basically filtering out the atmosphere and giving us oxygen as we're going. A very, very important mechanic to learn in game. Can't believe I forgot the auctionator, though. That was one of the things I should have grabbed along with the green beacon. Normally I do, but I forgot. But basically, maybe that's why I died. I died so it could remind me that don't forget your auctionator, bro. I would have thought of it here in just a little bit when I got my base squared away, but still, super useful. Now, what we can do is we can go ahead and put this auctionator somewhere. Let's say right over here. Here's a good little spot over here by our power. Right there. There we go. Now, if you notice, it's actually going to send the blue line, which is our oxygen. And we can hit T for tethers. Now, these tethers do oxygen and power. So we can run that there. And say maybe run one down here and right there. Just so we can stand down here and work for a bit. And run this stuff back and forth until we get that done. Okay, so that's looking good there. We've got our power in. How are we doing on time? looking pretty good. We're going to probably go for about another 30 minutes or so until the end of this battle. Another 25 minutes until this battle's done. And then I'm going to head out. And we're going to peace out. And then we'll come back later on this afternoon, this evening, for some Subnautica Below Zero. That's going to be fun too. Lots of fun, but man, we're making big strides on our base here. We got a lot done. Again, this does take some time, but you definitely want to get in there and get it going. Oh. I don't know why I keep hitting the wrong buttons. I'm trying to hit F, but I'm hitting R by mistake. All right. And we were putting something in here. What were we working on? We're working on power. We did our solar power. We did our wind power. We did our big power. All of that's looking good. We need more tables too. Probably want to just sit here and unpack all this stuff. We can just unpack it down here as well. Kind of cool how it pushes stuff around, isn't it? I like how it pushes stuff around. Same thing here, right? We do a table. It knows it takes up that space. That's cool. That's cool. Okay. Oh, I need my car for a second. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and attach that back onto there. And now we don't need the car as an auctionator right now, so I'm going to go ahead and move it down here. Oh, I tried to use that as a trick to see if I can get up on the top there. Sometimes it works if you're close enough. And then we're going to keep adding our tables. Again, we're making a big, long assembly line over here. As well as it'll end up being a storage and whatnot. Make sure those are locked. That's locked. This is locked. I like to connect it first and then lock it. And the fact that it's locked tells me that I connected it, right? If you do it very consistently. But we'll find out when we start this up, that's for sure. Another reason, by the way, to not put these really close together is so you can see, not too close together, so you can see the cable and see if it's actually transferring. Transferring that power and running that power between the tables. Now we're going to use this one here in a second. That one's really cool. Let's get these other tables up here. I've got a bunch of them. Now eventually we're going to use the bigger tables, the large tables. But we're going to need resources and stuff for that. We'll come back to that later. Posture check. Got to do a self-posture check. Should you connect the oxygen to the res point house? Yeah, eventually I will go back and I will run it back to the res point house. Or, even smarter, I'll make a new one and put it over here. Now, I had this idea and I've never tested it, and don't tell me if it's possible. But I've never gotten rid of that house in any of my playthroughs ever. I've always left it there in that spot. Even if I do move my base elsewhere, like I've done here. I always leave that there. But I feel like in this particular playthrough, let's go over here and, oh God, we got resin right there. I'm just going to grab some dirt out of there. Oh wait, I can't grab dirt because I didn't pick up all my stuff. I forgot to pick up my stuff, everybody. Now when you die, I forgot this part too. When you die, which I literally died right here because I wasn't paying attention, you click on your stuff and you get your stuff back. Now I suggest to get your backpack stuff back first. So it fills that up, because otherwise it goes in the wrong spot. I hate it when it goes in the wrong spot. But when you go to get this belongs on your shaper. So you want that to go on your shaper so you don't have to go and do this and drag it all in there. But I definitely want my light to be up here at the top, like that. There we go. I like to have my air thing up there. Like that. There we go. All of that looking good. But what I did is I brought the auctionator back and then I did some tethers. Now, what I'm going to do is just keep adding more and more of these tables. And just when you think you have enough tables, you don't. You never have enough, I feel. At least I haven't gotten to a point where I felt like, oh God, I got way too many tables. At least I don't remember I don't remember it. What we're going to do is we're going to put some more tables on this side. I'm going to work across here. Now notice I'm pointing the arrows in a certain direction toward me. Allows me to do better control what's going to go on the table. Like which direction it's going to go, if I want to go in other things like that. Now this thing over here, I'm going to take this out. I'm going to try anyway. I'm going to take this out. Just kind of square that edge off a little bit. And then more tables. More. Now, some people who have already played Astroneer already know what I'm doing. They already have an idea of what I'm doing. They know where I'm going with this. But if you don't, no big deal. You'll get the idea here in a second. When I kind of finish this edge here. Need more dirt. I could tell I didn't have my stuff by the fact that it got dirt so slow. That's what was the dead giveaway. And also the fact that I couldn't put it back in because I didn't have a canister. Alrighty, let's say right there. I wonder if I can sneak one more in there. I think I could. What I'm doing is creating a big chain of tables here. That's what I'm talking about. Doing a big chain of tables, so that power over there is now chaining between every single one of these. And now you can see that the yellow is glowing there. That's telling you the power is being transferred. And so you want to go all the way to the very end to make sure that that yellow is going in, and it is. So it's getting all of that power. It's good to go. Now, this is going to be one gigantic kind of edge of the factory, and then the back of it is where I'll be coming up and down and whatnot. Now, again, I like to put them in order, so of order that I would probably use them, potentially use them, which would definitely be my centrifuge and then my smelter, for sure. Now, things that I don't use a lot of or interact with a lot of, I'll put that clear on the other side over here. I'm not really going to worry about right now, like that atmosphere condenser. Another thing would be this XO platform. Probably that'd be the least thing that I'm interact with right now. Maybe we'll do 2 over like that. Another great example would be my scrapping. I typically don't do a bunch of that either. But also what happened, if you notice, I'm running back and forth and I have this blue line. That blue line is basically meaning, hey, this is your oxygen line. So the tables are now giving me oxygen all the way from here. And if I go all the way to the end, I got oxygen the whole time. To keep you from dying while you're away from your oxygenator, so you're close to the thing. Another thing, of course, scrapper. And I'd probably use the scrapper. I probably use the scrapper before I would use the atmosphere condenser, because the atmosphere condenser just runs on its own. What do we got over here? Lots more canisters. Awesome. What else? Let's go ahead. What about research? Well, actually, I'm going to move my research out of here. I think I took that one out, but not so much this one over here. I'm going to move my research to a point where I can automate the research. There's one right there. It's a pretty good candidate. Now there's one here too, and one over here. All right, that's a pretty decent spot. We'll look up here. Oh, free stuff. Let's get the free stuff. What's it got? Free power. Not that I need it, but there's free stuff. Also some scrap and stuff there too that I could use for making other resources. Boom, boom. Free research. Now, I could take that and feed it into the research thing, but I'm going to have it automatically do that. It's automatically going to grab it, feed it in the research, and keep my research going automatically the whole time. You can see I've kind of got some here that was doing that. Let's see. We got some resources over here. Any more tables? I should definitely have more tables. There they are. It doesn't look as much in my old base, but when you move it, you realize, holy moly, you really went to town on this stuff. I think this stuff represents a lot of resin and all that other stuff that you collected along the way. Again, I like to create a kind of like a U-shaped or O-shaped base. Just allows me to, you know, kind of maximize the use of my space while still being able to grab whatever I need. I'm watching my arrow direction. Right there, keep my arrows going. All right, now this over here on the side, this is going to be where I put my resources. Just right there for right now that I might be using in there. Now, again, I got a bunch of research over here. We're going to automate those, so we definitely want to leave some of these. We're working with that. Again, there's one there, and one there. All right. Okay, something like that. Need all those. Unpack all this stuff. A lot of batteries in there. I had no idea I had that many batteries. Cool. Now you can see I've got tons of batteries there. I'm just going to put those there right now so they can charge. We're going to end up with tons of excess power because we're not doing anything right now with the power. Okay, so I feel like that's pretty good. Let's get stretch in. Posture check. There we go. Get a stretch in. Oh, man, we've been working hard. We have been working hard here in the stream. Let's see. We got that done. We got a bunch of resources there. Let's grab our resources. Slide them up there for now. Doesn't really matter where they go. Whoop, where they go, just as long as they're up there where I can access them for now. Come on. Show you a cool little trick with this, right? You want to carry all three of these things at the same time. Put that in there, this in here, and just carry the middle thing. It'll carry all three of them at the same time. It's pretty cool. I could use my vehicle to do this, but it's not that far away, and a little bit of rough terrain there. Awkward. All right. And then we need our thingy things here. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up basically what I had before. But this time, instead of just 1 or 2 nodes, we're going to do 3 nodes simultaneously. So we're going to go ahead and take this and pull that from there. We're going to take this one and try to remember where the other one is right there. Actually, let's do it this way. There we go. And then this one. We go right there. Oh, what did I do with it? Oh, I used him up. Used him up. Now I'll come back. Let's get some more. Yeah, Hydration. Again, this isn't my first time playing. Please, no backseat game, and I appreciate the tip. I played through like 20, 30 times. I've played all the way through to the end and so on. It's not my first time playing, but I do appreciate you coming in. Give me a little love, a little tip there. I actually mentioned that earlier when I was packaging up all my stuff. So yeah, great. That is a great tip. That is a great tip there. Right there. Okay, so there we go. We got all those together. And again, we're moving our giant mega base, or at least the beginnings of our mega base from the other location to here. And so if we do die, we will end up back at that other location until I make a new shelter. And I think I want to try something with that shelter. I want to blow that shelter up because I can't deconstruct it. So if I go in there and try to blow it up, wonder if it blows it up. Don't tell me. Part of the fun is trying stuff, thinking up that kind of crazy stuff. Actually, I better write that down too. After I get my new shelter, I'll say blowing up the old shelter in Astroneer. Well, there we go. So I get an idea, I write it down there, and then we may or may not come back to it. It's iffy no matter what. Iffy. Okay, let's get this going over here. Oh, hydrate. All right, let's do some hydration. Let's do some serious hydration. You ready? Here we go. Polish that off. There we go. Hydration unlocked. Thank you very much for letting me know. Oh, Red Raven asked for that too. And John Boy just asked for that. I will leave yours up there and do another hydration in a bit. I don't want to burn both your points on the same one. That's just the way I am. All right. Maybe get a fourth one here. I see another one right here. Yeah, let's get a fourth one. Now I'm using these ones just because I have a bunch of extras. These actually are better if you're going to go over a long period of time. But we're going to go ahead and put those all together for now. And then we're going to go ahead and get our research. Over here. Like that. And just to make this go a little bit easier, we're going to get our vehicle. Again, I'm just taking my time. Going through the game. Again, I'm never in a hurry. I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody. Say, look at me, I'm the biggest, best person in the world at this game, in any game, or whatever. It's not an ego thing. I just take my time. Sometimes people feel like they got to prove themselves to everybody. You really don't. You don't have to prove nothing. Nobody. You're awesome just the way you are. Yeah, big time. Big time. You don't have to prove how smart you are, or how good looking, or whatever. Don't have to prove it at all. Don't have to prove nothing to nobody. Just do your thing. Do your thing. All right. Now we got 3 of these set up over here. Like this. All right. Now we're going to need to connect all of these together. Oh, we need to lock these two because I'm going to keep picking them up every 5 seconds. Lock these together. Lock those together. All right. That's looking sharp. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take that over there. That's incorrect. There we go. What we're going to do is we're going to tell this to go ahead and activate these auto arms. And the auto arms are going to grab the plants automatically. And the plants respawn. So if you grab all the plants automatically like this and you let it run, it will just keep collecting that particular item. And then you'll get more and more research automatically. You just walk away, you set it and forget it. That's what my stream's all about. Setting and forgetting it. And then meanwhile, while you're busy building your mega base or you're off traveling the universe, it's over here collecting an insane amount of research. An insane research over here. And so that's what we're going to set up right now because we want our research to keep on keeping on. And speaking of research, we'll throw that off the side. We're going to set up a bunch of these. To do our work for us. Okay, right over there. What do I need? I need some dirt. Get rid of these solar items I've got on me. I don't think I have any more space over on this side, so we'll put them right over here. So at least we're getting some use out of them. Right over there. I'm not going to use these tethers. Again, I use tethers very minimally because I feel like they're like a starter instance. And if you get too reliant on those, it'll hurt you in the long run. Gonna go ahead and use that up. Grab our research stuff here. Da-na-na-na-na. Oh, man. At the end of the stream here. We're at the end of the stream. How much? 3 more minutes on this battle. All right, we're going to move this out of here. Out of our way. That's convenient. That's convenient that I could just use the drill to get that off of there. Come on, car. Get over there. Sometimes the back of your car gets stuck back there. You have to force it out of there. And I'm going to go ahead and basically set up some research here. We're going to do something tricky. We're going to get all of this together. And then this one's going to collect. And we're going to run it basically back to a platform over here. And again, do I have my canister? I do. All right, awesome. So what we're going to do is extend this out in the direction that we want to go ahead and build. Now I have a canister around here with a bunch of dirt in it, but I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to run over here. And I'm going to try to avoid taking out any more of this resin here or any other resources. I'm just going to try to get the top of the mountain here. Take out all these trees. I'm just trying to get the dirt. Take that. Tree dropped on it. And then over here, make sure we're going along with that. There we go. Like I said, see how it's starting to go down in this direction? Ugh. So it's starting to go down in this direction, and eventually it will merge in with the ground level. Stop pressing that button, Kismet. I don't know what it is about that button today. I don't know. My brain's not cooperating. Alrighty. I hear someone fooling around in my garage. Try to press E, but I just accidentally hit R, even though I press E at the same time. It happens. It happens. Alright, let's grab these resources out of here, or they will be lost. Grab this table out of here. And now what I'm going to do is flatten it out straight across here. I'm going to try not to disturb the plants. Oops, I accidentally got that resin. Didn't mean to do that. So I'm kind of using the already pre-existing area as kind of a platform that extends off the side of my base. And then we're going to go ahead and put this right there. And we're going to grab these. We're going to use these up here. Like so. Come on. Grab it. There we go. Put it up there. We're going to use this. We're going to use all the stuff that we had set up previously. You see I've got 15,000 research. Did you know that I didn't put any of that in there? Except for those little ones you saw me just get rid of. Other than that, it automatically did all that research. And I've already gotten, I don't know how much, 50, 60,000. automatically. I don't do nothing. It did it for me. Well, I mean, I had to build a base. I had to do something. But then it does the rest. I'm going to show you how to do that here in just a second. We got to see if we have any more tables, any more research up here. We have another auto arm. We could probably use that. We'll just put it over there just in case we need it. Like that. Oh, there's that battle. Let's go ahead and get some more tables. I think we've got some over here. Oh my gosh, we got a bunch. Not a table. This one's a table. And so basically we're taking all the elements from our previous base and we're reconfiguring it over here. I find this is my favorite way, as I call it the drag and throw. Hoof it over there, everybody. Drag and throw, drag and throw. And I could put it on my vehicle. Kind of feel like it takes longer. If I drive that around, do all that, I feel like I just drag it over there, throw it up there, and GG. G to the G. All right. Now, this one's going to go ahead and connect to this one. And this one's going to grab the bulk of it, and it's going to feed it right to there. Now, this one right here is just going to be grabbing this, right? It's just going to be grabbing that and not necessarily feeding it into an actual thing like that. Now, I'm going to keep this in the line, though it's really, I could just use one of these tables and do what I'm doing to all of those ones. What you also want to do in the back of these tables, you want to have something there blocking it. And that's a great use of your power, right? So you can go ahead and say, hey, wait a minute, I'm going to grab these over here. And to protect it from having a whole bunch of extra stuff that it's going to grab and put behind there, you want to go ahead and make sure that you've got it blocked off. Then you can use batteries or use whatever. I like using batteries. I'll put them in the back like this. And then you know you've got some extra power to keep these all running. Now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and activate this one. And there we go. Now, I need to turn it on right here. And from now on, it's going to auto run. Same thing over here. I'm going to go ahead and tell that to grab that over there. Tell it to auto run. All right, looking good. Oh, why did this not feed? Something afoot there. Oh, it's different. Those are different. Oh, it's backwards. Backwards? Yeah, it's backwards. There we go. That's what it was. Backwards. Okay, so that's now going to auto-run that one. It's going to auto-run this one, and as those respawn, it's going to automatically feed them into there. Now, one of the problems right now is it's only running on battery power, so that's going to be a problem. Let's turn around also. There we go. And we'll tell this one, go for it. So now what we're doing is we're extracting it not just from one now, but 3 different nodes there, right? So 3 different nodes are going to grab it and just auto feed it into there. Now this one over here, we can tell it to grab it. Now see what it does. Sometimes it puts you in your backpack. Wish you could disable that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have this one grab it, put it into this middle one, like that. And then I'm going to grab another one of these. And we'll do that battle here in just a moment, everybody. We're going to do one more battle here. And then we're going to go ahead and put this in here. We're going to tell it to just grab that. And it can start to feed into a center area where it can backlog a bunch of those if you so desire. It's really up to you. Oh, look, put it way over there. So I brought that close. But we can also go in. Oh, we're going to need a little bit of oxygen. Not Oxymarsha, but oxygen. There you go. I just thought of that little Brady Bunch reference. All right, same thing here. I'm going to block this off. How many more we got? I think we got 2 more. Okay. And then what we'll do is we'll feed this into a central spot. Like this. And this is another little tricky way of doing this is you can put your research there. You can run this here. Like that. I think that'll be good. Oh, okay. Kids are contacting me. Let's see. One more of these. Right here. Put this in here so it only grabs that. Turn that on. Yeah, let's run it this way. There we go. Now all of those are on, doing their thing, running automatically. Nothing I need to do. Turn this on. Turn this on. There we go. Automatically going to run. So it's going to feed the first one into this one, and if it has any excess, it's going to run it into the back part, right? So a great way to kind of chain them down the road, or you can do it like this where you have the backlog. Now again, it is having some trouble right now because it's going to run out of battery. Now the smart thing for me to do is to go ahead and chain either by using some extenders, which I can do in one direction, or I can use, actually let's put this way out here, or I can, let's say there. Uh-oh. Oxygen again. I always run for my vehicles, even though I could just run to the tables there. I'm always riding the limit of that, everybody. And sometimes I don't make it. A lot of times I do, but sometimes I don't. There's just something really fun about it. I don't know. There's something fun about it. So I'm just going to use some tables right now, but we could use extenders or we could use generators. Generators are great because they go in both directions. So if I did have, say, the power over there, I had the batteries. If those weren't being used, the batteries would also go back the other way and be able to use, right? It's a two-way power connection. Now, there we go. Now, our power from way over there is running way over here. Look at these batteries filling up. Look at those batteries filling up. We have enough power for all of it to just run and run. Look, it's got an extra one there. And now we're just going to wait for respawn on those. And that is a set it and forget it. And now my research is going to run until the end of time. As long as I have power, I will have the ability to get research automatically. We can keep scaling that up and scaling that up and scaling that up to where it's doing 100 nodes at the same time. And I might do that at some point. Right now I'm going to get in my car so I can save my game. And then we're going to do this battle and then we're going to peace out. To battle! Alrighty, let's battle, everybody. Let's do it. Found it. Steam. There you go. What's up, DJ Watkins? Is this Epic or Steam? Yeah, this is Steam. Did I not put it in the title? Usually I put it in the title, whether it's PC or whatnot. I don't think I put Steam in there, though. I think I usually put PC. Yeah, I put PC in there. Yeah, this is a Steam version here. By the way, this game's available for a bunch of different platforms for console as well. I highly recommend it. You might even got it part of your Game Pass, so I go look that up as well. For Astroneer, I suggest to go snatch it up, play it. If you haven't played in a while, play a brand new game like me. I start over all the time. Whenever they come out with an awesome new update like they did right here with the compass, power, and questing update, I'm down. I'm down for a new playthrough. And I don't play fast, right? Because, you know, this has been out for a little while. I could have already been through the whole entire thing if I wanted to. But I take my time and I go on the journey. I like to watch the journey unfold as I go through in games. And plus, I get the most out of this, my dollar bills. I like to get the most out of it. I like to have the biggest maximum return on my investment for games that I can get. Buddy Run, Lasco, The Last Splash, Frogman getting some love, and Barik Reaper. Reaper getting some stuff. Reaper MVP with a double roll with a 7 and 7 kills and assists. Way to go, everybody. Oh, man, I'm very tempted to do that boss battle. But don't worry. We'll be back later tonight. And you come back and we can do some more boss battles at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's right, crazy. Kismet's gone completely crazy up in here. And I'll show you why. Let's go. Here's what we're going to do, everybody. Look at all this right here. Now, again, I need to update this picture, but it's pretty much the same this week. Where we're going to do Astroneer, which we just did. And then later tonight, we're going to do some Below Zero. Now, that game is also super fun. Been having the greatest time in there. We built big old bases in there as well. So definitely, I'm having the best playthrough of Subnautica I have ever had in any game that I've played. We're having a really, really good time. So make sure to come and join us for that tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then tomorrow, Satisfactory. Then we're going to revisit Elite Dangerous Odyssey again for a second time because I had some technical problems, but we'll try it again. And I got my X52 at the ready and my thruster and my joystick, which is really fun to use in that game. And then also Fallout 76, Valheim on Friday, and then of course Valheim on Saturday, not the 5th boss, because we already took the 5th boss out last Saturday. And then of course Sunday is going to be an offline time where we all can come and join me in Valheim with me not streaming. It's just us hanging out, running around, collecting wood, doing stone, doing all of that kind of behind the scenes stuff, because we're doing gigantic mega level stuff as well. Oh, I ran out of water. I can't do that other hydrate, John Boy, so I'm going to actually refund your points to you. How about that? Catch me next time. Posture check. I think I already did that one. So I can go ahead and check that off right there. Now, normally I'm looking at my redemptions, but I noticed that when Streamer Pal gets in there, because I don't take it out until I do it, it blocks all my other redemptions. So sorry if I was delayed on those redemptions, everybody. Sorry if I was delayed. But I would definitely snatch up that game, Astroneer. It's incredibly fun. I suggest you grab it up. So I'm streaming like a crazy man. So let's go ahead and go to this over here. Press some buttons right in there. You're going to find my schedule right there. I stream, as you saw on my schedule there, Tuesday through Friday from 9 a.m. till about this time, 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then I've been adding a bunch of bonus streams, night streams, from 9 p.m. Until we feel like stopping, which is usually about midnight, 1 o'clock, because then I got to get up in the morning and do another stream. So we've got to be reasonable in your timing. And then I have also problems sleeping too, so it takes me a while to go to sleep. So definitely need to get that going. Then on Saturday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to be playing a bunch of Valheim with my crew. You're welcome to come join us. We are going to get that going on. So I'll be back in just a few hours, everybody. Relax, take it easy. I hope you're enjoying. Hope maybe you got an extra day for Memorial Day. That would be nice, wouldn't it? And hopefully you guys are just chilling out, or if you're finishing up with your work, or you're just having a good day. I do appreciate you guys hanging out in the stream, as always. Now, of course, you haven't already done so. If you're new to the stream, hit that follow button so you can check it out and know when I go live. Also, you can really help out the stream by going to YouTube, hitting that subscribe button. If you have not done that yet, please go do that. It does encourage me to do more, and it helps me do more giveaways and all that fun stuff here in the stream. So go over there, hit that subscribe on YouTube, and also on Twitter. Go over there, hit that follow button. That does help tremendously. Thank you so much to all of you who do that. As well as you can check out my other social media, including Discord, and of course my awesome website, Kismet.gg. You go ahead and click that link right over there. You can find out what I'm having my entire studio. I'm kind of tempted also to put all my favorite games up there. Put a 1 in the chat if you'd like to see all my favorite games up on my website. So you can see all the games that I've played before, and all the ones that are my current favorites, and then past favorites. I've been thinking of doing that, like my current favorites and past favorites that I am playing. Would you guys like to see that? Put that in the chat. Let me see. Let me see if you guys want me to put that in, put the effort in for that. Oh yeah, okay, a bunch of ones in the chat. All right, I'm gonna go put that on my list right now. Hold on. Because I thought of that today when I was getting up, and I thought that'd be kind of fun, right? All my current games that I'm playing, and then past games. Current games I'm playing, and past favorites, and all-time favorites. How about that? All-time favorites too. There we go. So I'll make a new section. That is basically my current favorites, that I'm playing, past favorites that I've enjoyed or played on stream, as well as, I can do a learn to play section too. See, one great idea leads to another, right? And then games that I have learned to play on stream, maybe even with links to the videos. Now I'm thinking. Right now, you say, oh, well, hey, Kismet did a learn to play on this one. I click on it, and it goes right to the video, and you can watch that learn to play. Maybe it might be your next game that you want to play. You never know. Like that Beyond Medieval there, right? Or like we were playing, this one's really fun, too. You guys should check this one out for sure. Is the King of Seas. That was really fun. When we were playing that on stream, when I got off stream, I just wanted to keep playing it. Same thing with Going Medieval. There's so many good games, everybody. So many good games. Some of those games just came out today. I think Going Medieval came out just today, right? June 1st. Go ahead and check it out over there. Again, support those smaller streamers or the smaller indie devs, everybody. We gotta support the games that are doing it right and not over monetizing and really putting their heart and soul and making great games versus all these other people who are over monetizing and scamming people and doing all of that. We want to discourage this and encourage this, right? Like people like Astroneer, Satisfactory, all of those games where they're just absolutely crushing it. They're doing a phenomenal job of making great games that are worth you get huge value out of your money as well. And that's what I don't mind supporting them, shouting them out for the mountaintop. I don't mind it at all. All right. Retro and all, and Kismet Top 100 or something. Ooh, that's a good idea. Kismet Top 100. Maybe that's what I'll do. Yeah, instead of my favorites about all-time favorites, I'll do Kismet Top 100. I'm going to write that over there as well. All right, now, I don't know when that feature will be added to it because I got 1,000 other things on my list, but I have added it to my ideas and to my list over there. So now it is set in stone because otherwise I'd forget it in about 5 minutes. So I'm glad I remembered it to talk to you guys about it on the stream. That is a miracle in itself. And then thank you so much for your feedback as well. And you know what I'm going to do for all that awesome feedback? I'm being epic and listening to me talk on and on today while we were moving our base. I'm going to give you a bunch of love. See, all you smart people who stayed in the stream. See, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 cats. You know what? I'm going to give you an extra 1,000 to grow on. There we go. We didn't quite reach 10 retweets, but I give you an extra 1,000 because you guys are awesome. Now, remember, that's how you win all the loot here in my stream. You get these caps built up. You use it for giveaways. You buy tickets for giveaways. I literally give away thousands of dollars. My accountant wants to backhand slap me every time. Every year, he's like, you make a little money and you give it all away. What are you doing? I said, this ain't for profit, bro. This ain't for profit. This is for, I mean, it would be nice if it eventually became for profit, but it's mainly about creating moments of joy and creating a great environment here in the stream. So that's what I want to do, but right now I got to go take care of my family and make sure everything's taken care of, and I hear people going in and out of my garage, so my kids are probably going for a bike ride. Maybe I'll go for a bike ride with them. There we go. Get out and enjoy the day, everybody. It's a beautiful day today. I'm going to get out for a little bit, and then I'll be back. All right? See you all then. See you tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.